Alright, this I'm broadcasting live. I don't like this camera much. Go further away. Why does it do that? It's always something. I gotta find the link. Should be a link here, right? Chat. It's not a link. Screen share. YouTube. Google Drive. That ain't gonna help me any. Links. It says down here. Links. YouTube page. Video embed. That's not gonna help. I need a share button of some kind, right? Share thing. Okay, maybe it's this Google Plusy thing. Invite people. There we go. Alright, link to share. Okay, that must be the one. Google Hangouts. It doesn't look right. Fuck it. Oh, come on. Select all already. And then copy. Quick invitation. Quiet invitation. Name, circles, email. Close that. Alright, now how do I post to the chat thing? That's a good question. This is just the event here. Edit. On the air, it says. Wow. Debate is on the air. I don't know how I save the damn thing. I don't know. Is that right? I suppose. Go live now. I'm going live. Why don't I just say save? Is there a save button? Crap. Save. I'm already live. Well, that's just too stupid. Damn it. How do you save changes? Son of a bitch. Alright. That's not working right. Everybody's beeping me with bullshit. You have to put the invite link in the comments. You know, I can't even find the comments, you cunt. But okay. Get the hell out of here. No point in being here, because this is just fucking up. So let's go to my videos, I guess. Yeah, that works. Stupid bastards. Such. How how come it's not among my videos? It says I'm broadcasting. How come it's not? Huh? How come? How come? There's no comments on here. Nothing on here. How do I put comments? Yeah, some other cunt got to work.
Hello.
Yeah, see, that stupid cunt got to work, so what the hell? He can do it, the other assholes can figure it out. Well, somebody go put the link in the description in the comments for me. Take the link that's in the description and put it in the comments.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Link
Did,
in the description in the comments. The
well,
comments to the right here.
I don't know where the comments are. I can't see no fucking comments. I can't see no shit. I'm in this like window that doesn't have any comments in it or anything.
Well, I clicked on the link that you left in your description. That's how I got here.
Right, so I'm just saying copy that link and post it in the comments on the video that this should be, right? This should be a live video.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay. All right.
It should be. It doesn't show up in my video manager, but it should be there.
All right. I'll do that.
And I can click on my live events and see if it comes up there. But yeah, it doesn't let me edit that.
This is gonna be a learning process tonight, I imagine. But there's no place for me to leave a. Oh, here we go. Okay.
It says resume hangout on the air. What the fuck does that mean? It's live now, it says, right? It says that.
Yeah, you're right. It says live now.
You're live.
Well,
I
what
don't
the
know why it's
fuck?
telling you.
Why
I don't know
do
why it's telling you otherwise.
Well, it won't let me access the fucking comments, is all I'm saying. So somebody else post the link in the comments. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Just if I try to do it myself, it takes me, it says, then I'm out of my liveness. Anyway, enough of that shit. Somebody has added an app? Fuck you. Don't do that. Alright, anyways, isn't this fun so far?
Yeah, sure. This is pretty great.
Yeah, so we're using the evil Google because Google is evil, but Tiny Chat is evil there. Isn't that great?
Ooh, that's a long one. That's a 100, isn't it?
It's the last one. It's the last one. That's all that's left.
I had a bit of karma coming to me today. It started raining outside, and I didn't realize my smokes were sitting out there, so they're all fucking wet now. I feel like such an asshole.
Well, you just, dump them out into a pan and put them in the oven, and they'll be fine.
Start a nice fire.
Yeah, no, I just put it on like 225 or something like that. Don't be too hot, and they'll dry out pretty quick.
Okay.
Anyway. Yeah, I don't know why I can't, I kept saying to myself, don't smoke all your cigarettes, Gary, don't smoke all your cigarettes, and I just watch myself keep smoking them all.
You need like one of those big boxes that has a bunch of packs in it, so you can kind of ration yourself that way. It seemed like you go through a pack pretty quick.
Yeah, now you need something like that forces you to like give money to the Republican Party or something every time you want a cigarette, or cut one of your fingers off. It has to be a pretty severe punishment because, I just can't seem to make it work. Yeah, green. I gotta get rid of this green though. It's horrible. Green. Yeah, I need better lights over here. So anyway, only two of you jerks. Where's the rest of the jerks? So anyway, a more you guy. There's this other guy, Hazy. Yeah, he's gonna be real competition for the new leadership role. So you're gonna have to keep your eye on him because he's pretty good.
Yeah, I liked him too. He was very eloquent.
Yeah, he's, you
I
know,
like him a lot.
serious shit. Even Glano's guy was really, he went after that crazy little retarded guy. I don't know whether you saw that video, but it was
So,
hilarious.
no, I can't keep up with all these. There's too much. There's too much these days. All the hangouts and the. It's like they're like 5 hours long. I can't keep up.
The Glenhouse one was only 40 minutes. You really only have to listen to a little bit of it here and there to get the idea of it, but it was just hilarious. I mean, I would have just gone nuts on that guy. So you people are so much more disciplined than I am. Because I would have just, I would have just started talking, black to him, and I would have just been, "No, you think you is smart enough to have children? You know,
Yeah, I heard.
isn't that a big responsibility?"
I went into Tiny Chat last night, and because I just listened to that part, and I mentioned to everybody how stupid that guy was. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know if I would have had patience either.
It's just like, man, what you got going for you,
It keeps slugging me in with the wrong username.
Cool.
The wrong account. With the wrong account. Sorry.
No, I like it. My hand.
I'll be right back.
It's okay. Do whatever you need to do.
I'll try to log in as Flyora.
It's okay. It doesn't really matter to me. I'm not that particular. Same face. You win. So anyway. We're hanging out inside in the Google Plus hanging out spot. Really cool.
This is pretty cool. Yeah, we're all hanging out.
It's inmendham in large screen. It's like I could see details in your apartment there.
No, it's not really an apartment, but yes.
Yeah, I mean cottage. Yeah, everybody knows that. How
His
dare
cottage.
Yeah, the shithole. Yeah. See the actual shit. Oh yeah, I could actually see some shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
You should see the floor. I've had this stupid cold, and so I've been blowing my nose and shit. And yeah, it's just covered with paper towels now, so it looks like I'm a waking fool or something. It's just all such work. This living thing.
Well, what I noticed from Hangouts is that you get a few random stragglers in, more so than in Tiny Chat, like that Sappho's guy, and then people will just find the Hangouts page and they'll come and join based on what the topic is, and so you'll get various amounts or different kinds of people coming in. So that might be good.
It can't hurt to try it anyway. So yeah, like I said, Tiny Chat deserves to be shunned a little. Spammers. So anyway, you see the new Piro video? Let's rag on Piro. So he's in New Mexico or something. He's down near Wayward guy. Santa Fe, I think. So he wrote a book in 2 weeks. So that's just going to be, just imagine that's got to be fantastic, right? The book you wrote in 2 weeks. And he's got a new philosophy he's going to call Phantasmagoria. And yeah, he's just going to rewrite biology. I'm sure there's just going to be a book about, doesn't it seem like trees are thirsty? And doesn't it seem like microbes are hungry? And doesn't it seem like everything's trying to be your friend? And doesn't everything seem all friendly and fluffy? What doesn't it seem like rainbows are saying, "Hello, I love you"? Doesn't it seem like that all the time? Yeah, it's going to be a great book. Great philosophy. Ugh.
That was awfully generous of you, Gary.
Well, it's gonna get worse in a minute because he did reference his wife again. Oh, I've had some tough times, but all in all, it's not so bad. So, to me, he's just stepping right in his daughter's face again. So it's almost like what's his name, who just keeps forgetting his son died. Whatever his name is, psycho crazy Mexican guy. But yeah, I mean, I think about my sister, not every day, but it rolls around in my head, and I don't have any resolution for that. And she was just my sister. She wasn't my own fucking kid.
Well, I think that's a hard conclusion for Piro to deal with. So he has to manufacture something for it to mean something.
Well, then don't be a philosopher. I mean, if you're going to be a liar and a phony and a fake and a psychological basket case, then yeah, get in a different business. So, hey, Chaz, it's good to see you. Almost like real. At least it's your icon, right? It's frozen. It's good seeing him. I know this other guy. I saw him before. Three-quarter head guy. How you doing, three-quarter head guy? Saw you in Flyora's room. Yeah, you're doing okay, too. A lot of patience you people had. A lot of patience. So, let's see, dog. Who's got the dog icon? What are the names? The names used to be on these things. John, okay. Let's figure out who everybody is by their names. Oh, great, he left already. Scared him off. Yeah, Kristen, I can hear you breathing on the microphone.
Oh, sorry. Oh, man.
I can do that too.
I'm actually outside. I'd love to sit on the porch here, but there's rain every fucking where, so there's no dry spot to sit except like under here. And I can't smoke in the house.
Okay, you like the rules, that's right.
Yes.
Probably a good idea not to smoke in the house. That's the best thing about cigarettes when I have them is, I really like sitting outside and having a cigarette, and I should just save them for just doing that alone. Because it really sucks to sit outside without smoking. But anyway, I'm always complaining about my dysfunctional life. I don't know if old Fan will make it or not. She's been kind of sick lately. She's been working on the show and such.
She seems to get sick a lot. Does she just sort of like overwork herself? Is that what happens?
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. I don't know whether she's got something she ought to take care of or what. I mean, she's just, she was okay, and then it's just the last couple of days she hasn't been too good for whatever reason. And, I don't have a diagnosis of any kind, but she's doing something wrong. So we wish her well anyway. She feels better and such. Oh, yeah, I didn't do all the stuff I was supposed to do for the first episode of the show either, but so it's probably going to be a bit of a mess, but I think that's the direction to head in anyway.
How close is it to completion?
Well, she's supposed to be done tonight, but who knows? I don't know what kind of condition she's in.
Okay, well, if not tonight, then maybe tomorrow or something. It'd be nice to see it, see how it turned out.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather we had time to produce it and then fix it, but, whatever. I'll leave it in her hand, see what happens. So, I don't think it'll be terrible, but it's not going to be what it needs to be. But, like I said, it's first show. The subjects will be more important ones to get right. and such. Let's see, what else can we complain about? They do a response to that stupid Blue Light Returns jerk.
Yeah, that's the only thing I saw. I mean, there's so many videos I have to catch up on, but I saw that one. I didn't see Piro's video yet. But yeah, the Luddite one, that was pretty. Wow, what an ass.
Well, it's just a joke. I shouldn't bother with videos that are just a waste of time, right? Because he did make there wasn't a single argument in the video, right? Except Gary's a jerk and Hitler and, you know, he wants to torture everybody. I mean, they're just such stupid accusations that what's the fucking point? I mean, we obviously fundamentally disagree on core values. Of course, why should we like each other? I don't know why people expect us to like each other. It's like, to be serious. I mean, you can't be, if you care about animals, you just can't be pro-choice. You know, you just can't. I mean, pro-choice is like pro-rape or something. What sense does that make? I mean, she wouldn't be pro-choice on rape. You know.
Yeah, the video he made was actually not written by him. It was written by that guy named Mo Saint, who is the guy who runs the Against Inmendham blog, which apparently has been removed. I don't know if it got reported off the internet or if he decided to take it down, but yeah, Luddite didn't even write that. It was that troll.
Well, I don't even understand that then. You know, I mean, what... Yeah, I don't understand. So, yeah, he makes videos reading somebody else's script as if we're supposed to know that.
Well, yeah, I didn't know that either.
I guess that's why I was laughing. There were somebody else's great jokes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there were such funny jokes. Anyway, okay. My initial impulse was ignore this piece of shit video, and I should have just left it there. Yeah, my mistake. I should have just read the comments, because they're always funnier anyway. But they're the same people, so that never works either, though. Always to be serious, and idiotic Skyzer, and stupid Quinton, and that fucktard Wayward Horizon guy. And who else is always in there? Our Dunce in the Morning, yeah. Always that crew.
For the record, I'm not part of anyone's crew.
Well, I'm just saying, you're going to get crude when you end up with the same little pile of, you know, mutant chickens. You're going to get crude.
Wayward's a lone wolf.
Yeah, that's always sticking in some crowd somewhere. Yeah. It's the lone wolf, always in a crowd.
I don't like being involved in cliques on this website precisely because it causes drama, which I'm not a particular fan of.
Yeah, well, you don't know how to use YouTube then. It's not going to be avoidable. Hey, Adam guy, you suck at this. Yes, you do. You suck at it. That's a nice barcode. I do like barcodes. I used to like the circular ones in the morning. I used to like to watch those, and they used to go, and they would just for like hours, and you just watch it, and you say, wow, they're holding their breath a long time. But yeah, good old days. Television, you know, they didn't have anything to. We're broadcasting nothing. Yes, I know it would cost us exactly the same to broadcast something, but we're going to broadcast nothing. This is America, and yeah, everybody's asleep, and so we just let the computer run the frickin' show.
Yeah, well, now all they run are infomercials, which are...
Well, I know, but they're so much better. I mean, damn, I would have loved infomercials. I come home from work, and I could watch some guy really selling that mop, damn it. Mop. Fuck.
I don't know. I almost prefer... I would prefer to look at the nice, colorful barcode, because at least, like, you get to sit there and admire all the individual colors and be like, wow, that's a really nice shade of blue.
Well, I
You
know,
know.
but those guys are good. I mean, I almost bought some. I never really actually bought a made, for TV thing, but I'm just saying, I almost bought that shit, okay? I mean, they almost talked me into it dozens of times. I'd be like, oh, yeah, I got to pick up the phone. I gotta give me one of those. Well, this guy's good.
Yeah, I will admit they are.
Well, I'm just saying, I tended, like, just flipping around on the channels. You'd end up going through 200 channels, and the TV was so bad that, I'd say, hey, I'm going to watch the mop commercial again. That was pretty good. I mean, TV was so bad.
As opposed to now.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't know now, just because I don't do TV anymore.
Yeah, I don't either. Rarely will I sit down and watch something, and it's usually a movie.
Yep, I'm free for, 7 years now. No TV.
Yeah, me too. 5 years, no TV.
Yeah. I wouldn't die. I mean, there's a couple of things you might want to watch, and it does irritate me that you have to go to the channel, and it sucks and pisses me off. Because I wanted to watch some of those Cosmo shows, but, Fox's video player was so shitty, I couldn't get it to work without crashing. Ah, Mr. Natural's here too. Wow, we're getting a real crowd in here. Yep. Same old crowd, but hey, Adam guy, your microphone's a piece of shit. I think that's the Adam guy, isn't it? Nope, that's Mr. Natural's microphone sucks. Somebody's microphone sucks. I'll translate. Hey, Gary, you're looking really, really fine today. Yeah. What are you guys saying?
Hello.
Hello.
It's Marecraft.
That's what it is. Yeah, he looks completely different tonight.
That's because I have the lights on.
Got his haircut too, maybe.
Nope.
Okay.
Well, it's because I usually don't have the lights on when I'm in your tiny chat, so you can't really see me very well.
Yeah, well, you seem to be looking okay. You look like a serious human.
Thank you.
So, very good. I mean, really, very good. You people do very well. You do very well without me, which is making me feel a lot better about things. Because I'm saying, yep, I can die tomorrow, and there's no problem. Lots of people to take over. Even Flyora, she's just, she's not she's not a very good antinatalist. Well, I'm sort of a semi-antinatalist.
Oh, somebody needs to mute that mic.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, Mr. Natural.
Or that they need to close the live feed from their browser.
Yeah, they can't do that. They need to change something because it's not working. Feedback. Yeah, well, he knows what feedback is, so he just got to figure this out.
It's like I'm in a cave.
Yeah, well, worst places. Come on, Mr. Natural. Come on.
Not me.
It's
You. You. Must be you.
No.
You.
No.
Yeah, you're completely fucking. You're looking like the only guy in the room. Total technology failure. I pressed the right button. But it said button.
There isn't one button. There's 100 buttons.
Yes, I know. Well, I'm just saying we're gonna work it out.
I'm a slow reader. I'm working it out.
Okay, I'm just saying. There's probably nothing. There's probably nothing it's going to say. You got to get your speakers further away from the microphone. Yeah, you probably can't get away with having speakers open.
I think somebody
And,
can mute him if you want to, for temporarily until he figures it
well,
out.
it's a little bit entertaining, isn't it? It's a little,
Yes, I'm laughing very much.
well, it's a little bit entertaining. Just saying. I think he'll figure it out. He's a pretty smart guy. See, sounds he did something anyway. Anyway, that's good. Well, not that good, but it's good.
Yeah, there's no feedback anymore. I think he figured it out.
Yeah.
No, believe me, it's not me. I've had my mic muted for the last few minutes. It's not me.
Well, it was you, but I won't argue with you because you are older than me. But it still was you. So you're.
And I'm bigger than you.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. You're still wrong. No matter how we judge it, you're still going to come out wrong.
It seems like many people have joined the chat, and how do they do that without joining the video part?
I don't know. I don't even know how it matters to me. I don't even know why they would make a system like this where they put it all on one big screen here, and I'm supposed to say, well, what the fuck is this shit? How do I chat with anybody?
Yeah, because if somebody wants to come on and argue or debate or something, I don't want to take up space. I want to move to the chat and listen.
Yeah, I don't even want to do the chat thing at all, but the fact that I can't even see it doesn't really help. I mean, I don't know why they have a chat that I can't see.
You can't see the chat? That's
weird.
weird.
All I see is me and this imagey thing that, people pop up, but I don't see no chat. I don't see nothing.
Well, on the upper left-hand corner, there should be a sidebar that slides out, and then the first icon, you can just click on that, and then chat will pop up. Let me know if that will work.
Yeah, so I have to click on that thing called chat, and something won't ruin everything? Okay, I'll click.
No, it won't ruin it. It'll just slide in from the right, and then you can see everybody's comments.
All right. So,
did you see that?
It appears to be working. Yes, I can see that.
Okay.
I don't like it anyway. Yeah, everybody in the chat sucks. Okay.
Okay, then I'll stay here then, because I don't want to be a sucker.
Well, I'm just saying. Let's see if somebody chat something interesting. Yo, there.
Yo, Google sucks.
Yeah, yo. Let's see. To list all available commands, enter /? Well, I don't want to bother with that. Let's see, whatever else there here. Chaz says Google sucks. Well, that we know. Maybe he's having a hard time getting his technology to be agreeable.
Did you put a max amount of people who can cam up?
I don't think I did. I just left everything is in the default condition. I didn't fuck with nothing. You don't have to. I hope not to have to mess with anything. I really don't want to play with this Google.
Are you recording an MP3 tonight, or just gonna upload this after it finishes?
I hope to upload this, but apparently I better do the MP3. Well, I'm not gonna bother because we're not gonna say anything that important. There must be a way to save it, so hopefully I'll save it without ruining it.
Well, apparently, if you don't start the chat with the settings for save, it won't save. Because if we had that like a week ago, and I was on the chat with the old fan and Flyora, and she hadn't pressed the button for save for later, and then when the chat ended, it was gone.
Well, the chat I'm not too worried about.
Not the chat, the whole hangout was gone.
Well, I don't know. I didn't see no button that said save, so I don't know what I was supposed to hit, but apparently I didn't hit it. There was something.
Flyora, you have the most experience. Where is she?
I don't know.
She's been doing this all week. She should know.
Yes.
She's trying to get in on her other account. It won't let her come in on the Flyora account, which I don't think it matters, but...
Okay. I'm just looking to see what my possibilities are. If I go to the edit thing, I can't really edit anything. Live control room, should I mess with that? I don't know. That sounds dangerous.
What?
Well, whatever. I'll see what happens. Like I said, I'm not going to worry. We've recorded enough of this crap that who cares? We need to do something new and interesting, and then we can say, shit, we missed all that new and interesting stuff, and then we'll know we need to.
Here, by the way, I just want to let you know.
Oh, you're here?
Okay.
Yeah,
Flyora-
wait. I've got feedback. Hang on. Yeah, if it is saving because it's live now. As long as it's live. Sorry, I got feedback. As long as it's live, it saves automatically. So that's all I wanted to say. I won't take up space.
Well, another thing, Flyora, is what if... Oh, that's feedback. What if you want to join the chat and not cam up?
I wouldn't know how that works. I doubt you can do that without being in the room. So I think it's people in the room who are using the group chat inside Google Hangouts.
I see Control D turns the microphone on and off. Control D.
Well, there is a
Control D.
sidebar at the top of the screen.
Yeah.
Alright, Control V. We'll have to keep that. So Control V, which is usually paste, turns the microphone off.
No, Control D.
Oh, okay.
D.
Control D. Oh, okay.
No,
D
not B.
as in David.
D as in
D
dog.
as in David. Doug.
Oh,
As in
well,
dog.
it should be D as in microphone, but that really doesn't make any sense, does it?
No,
It
no.
would make sense.
This is a failure.
Why make sense? I'm a programmer.
This is a failure. Wayward, shut up.
I'm just saying, somebody's feedback keeps coming in.
Well, all right, well, who do I keep? I gotta mute everybody till I find out who's feedbacking. Okay, I'll mute everybody, right?
If
I
you-
hit on their
I think
microphone.
it's Adam. I think it's Adam.
Yeah, well, Adam would be a loser. I don't even see his microphone.
Look, if you hover over his profile picture, there's an arrow and you can mute him. I just mute him now, so.
Okay, I just muted him now. We'll see. Yeah, that is Adam. Adam sucks. Okay. But apparently everybody's muted. Well, how do I unmute him?
They all can do it by themselves. When they're speaking, they unmute, and when they're not speaking, they have to mute it. Otherwise, sounds get through. Background sounds.
Well, I just don't. It seems weird that they give you the option to mute somebody, and then how do you unmute?
You can unmute. They have to unmute.
I don't
Adam
even-
has to press unmute. Adam has to go on his unmute button.
Oh, okay.
I
That's
think.
bizarre. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, it's a little bizarre that I can mute somebody and then I can't undo it. That's just weird.
If you go into the control panel, you can also kick people out if you want.
Well, I figure I can do that, but I would hopefully...
Adam, mute your mic. Sorry.
I muted him. How come if
Seems
I
to-
muted him, he's not staying muted?
He
It seems to
unmuted
have something
himself.
to do with where you're.
Strange bullshit is all I gotta say. You think they just have a button where you could say, hey, you're causing feedback, fucker. Okay. Well, this does seem that Adam's the problem. Okay. He's got a headphone on. How could he be the problem? That doesn't even make sense.
Maybe it's Wazy because he hasn't muted his mic either, or it could be.
Yeah, well,
No,
I'm
it's
not
not me.
I'm not hearing it anymore, so it seems like it must be Adam because I don't hear it anymore.
Yeah, I was just wondering if I should stay here or leave because I don't know. I'm not logged in as Flyora anyway.
Well, what's the
It's really up,
default number?
it's up to you, but I don't know why it would matter what you're logged in as, but, you know, whatever. Do as you want. I mean, you do a lot of these rooms, so you might be sick of rooms anyway, so
Hey,
You have
Flora,
Yeah, I'll go for a smoke. I'll go for a smoke and I'll be
just
back later. So.
one more question, Flora. How many?
Yeah.
What's the default number of people who can cam up?
I think the maximum is 10 from,
10.
yeah.
All right.
And Gary, if you hover over them, you can eject them, which is basically kicking them out of the room.
Oh, I think I got a more than hover, but yeah, I think I got to hit that arrow thing and do some.
Yeah, you got to hit the arrow.
Yeah, okay.
So,
Yeah.
anything else?
Oh, well, I think we're just doing wonderfully so far. So enjoy your cigarette, have a nice vacation, and come back as you please. It's your
All
present.
right, sure.
Your
There's
present.
heaps of people watching anyway from YouTube. Okay, bye.
Okay, till later. I already used up all my cigarettes. I don't have any more.
Hey, buddy, PM me your address. That's all you gotta do.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot the address thing. I did send you the other thing though, right? I did send you the stupid toolbar thing that doesn't work anymore.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
most.
send me your address, and I will send you some.
Okay,
And
good.
then Marco's coming next week. Don't forget about that. You'll get all kinds of
Yeah,
cartons.
that'll be a big. That'll be a big boom then.
It'll be like Christmas Day for you. So
That'll be too good. Because I felt bad. I mean, Flyover must have spent like, it must have been like a $30 pack of cigarettes.
did they arrive yet?
Yeah, I got, and so I smoked them in, half a day. They come with, they're Australian, so they got all this, they got like a deformed lung on the package. There's absolutely there's no cigarette pack. There's just, dead lungs and shit. You're just saying, why don't they do that on meat and on sugar and fat and all the other stuff that kills people? Why don't they put that kind of crap on people's Cokes? Force Coca-Cola to put a bunch of, rotten guts. This is what acid does to your whatever.
Is Inmendham's video out for anybody else? I only hear his audio.
I don't know. I didn't break it on purpose.
His video's on for me.
What?
Yeah, I'm getting everybody else.
Oh, now you're back. Okay. I don't know.
I'm not back for me. I totally miss me now. Where am I? Stupid Adam guy's on. He's not even talking.
What kind of cigarettes did she send you? Can you show that pack again?
Yeah, well, they're Pall Mall, but you can't tell because there's absolutely nothing on the pack but
Ooh.
labels. It's just covered with warning labels. There's no pack. But it does say Pall Mall at the very bottom. At the very bottom of the box, it says Pall Mall. And that's the only way you'd know what brand it was.
So even though she labeled it as cigarettes, it still got through. Remember we were talking about that a week or two ago?
Yeah, well, I mean, she paid for it. I mean, she should have got through. They, collected a lot of money to send one pack of cigarettes. Probably got to cut the whole
Am I
bill
feedbacking?
sent from China. What? Not at this moment, you're not. Why isn't my video?
Yeah, well, look at this cigarette box, Gary. Like, it's just disgusting. Like someone's tongue. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such bullshit. I mean, not like this is going to work anyway on people that are addicted to something. I'm sure if you put horrible pictures on heroin, that'll stop the old heroin addict.
They should put pictures of dead, like dying humans on condom packages or something.
They should put gross pictures on everything. It'd be really cool, right? Wherever you go, they put gross pictures. Yeah, whatever you buy, there's like the labels are always covered with disgusting pictures. Here's the amazing atheist with
I
a
mean,
banana.
especially for, like, alcohol.
Yeah.
Picture of a drunk driver, just dead.
It's just kind of funny. I think it'd be just kind of funny, just because that's how ludicrous it is. There's really no relationship between anything. So anyway, it's like all the bars. They should paint a bunch of decapitated dead people on the outside of the bar.
Do you think it would help if you had like decapitated or dying lungs as a picture on the package of cigarettes to discourage people from smoking?
I don't know, that's what we were talking about. It doesn't discourage me. It kind of makes me laugh.
Cancerous lungs don't do it for you, huh?
Not even close.
That's an addiction.
Well, I'm just saying, when I was a kid, they used to show us these stupid videos of like people smoking through their not, you know, they smoke the cigarette through the hole. And I laughed at those too. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I'd smoke through my ass. If I had to, I would smoke through my So, but anyway, yeah, it just seems stupid to propagandize on addictive substances. We're getting feedback again, so who do we blame this time? Adam Guy again? Yeah, Adam Guy. No doubt. Fix that, Adam Guy. Yeah, okay. Nope. Nope, that didn't fix it. Let's see. Sure, it's Adam Guy. I can see his little microphone moving. Alright, that's better. Ah, yeah. Good. Alright, so far we've really accomplished nothing. So, very good, everybody. Yep, we're just rolling right along.
Yep, completely useless. How many people are watching this room?
Oh, I don't know.
See that?
28. Wow. Yeah, we're really zooming right along. Yeah, but whatever. Yeah, it's been hard to have a conversation for a long time. All you can do is argue with idiots and then just say, lament with everybody else. Just go, oh, gee, it's a hard day on planet Earth today, wasn't it? Yeah. It sucked for you? Yeah, it sure sucked for me, too. Not much else to do. So anyway, I should have had an agenda, I guess, but I'm tired of agendas. Chaz has been asked to draw. Well, just be careful, Chaz, because people are going crazy with that drawing. What? Oh, I didn't get to hit yes. How do I hit yes now? It went away.
Yeah, be careful with that draw. Remember Wayward?
Yes, I remember amorphy.
Well, you have to ask again, Chaz, because I lost the thing that I'm supposed to say yes to, I guess. It disappeared before I could say yes.
Amorphy, when I tried to do mine, he couldn't speak, so he decided to draw can't speak all over my face, and it was just floating in midair.
Yeah, well, it is weird that you can draw on other people, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You should just be able to just face yourself.
Potentially useful. I mean, you can draw disparaging things over other people.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying, if you can't erase it, it's not too good. Yeah, and you.
I think if the person, for example, if you want to draw on me, I'd have to allow the draw app on my face, and then if I remove the draw app, all of the things that you drew on me would be erased. So it's under my control.
Yeah, let's see. Somebody else is muting. Let's see. Sam Guy's already muted. Private Trail guy. Let's see. Time he is muted. Sam. No, that didn't fix it. Maybe it is a wayward guy. Kyle. Mute him. Fix it. Just keep going, right?
Draw on each other.
I gotta find some more people to mute. Why are we getting feedback, fuckers? Everybody's muted in the goddamn room.
It's music by Interval.
And I already muted him. I don't know how the fuck it could be him if I muted him.
He's not muted.
Well, he was a second ago. Yeah, he's muted now and it's not working.
He's not muted.
Well, I muted him. Yeah, it's not working. It's not letting me mute him. Now what do I do? It's funny, I mute him and it doesn't stick.
He's not muted.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I hit the mute button, it doesn't mute him.
If there's not like a little, like, there should be a little slashed microphone across his icon. There's not.
Yeah, I can't, it won't let me mute him, which is funny. I'm supposed to have some power here, right?
Google recognizes his superiority in age.
Yeah, he's important to the YouTube heritage. So let's see, what's the next step? I don't know, why wouldn't it? I mean, I keep saying why. Why is a stupid thing to say, right? Why doesn't it work?
Hey, music by Interval. Try muting yourself.
I have.
Wait, do it again.
Yeah. Keep trying. He's unmutable. He found
See,
some.
now, yeah, he muted himself, right? Now there's no feedback.
Yeah, it is good now. So.
See, it was him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why I can't mute him. That is really bizarre, right? So let's all concede that is bizarre. Okay, it must be that control thing he did. Control D probably disables me. Takes away all my powers.
Have you still got feedback?
No, it's gone. We figured it out.
We had some, but
Oh, okay.
I wasn't able to mute the music.
All right, I'll leave again. No worries.
Some people have.
You don't have to leave.
All right.
Well, see, it does seem a little manic. She comes in and then says, "I'm leaving."
Yeah.
I'm here to say
Sorry.
I'm here to say I'm leaving. Okay. Well,
There's lag on the broadcast, so I didn't know you already fixed the problem.
Ah, okay. You were coming to the rescue. Okay. Well, what do I do if I can't mute somebody? And so then what do you do? What's the plan then?
Well, you have to tell the
them
guy.
to.
Yeah, I think you have to tell Music by Interval to close the live broadcast, but leave open the Hangout room, because there's a separate page for the YouTube broadcast, which is like 10 seconds delay. Then if he does that, then there won't be any feedback. So he doesn't know that because he hasn't been paying attention this week, or hasn't been following Flyora's videos.
Oh.
So then that's why he doesn't know. So he leaves the live broadcast open, I think, and then it just feeds back.
Yeah, I don't know. Mine doesn't do that. When I go into somebody else's room, I don't have to close anything. It just automatically uses where I am and changes the location on that page. So, but that was my computer. Who knows? Yeah.
I've got a problem on my screen. I can't see who's. Usually, the person who's talking should be on the screen, and I can't see that. I've got remote desktop tech support on my screens.
Yeah, my fault.
Yeah, if the person who's on the screen probably has the feedback, so I can't see it. And there's no feedback now, but just saying.
I was trying.
Okay, well, I just checked everything, and I do not have two things open. I only have one open, but I think I know what it is. I'm going to change browsers. Right now, I'm in the internet browser. I'm going to go to Google because this is a Chrome product.
Yeah, well, double evil on you. But yeah, go ahead. Probably makes sense.
See you in a minute.
I probably have twice as much power as me now. Damn it. So, good luck. Yes, good luck with the transition. All right,
I'm trying to get rid of this. I'm trying to get rid of this remote desktop thing. It won't go away. So.
I just gave you power to do something. I don't know what you said you wanted power, so I gave you power of some kind. A participant in Hangout has offered to help you by controlling your computer. You're gonna
No, don't. No.
What the fuck?
Sorry, it was on my screen. Sorry, I can't get. I
Fuck
can't
that.
get rid of
Yeah,
it. Sorry, I might as well leave.
You crazy bitch! You're not controlling my computer.
It's on my. It's here already. So yeah, it won't. Fuck it. Get out of
Well,
here.
I mean, it just seems like kind of funny that they actually have an option. Well, you can control the other guy's computer. Yeah.
No, I didn't want that. It's just like I said. It's on my screen and it won't go away. So I just.
Well, I'm just saying that it shouldn't even be on your screen. The option to control my computer shouldn't be on your screen. That just is such a Google evil thing. Ugh. I mean, that's what it actually says. I'm not lying, people. It says somebody has requested permission to control your computer. It says those exact words.
Yeah, that happened to me. I accidentally allowed that to happen with Old Fan, like on Monday or something, and they were able to see my entire desktop and my browser and all that on the Google Hangout.
Why the fuck would somebody do that? I mean, why would I say, oh yeah, sure, go ahead, control my computer? Like, I don't make enough of a mess on my computer. Yeah, go ahead, fuck around. See if you can fuck it up even more. Helping me. Yeah, they're going to help me control my computer. Oh, fuck. Be something if they came to help clean up my house or something, but control my computer? Come on.
I think the best thing for me is if you, Gary, send me a direct invite using the sidebar at the top. You have the option to invite people, and just type in my name, Flyora, so I can log in with something else, because like I said, I can't really see anything on my screen besides the remote desktop thing.
That means I have to find some sort of button, invite people. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, type in my name so I get a direct invite, and I'll log in as Flyora.
Well, let me see. FLY. It had two F's or something. What does it have? FLY.
It should be in the search.
Yeah,
FLY. ORRA.
Yeah, it should be. Alright, now what else do I have to do here? It says invite, following, VP. No, I don't need any of that shit. Well, what I just did enter? Okay, I just did enter. Your circles. I don't want a circle thing, but whatever. Admin, circles, email. So you got it. Okay, good.
Oh, this is so stupid.
So I'm done. I don't have to do any more than that. Right? Invite there. Okay. So I think I ended up putting somebody in my circle. I don't know. It sounds dangerous.
I don't think I got it, but it doesn't matter. I'll just leave the room.
I just hit the damn fucking button. I just said invite.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
You'll get it. You get it. I did it. There was a green button. It said invite. I hit the green button. It said invite. You'll get it.
Okay, then I'll come back as Flyora. See yous.
Okay. Jeez. Doesn't seem all that important, but okay. It's very important to her.
Yeah, well, like I said, I don't see any people on my screen. All I see is remote desktop thing, tech support powered by Hangouts, and that's all. That's on my screen, and it's annoying me. So
okay, yeah, that's understandable then. Okay, go ahead. See if that makes a difference.
Bye.
Okay. See you later when you're the real Flyora. Jeez, that's a lot of work.
Is there any other site that's comparable to TinyChat or something?
Well, apparently there's a few of them out there, but they're all gimmicky and rickety, so you all got some, disadvantages. I don't know why this camera is so fucking close to me. I don't know if Google's doing that, like they're zooming my camera. Strange. I wonder if I keep going farther away, if they're going to keep doing that. Bastards. Probably not. So I also read somewhere where it says that it'll only reliably record up to 4 hours, I think. So at 4 hours, you probably should quit and then restart.
Well, the last night, Flyer had a chat for 5 hours, and I've listened to about an hour and a half of it, but I can't listen to any. I mean, that's just too long.
Well, I know it just says that it might not record, so I'm just saying that I did read that. So just saying it for the sake of knowledge, information, blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is way. I mean, obviously, who would listen to the first half of this video? It's going to be absolute shit. So
Yeah, exactly.
it's not going to be very interesting. These hangout things are going to have to be edited into something.
I don't know. Something about the MP3 was. I don't know. It's better.
Well, you can make an MP3 out of the MP4s, so I could make an MP3 for you. No problem. What else? As long as it recorded, but like I said, this you're not gonna miss.
No. Is Old Fan sick or something?
Yeah, well, that's the last I heard. She wasn't doing too well, and then the last 2 nights she's been sick, and so I don't know if I've got an update message from her or not. So yeah, it's not the fact that we're not seeing her probably means she's probably not doing that well. Probably resting her.
I'm gonna hop over to Tiny Chat and see if there's any stragglers and try to get them over here.
Yeah, good idea. Such. Yeah.
There's a big giant naked black woman on the screen. What the fuck? What did Tiny Chat devolve into?
Yeah, that's what it always was. Why when I first went there, I wasn't gonna go. First the name was terrible. Because I kept saying we got to find somewhere. The Stickam was so bad for a while, and people kept saying Tiny Chat, Tiny Chat, and I said, well, I'm not going somewhere called Tiny Chat. That's just gonna shrivel you right up. And then you went there, and you're like, holy shit. I mean, it's just these vulgar rooms with guys going, show me your titties, show me your titties, show me your titties. And I mean, every room is the show me your titties room. I mean, it was amazing.
Now it's a gif of gay sex. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well, I'm just saying there's not exactly any serious rooms on Tiny Chat. I mean, we had the only room that was at all close to being
Yeah,
serious.
but right now the Do Not God room is full of that.
Yeah, well, I guess there's no moderators moderating. Yeah, I guess you could be a moderator, right? You have
Yeah, I'll log in, I guess.
It's up to you. I mean, no obligations. I really can't. I'm on the laptop, so I really can't. I can't really put more than one thing in the browser at a time.
There's 14 people in there.
Well, that's pretty dismal.
Mm-hmm.
No. Not breaking any records, but whatever. My damn e-cigarette's been running too hot lately. Another thing that doesn't matter. Yeah, I do have a blank notebook here, so I guess we could talk about some stuff. I mean, I think in the future what I want to do is do this word thing again, but words for each individual subject. So, like, try to figure out all the key concepts of something like free will and determinism, and just go through, like, an analysis, like, what would free will look like? I mean, what would be the free component? Like magic, logic. What exactly, what would be freely influencing you, I mean, besides what you understand to be reality, free thing would be helping you.
Okay, now on your page on Tiny Chat, there's a hedonist guy or medicated. He's just babbling to himself about suffering and something. I don't know why he's there. He's not talking to anybody.
I don't know. Battling himself. I don't know what that means, but I don't know. There's big gray empty spots here now. What are those for? Music by Betrayal. They're not. We don't have any images. Are people having a problem loading?
On the subject of determinism, can you hear me?
Almost, but just barely.
On the subject of like determinism, I think that's kind of like the joke of it is that people who don't believe in determinism, they don't really understand it. You almost have to look at it in like a physics sort of way. Like, is there ever such thing as like free energy or perpetual motion, like that kind of shit? And there isn't.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, photons aren't even free, so where are you going to find one of these free things? And then you have to try to figure out, like, what inside of you, besides your character, would liberate you to do the right thing, right? I mean, if that's what we're going to use, like a silly word like liberated to do the right thing, you know, that's because we want to try to make this some sort of positive force, as opposed to all the negative forces that are going to be trying to convince you to do the wrong thing. I mean, and what special force shows up to save the day, like Superman, and oh, I stopped you from, you know, stealing that candy from the baby, you know. Well, thank you, Super Free Force. I mean, what, you know, what besides your own character would stop you?
Well, I was having like this argument with a friend of mine, and I mean, he just didn't understand what the concept of free will actually was, like, or like in the deterministic sense, in the physics sort of sense. Like he thought that you know, when the mind did logic, that was somehow free will. But I mean, I was just telling him, no, that's just the brain processing logic. Like there's nothing free in there. And he thought that, you know, the way photons bounce inside your brain, your 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 brain somehow creates free will. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it just doesn't go anywhere. So it is kind of like you're saying this subject really should be nailed downable. I mean, it is difficult with the words we have because free will on its very face is just a stupid combination of words, right? I mean, a free will. I mean, again, free from what? Free from desire, free from corruption, free from what? I mean, how could you have a will that's free? Just don't make no sense. Well, free doesn't make any sense. Again, I keep saying things like that, but that word is such a stupid word in so many ways. It's a non-word. The white space of confinement is the thing that is real, and there is no such thing as free. You can't have free without first having the threat of a cage.
But like even when my dad was teaching me about like, you know, physics or, you know, the way we pump water up to a reservoir, that sort of thing. You know, like a water reservoir is on a hill, so when it's like an emergency, they're able to pump water downhill a lot more easily. But you know, he even told me that there's no such thing as free. And I mean, like even on like an economic level and all this other shit, yeah, like there really is no such thing as free. There's no such thing as free in terms of money. There's no such thing as free in anything you do.
That's kind of a funny way you said that, just because you wouldn't have to pump it downhill. But, yeah, I get that. It's nice that your father actually explained some of that shit to you. Yeah, there's so many great fathers out there who don't even know how that works anyway. I don't know if my father ever did explain that to me or not. I mean, he did explain some stuff. I mean, he wasn't totally useless. But I mean, my father was you know, a chemical engineer, and yeah, he never talked about anything interesting like like when we were driving, going fishing or something, he'd be talking about the lawn and whether he thought there was some kind of grubs eating the grass, but he'd never talk about anything that mattered, like the sun's a nuclear furnace, and it's the pressure that creates the heat, and which causes all the atoms to break down, and he didn't give me an explanation of how anything worked. But I remember we had one of those water towers right behind the school I went to, and so I used to think about that. I'd say, well, why the fuck do they why the hell are they putting water up on that stilty thing? Because you're like, that's pretty stupid. Why would you put water way the fuck up in the air? That seems like a really dumb place to put water. And then it occurred to me, that creates pressure, and the pressure is probably the pressure that makes the water come out of the faucet. I was like, that's how it's working. There'd be no water pressure if they didn't put the water up there. So I figured that part out.
Your dad was a chemical engineer. Sorry to like pry, but I mean, what exactly did he do?
He actually was very innovative in some things. We worked for Allied Chemical, and he actually came up with a way, when they started putting tungsten on saw blades and stuff. He was like a tungsten expert. And it was really hard to manipulate tungsten, because it's a very brittle metal. And so they came up with a procedure that allowed them to fuse it to steel. And so, so he did do some interesting stuff. But, yeah, he never shared any of that with me, fucker. He actually worked for a while in South America in the Andes in gold mines, which was kind of funny. Just and he was burned in a quite horribly burned in a 800-degree hot liquid mustard or some sort of fucking chemical or something. Anyway, that he was in the hospital for 2 years. But I mean, he had this kind of interesting life before he had kids. It's just kind of funny that he never talked about any of it or anything. So it's just, it's like, I just find that very strange, that you'd have kids and then you wouldn't share anything you learned in your life with them. I mean, I suppose there's an advantage in that you don't get controlled by the other person's life, but I mean, it just seemed very strange that he never, he'll talk about it now, that he's 90 and barely remembers anything, but he wouldn't talk about it when we were kids.
Which is sort of weird because usually like parents are trying to like, pass down their trade onto their kids.
Yeah, my mother was
I mean,
quite
like
the
my dad's a
opposite. My mother
farmer.
was always, she was always telling us about it. When I was a school teacher, blah, blah, blah. She was just such a bitch about everything, and she thought she was the greatest at everything. She was things like, my mother had jobs for like 6 months, 8 months, She wasn't anything very long, and but she was an expert at everything, so she was pretty funny. Because my mother was the kind who never stopped talking, and my father was the kind where you just had to drag it out of him, Really just didn't have anything to say. Very nice guy, very sociable, very polite, but he just, he just wasn't Mr. Conversation.
I think it'd be really interesting to see like a video of you and your parents like talking about your youth or something, or, it would be
Yeah,
fun.
I might have a little bit from the last time they visited. I think I tried to record some of it, so I might have some of that. But
Oh, I'd pay to see that. I think we all would.
yeah, we actually got on the subject like antinatalism and stuff, and physics. Oh yeah, physics. I got into a conversation about physics with my father, which was kind of funny.
Oh man, do you have that on tape or
Well,
on video?
I might have some of that. I might have some of that. I'll probably just have the saying goodbye photo time or something. I'll probably have some lame part of it, but I know I have something somewhere. I just have to look.
Yeah, I told my dad what I thought about life and how it's inherently malignant, or what is it? What Drive to Energy used to say, malignantly useless. And I made a pretty good argument. I was pretty animated about it, and he thought he went away dejected from the conversation, like he had failed or something in producing an upstanding citizen or something. And so it kind of ruined our relationship, and so now we don't even talk anymore.
Well, that's no good. Sorry.
Yeah, but it's you got to say it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my father's distant enough from it that he can't doesn't take it personally. But my mother's still vulnerable just because yeah, she's just such a. I mean, she's almost gotten a little bit silly. It's not like she's become seriously religious again, but she starts to talk like with these my personal God stuff or something, and you're just like, what are you doing with that shit? You haven't been religious for 50 years. Why are you going back to that crap?
It's just the patterns that people develop. It's just their brain just forms a pattern, and it just cannot deviate from that. It's like a
No, well, yeah, it just keeps trying to find a narrative, a story to tell itself that makes sense, so they just have to make shit up to make it make sense because not making sense isn't any fun. And I guess part of it is too, like I said, you always got kind of blood on your hands, and so they kind of want to avoid the, oh, gee, I really lived a stupid life. People don't want to do that. They don't want to admit their life was a stupid pile of mush. But it is weird because I had an awful regular and quite supportive family life, but even with that, I couldn't make sense out of anything.
Well, I mean, like even for me, like I have it like really good. Like my family's kind of like upper middle class. My dad owns lots of property and shit. He's like a really successful farmer, and I have a nice house and all. Like I have everything, like I really shouldn't be bitching at all. But I mean, still, like I mean, my mom always worked at the an ICU, so she was taking care of, or she still is taking care of like sick babies and shit. And I just hear horrible stories about like, babies being born inside out and shit. I'm just like, what the fuck, mom? Like, how come this shit doesn't get to you?
Yeah, so we've got some wonderful people joining the room, making a mess. And it, yeah, that's funny. Music by Betrayal guy is still failing, but let's see what happens. Sounds like a dishwasher. Rush, rush. Chunk, chunk, chunk. What is that sound? Alright, Bandit, I just heard you lighting your cigarettes. You're making noise. Stop it. It's weird though. No one's images are showing up. You have to. There's just a gray blob on my screen. Yeah, even Flyora still can't get it to work. That's funny. She's like an expert at this, and she's failing. Yeah, maybe part of it's to do with my computer. Maybe part of this doesn't work right if my computer doesn't do all the shit it's supposed to do. So maybe I'll blame it on me. Maybe it's my fault.
I still can't get it to work, but don't worry about it.
Yeah, it is weird. Shit. Yeah, it's weird. I'm not worried about it. I mean, you were more worried about it than I was. But thank you for coming back and such. But I don't know why everybody's gray. That's so weird.
Yeah, well, I was muted, so I'm not now, but anyway.
Yeah, boy, your microphone's even worse. I can hear in tiny chat. Jeez.
Yay, I got rid of the remote desktop thing that was on my screen the whole
So
time.
I've just unmuted my microphone, but it says it's still muted, and this Chrome shit is very slow.
Yeah. Well, at least I can hear you. So the only question is whether there's feedback again, which is not good.
It's Jim. Jim's the problem.
Yeah. Well, Jim is an asshole, right? I don't know.
It's Google Plus's fault.
I don't know.
Google Plus is allowing all the microphones to be turned on automatically, and you have to turn them off after you come in. So everybody that comes in is coming in with a microphone on. So every time someone enters the room, we get fucked up.
Yeah. Well, I muted Jim Brandy or whoever, and that didn't fix it.
Fuck, yeah. Sorry, Jim.
That's all right. I mean, I'll mute everybody. Right, same old routine.
Well,
I bet I can't mute.
well,
Mr.
it's working better right now than Google. That it's working better than Tiny Chat is.
Yeah, but we still got feedback, which isn't too cool. Yeah, let me try muting Bandit. See what happens. No, that didn't fix it. All right, music by Betrayal, guy.
It could be you, Gary. I'm not
How-
sure,
how
but
How could it be me? It's impossible for it to be me. I was in the room the whole night.
you're the only one with the mic open at the moment. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
Still couldn't be me, I don't think.
Okay.
Not-
The feedback's gone. What the heck
Yeah,
happened?
something happened. I don't know what
Because
did.
music by interval left group chat. That's what
Oh.
happened.
Well, that's sad, but necessary, I suppose. So anyway,
Yeah, so Gary, can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. I can't see you, but I can hear you.
Why can't you see me?
I don't know. It's some sort of thing. Oh, there you almost were on the screen for a minute. Maybe my computer sucks. I don't know. But anyway,
No, I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out too. I have no idea.
just go ahead. It doesn't really matter. I've seen you before, so I don't think you're all that much more spectacular this week than any other week. So
No, I'm not trying to be spectacular. I'm just saying, like, I can see you full screen. I just don't know what I'm doing.
yeah, well, I think you're okay. It's just that my computer isn't working great, but I think you're working for other people probably. So just pretend everything's just fine.
Well, anyway, I don't know.
I can see you fine, Bandit, on the bottom, but not up at the top there where you're supposed to be.
Yeah, well, I'm getting some of it. So I mean, so it comes in and comes out. So there's Mr. Natural, and there's me, and then maybe somebody will pop up again if I stop talking.
Yeah, hey, Gary, can you give us some kind of instruction?
No. Go to hell. There. Is that direct enough? Go to hell. How's that for an instruction?
Whatever.
Well, whatever. I don't know how to do any of this shit.
No, I don't either. I'm like, I just
All right, I'm just saying, don't click on any of those images you see at the bottom. If any of them have a marking around them or something, unselect them. So just don't select any images, and you should be okay.
Jesus. I'm not selecting shit.
Well, I'm just saying. I didn't say you did. I'm just saying if you don't select any of those things and you just sit back and do this thing, it should be okay.
Sorry.
The software is trying to hear us speak, and then when we speak, it tries to pull the picture up, but it doesn't make it sometimes.
Yeah, well, you're still causing a little bit of feedback, but not too bad.
Hi, Thomas. Right.
I don't know who that is, but hi. I don't know why Mr. Betrayal, Mr. Betrayal. Music by Betrayal. I wonder why I can't mute him. It's really funny. Can't do it. So, music by the Trail Guy. Maybe if you turn your speakers down, because I'm just assuming that this.
Music by interval is me.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Sorry. It comes up music betrayal on my thing. It shortens your name.
Oh, I thought that was your psychology.
Yeah, so it's almost my psychology, but it's like buy in, and so it ends up looking like But anyway, it doesn't matter. I will try Mr. Natural and just not bother with the longer name. Oh, Flyora's still here. Oh, that's nice. Like, yeah, it's just weird. There's a whole pile of you people that are just gray, and there's no images. So, I don't know if there's something I can do about that.
I think it's a bandwidth problem.
Yeah, I was just thinking I could, shit, I'll put some more memory in the computer. That'll work. Yeah, sure it will. I guess I could close something vital and important. See if it makes a difference. I have more resources available. Alright, see how if that's any better. Yeah, I got this Google window open. Maybe I'll close that. Yeah, didn't fix anything. Never mind. So anyway, how many hours are we into this thing and we haven't accomplished anything? An hour and a half. Oh, okay, not that bad. Well, I'm thinking maybe I'll do a half night anyway, just because I still have this fucking cold. And obviously, I'm not generating much of a good. I mean, Flyora's rooms are better than this stupid room. Yeah.
Well, I do have something to share.
Okay, then.
Today I went to Sean Shogun's funeral. Alexander Shogun was the head of the chemistry lab over at Berkeley University, and for many years he's been the leading scientist doing brain chemistry, particularly in psychedelics. He's the most famous for being the creator of ecstasy. He also created DMT, DOET, ALD52, on and on and on and on. He did his original doctorate with Hoffman when they invented LSD together way, way, way back in the day. And he's been doing brain chemistry ever since. So today I went there because I wanted to catch up with people I haven't seen in the last 40 years, and I did catch up with most of them. Unfortunately, I gave most of them the Do Not God tiny chat and was hoping to have some of these intellectuals drop in on us once in a while on Saturday night, but now we're here.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I'm dropping in on Tiny Chat every once in a while, so nothing.
Well,
Really,
somebody could just post something there pointing out that it's Google.
I have done that.
Yeah. But yeah, well, we'll see what happens. I don't know if I want to talk to a bunch of hotheads and dope fiends, but whatever.
These are leading scientists in biochemistry, most of them, or brain science, a lot of them. Other geeks, unfortunately, I saw Matt, so there was some philosophy running around the theater, but most of these are PhDs or people who are well known in the chemistry world for brain chemistry.
Well, that's cool. You said you saw Matt at the funeral?
Yeah, I think I saw him whiz by. I tried to call out his name, but he was with someone else and whizzed right on by me.
Yeah.
So he was the only philosopher I saw there. Most of the other people were, thank God, were scientists. I did run into an old friend of mine, Kevin, Now, Kevin was going to try to pop in tonight and meet you. Kevin is the head of Mensa here in California. He's the guy that keeps track of everybody's IQ. And if anyone has over 120 IQ, you usually get a letter from him if you live here in California, and he tries to get you to join the Mensa Society. So he's been the brainiac behind the brainiacs for the last 50 years. And it was nice to see that he was still alive and got himself a new set of hips. Because when I knew him before, he couldn't walk. And he walked right up to me and stared at me in my wheelchair and said, "My, how things have changed."
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah.
It was funny because he was standing nice and tall. And the last time I saw him, he was, getting around with 2 crutches. So I guess science does something. Also, he talked to me about getting new hips. But he's a terribly interesting guy, and he was one of the founders of an organization called the Berkeley Brain Center. The Berkeley Brain Center was a think tank that was outside of Berkeley University, and once a week we would get together and just have discussions, kind of like what we're doing here, but usually people who had gone to Berkeley or Stanford at some time or another in their life. In the 1970s, we opened up the Berkeley Brain Center to anybody who had a brain and wanted to come in and give a report on something they were doing, and then we'd all sit there and ask questions, try to shoot their theories apart, kind of like the way this is supposed to work. Anyway, Kevin said that in the late 90s, the Berkeley Brain Center was dissolved. And now there's a new organization, and he's going to send me some email, and I'm going to see if I can get in contact with them. And maybe I can shoot some video or get some Google Plus Hangouts out from these events that go on, and we can listen to a lot of the people, the props who are behind all the people that do all this stuff, and find out what they're doing so we can get our arguments together before they hit their papers.
Oh, this is much better.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I mean, I like watching conferences and stuff, but some of that people are trying to be so careful about what they say.
Because they're coming from their mind. They're not.
Not this group. We don't yell at each other, but we have very good, very heated discussions, and most of the time we try.
As long as they're not, it's just the people sometimes who have a stature or a reputation, they're sometimes a little bit cautious about publishing anything, you know what I'm saying, to be kind of apprehensive about.
Right. And I'm unfortunately not a very gracious speaker, and I hate that. That's one of my...
That was the reason for the Brain Center in the first place. What you do is before you publish, you go to something like that, a think tank, where there are other intellectuals that are in your field, and you make a presentation, and then you have about an hour to hash it out with them, and then what you do is they have a potluck dinner. And during that dinner and after that dinner, when everyone's kind of building into little cliques, that's when the shit really happens.
Compartmentalization.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm still just saying that a lot of people, like I said, it's hard to nail some of these people down because they're worried about something going public that they don't want to be, stuck with. So sometimes they're kind of careful if anything's off script. That's all I'm saying.
And I would be actually welcome to do things on script. And I'm sorry to interrupt, but yeah, I'd be more than glad to. If you had like a product that you wanted to, market or whatever, I'd be more than glad to do it on script, off script, whatever. I'm pretty good ad hoc, when it comes up. But yeah, I'd love to do that.
I don't know what you said.
The nice thing about this is it's a safe place for these guys to come and then just talk off the wall shit to each other and ask any kind of question, blow it out of the water, get silly, and then kind of hone in on what they want to do.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying if you made something like that public, I bet you the conversation would dramatically change, I guess is all I'm saying.
It goes straight downhill. That's the problem. The thing about the Berkeley Brain Center is you're invited in. So they only bring people in that are of like mind or that they know have a reputation for being able to argue in a reasonable way.
I was going to say, I don't know like specifically about like Bentley brain, whatever, but anything you bring into the public, you can have different opinions and different things on, no matter what it is. And it's always been that way, and it's always going to be that way. So
everybody should be their own authority. There should not be one sovereign voice.
Another one of the people I invited is a guy by the name of Richard Hodges. Now, Richard Hodges,
Pearson.
since 1970, has been on the edge of AI. He's one of the guys who has been spearheading artificial intelligence. So I thought, Bandit, you might, if he comes in some Saturday night, you might like to talk to him, because he's one of the guys that's doing what you're trying to do, which is basically either figure out how to make computers be like humans or to get human consciousness stuck into a computer. He's been working on it for over 50 years that I know of, and frankly, they haven't gotten very far.
So, are you Jewish? I can't see your name. Are you a Zionist? Are you a Israelite?
Who is that male guy? I can't tell who that is. Who is it?
Who? I'm trying. I don't know. This is all over the place. I'm new here, so.
Yeah, you're an asshole. Is what you are.
I'm
From
an
as far as I can
asshole.
tell, you're a fucking asshole.
Oh, that's very loving and holy and righteous for you to be that way.
No, I don't fucking give a fuck what you think. Fucking turd. Jesus Christ.
Sorry, I'm really sorry. That was my fault. I put the link in the tiny chat to here, and he was on there, and he came in here. So that was my bad.
Well, it's okay. I mean, inevitable that some asshole would show up, but, just see,
Yeah, classic method addict.
Just my icons don't work, which is just irritating. There's still, everybody's just grayed out, except for 3 people. So, well, whatever. It's not a big deal. I just couldn't I couldn't tell who was talking.
Yeah, I mean, it's really not a big deal. I mean, if we get into transhumanism and you let me at least just spill my spiel for like 2 seconds, I would love to. If not,
Okay, 2 seconds, go.
No, I have to listen to Gary lets me.
2 seconds? Yeah, I'll let you go for 2 seconds.
Okay, my 2 seconds right now. Well, transhumanism. The bottom line is that we live in a finite universe, finite star, finite sun, and yeah, I mean, if you really want to, and we can harvest intelligence, and we can actually put that into a cybernetic organism, yeah, we'd actually be pretty well off.
Your
Okay,
time is way
that's
off.
that's less.
Okay, done. You're done.
Yeah, right. Like intelligence wants the job of figuring out how do we get stupid Bandit's penis into the synthetic vagina. The synthetic vagina doesn't want Bandit's penis in there. So how do we work this out? I'll give the problem to the fucking iPad. Yeah, let the iPad worry about that. It's good with people relations. It's just such an insult to the word intelligence to say intelligence has something to do with your silly dreams of, being Luke Skywalker in, transhuman monster gear. But anyway.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you giving me my opportunity. Thank you.
Whatever. It's your opportunity to malign and insult the word intelligence. Yes, okay. Very good.
Not even close. I actually enhanced it, but hey, whatever. You say tomato, I say tomato.
I say you're a jackass, and you say I accept your insult because I am a jackass. Yeah, that's all that.
Well, I don't agree that you're a jackass, but whatever.
You do agree that you are, though. So that's the important distinction.
Well, I'm not disagreeing.
Exactly. Anyway. What's next?
Did you watch any of the upload that I had yesterday, the Hangout?
Well, I watched the Glenos video, where Glenos posted his part of it, and that was pretty hilarious. Because you were still talking to that crazy guy.
Yeah, I watched that too.
It's gonna have 2 chillins that are gonna be thems. He's a me, and they're gonna be thems, and the partner's gonna be the partner. Yeah, he's a clever guy. No, anyway, that was funny. But yeah, there's a lot of people saying smart things here and there, making very clever arguments. So you've had very good rooms. Your rooms have been excellent, excellent, really, very good. You've done well. You're much better at this than I am, actually.
I had some help from Hazy and Glynos and the others.
Yeah, like I say, yeah, you attracted a much. All I got is stupid Amori 40 guy. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
What? Come on, man. That's bullshit, dude.
Well, I'm just saying.
It's bullshit. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Yeah. I'm just saying. Yeah, well, no, we do have to seduce some people in here, I guess. We have to get some. But yeah, I just wouldn't have had any of the patience these guys had, so they were really patient with that guy. They really worked awful hard. And he just ran away at the end, right? We'll have to go to work. Yeah, sure you do. Yeah, all of a sudden you had to go to work. All of a sudden, I have to go to work. But it was funny they didn't come up with any. Like when he was pressed to say, like, come up with one good thing about life. I mean, the fact that he couldn't come up with anything. I mean, he could have said puppy dogs and rainbows and chocolate cake. You know, he didn't come up. You know, nothing. Not one single thing. He didn't even give it a try.
All right. Well, what did you come up with?
Well, I just have some examples, you know.
Well, lead by design. I mean, show some examples.
Well, I'm just saying, I could say something stupid like, well, going fishing with your father, or, you know, Thanksgiving, you know, Christmas.
Can I just say there was a woman in there, and she was wondering if we consider her antinatalist because she would allow billionaires with perfect genes to breed. And Hazy said no, and I said pretty much antinatalist except for that exception to the rule.
Was that the woman that looked a little drunk? No offense.
Yeah.
Yeah, no offense. Shit,
She used to be a man, but...
yeah, I guess she wants to be a billionaire's hoe or something. I don't know what that even... I don't know how that adds up to anything. I mean, first off, most billionaires haven't earned it, and certainly if they've earned it, it's earned it in slimy ways, right? I mean, what kind of billionaire is she talking about? I mean, what, is Bill Gates a superhuman because he figured out how to rent an operating system? I mean, come on. It doesn't make any sense. So I'm just a weird standard for perfection or whatever. But yeah, you're just not getting it, I guess, if you think the spawn of billionaires are going to be great kids, because most of the spawn of billionaires are psychotic. Many of them have been serial killers.
Yeah, she was arguing that if the chance was 1 in a million, if it was 1 to a million that the child would turn out wrong or suffer, she would take the risk for the billionaire to procreate or something like that. I'm not really sure. So she would risk it if it was 1 in a million chance for suffering, that the children would suffer. And you would have to know that beforehand, and that was the argument as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, theoretically, I guess you could argue that somehow this number thing matters, but another, you know, if you still got to look at the face of the person you're imposing the torture on, what's the difference? I mean, you know, 1 in a million, 1 in 1,000, 1 in a billion. There's still a victim, and you want to look them in the eye and say, I'm going to impose this on you because I want something, and that's it. I want. So I guess I'd still say it's still a very empty argument. What the hell are these billionaire humans going to be doing that's anything worth that suffering? They still aren't doing anything. They're still just, you know, spinning around in circles.
Yeah, she was drunk, so it was hard to really talk to her properly.
Yeah, I just started watching that video. She was wasted.
Yeah, I just, you know, you sort of got to wonder about people like that, you know, who involve themselves in kind of serious discussions, and they can't even take it seriously enough to, you know, show up something other than drunk or acting like a pig. I mean, there's just some people who just like being vulgar for the hell of it, and I really don't understand that. Especially when they're trying to be women. I mean, you know, I don't know. It's not very charming.
Yeah, it just seems like there's no like self-discretion or, you know, filter. There's no filter there. Like maybe I shouldn't do this, or it's kind of demeaning.
Yeah, I don't know. If I was doing this, like, okay, I'm going to try to be a woman to try to seduce a man, I wouldn't think belching and farting would be a great idea. You know, it just wouldn't occur to me, like, oh yeah, men go for that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they go for it in their women.
Well,
Whatever. Maybe I'm just not modern enough.
no, it's not even that you're not Martin. I just like to say cheers to everybody here, and thank you, Gary, for fucking bringing us all together, and cheers.
Okay. Wow. Cheers.
You're high, aren't you?
That's like a Piroism. Cheers.
I'm always high.
I don't know if you're always high.
But
Maybe you are.
Shouldn't do that on live camera, man. I mean, Alaska's it's not legal yet, right?
Oh, it's the cops are so far away that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what's legal in Alaska. That's why people live there.
I honestly haven't seen a cop in like probably like a week and a half, 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, there's like one cop per like 500 million miles. You know, this is you're not too worried about the cops there. The cops are scared of the people anyway. Cops are like, hey, I don't want to go out there alone. Those people are crazy.
I just remember Ideist. I don't know what name he used in Tiny Chat, but I just remember him from all the MP3s I listened to when I was in Asia. He comes every week.
Not every week, but yeah, it comes a lot.
Now I can see his avatar on his face, so it's kind of a little treat for me.
Yeah, well, it doesn't charm me that much, but you know, maybe I just have higher standards than you.
Maybe.
What do you do up there, like catch crab or something?
Yeah, he gets a check from the state. You know, like he monitors how much oil is under his house, and you know they give him a check for that. It would be interesting, though, a day in the life of a bandit. I would like to see that show.
Yeah, I would like to know if he makes any videos or something. That would be interesting. Bandit, make a day in the life of Bandit. Do it.
No, I would like to, but up here I have like very limited light for like the next couple months. But yeah, I might make one. So.
I think what didn't you? I remember from the MP3s. You would. I can't remember what kind of work you did. It was something to do with energy. I don't know, oil or something.
Yeah, I don't think he does any work, but whatever. You know, this is all disputable. But that's why I'd like to see a day in the life, is I'd really like to see what kind of contribution Bandit does, like a serious thing during the day. He does something serious. Yeah, I turn the switch on, and I turn the switch off, and I turn the switch on, and I turn the switch off. But who knows?
Yeah, well, I mean, I was gonna say, but like what I started up here was I was like, go for it. I used to actually run for everybody, like, you know, okay, I need this, I need that. I go for this, go for that, and that was fine. I had no problem with that. Basically, what I'm doing now is we drill ice samples, probably like a 3 or 4 foot bucket that comes into the ice and then pulls it out, and then before it gets frozen, we take like a little slice off of it and we read it and hopefully find something interesting.
Yeah, right. So it's like some kind of government job. Yeah, we take ice samples. You know, he just pulls something out of the freezer. So also a little hunk off of it says, yeah, okay, I did my job for today. Yeah, no dinosaurs. Didn't find any dinosaurs today.
What's Mr. Natural smoking?
I don't know. I can't see him.
It looks like a joint. Am I right, Mr. Natural? A joint? Oh man, a bunch of stoners and cigarettes.
Well, he has a reputation to live up to.
Am I the only one who doesn't smoke here?
Yeah, well,
Hey, Hedonist is here.
you're
Yeah,
the
he's
only
the guy who's in Tiny Chat.
colossal nerd. Yeah, the rest of us.
No, I had smoked for several years, but gave it up because it's too expensive.
Well, that is true. But I thought you were living in Asia and it was 10 cents a pack or whatever.
Yeah, and then I moved back here like an idiot. Fucking idiot.
Well, I didn't know you did that 2 years ago.
No, that was just a few months ago.
Well, I'm
No,
just
I quit.
saying, you said you quit 2 years ago.
How's that?
You said you quit 2 years ago.
No, I quit like 5 years ago.
Well, then the story gets even less incomprehensible.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
More incomprehensible.
Yeah, you're right.
They were getting too expensive. When I was living in Asia, they were 10 cents a pack. They were too expensive. No, they weren't.
I was under the illusion that it was bad for you.
Okay, well, there. That's your problem. That's right. Dying at 65 would be just horrible. Much better to live to be 85, so you can have a bunch of disabling diseases attack you first.
Remember what Mark Twain said about smoking. He said, it's very easy to give up smoking. I've done it thousands of times.
In theory. For an hour or two. Yeah, I quit for an hour or two. Yeah.
Yeah. What age did Mark Twain die at?
Old age. He was old. I think he fell off of a boat or something, didn't he, or something? What happened to him? He died on a boat, I think. And I think he caught a cold in San Francisco, and yeah, he died, something like that.
So, Hedonist, the guy who just joined here, is kind of sitting there with long hair. He was saying some interesting things in Tiny Chat. He was talking to himself. So why don't you continue what you were saying, buddy?
I don't even see him.
He's not gonna contribute. He's too shy.
His name here is Toki, so.
Toki.
Well, he's
Goodness, calling me out. Yeah, I thought you were talking some interesting stuff, so bring it.
Yeah, I just don't even like the name Hedonist. There's some guy in my comment section had that name. I don't know if it's the same guy, but yeah, it's just such a, I mean, Hedonist is just such a non, like you got to pay for this thing. It ain't a free lunch kind of word. It's, do what you feel like, well, that'll get the world. That just does everybody so much good when people do what they want. Anyway, just don't like the word hedonist. Another Libite selfishite.
Have you heard of the hedonistic treadmill?
Nope.
Yeah, Hazy brought it up once in the hangout. Basically, what Benatar said about it's like a treadmill. Just if you want pleasure, there has to be a negative before.
Well, I've definitely said that shit, so I invented that. Yeah, I invented that argument. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's. I don't know how you equate it with a treadmill, but I guess the idea is that it's all momentum. So once you're running, you just keep running because you're running.
Well, I mean, it's all Pollyanna. I mean, if you think about it, like it's all chase and be chased, everything.
Well, you're chasing a satisfaction you'll never obtain. That's the catch of it all. So it's more like a squirrel or a hamster in the little wheel thing. You know, you just keep thinking you're going to get somewhere, and all you're getting is you're tired. You know, you're not going to go anywhere. Everything you aspire to have, if you get it, it's not going to be enough. Because brains just don't do the satisfaction thing very well. They do the nitpicking thing really well. And it is true. I mean, I can imagine if I got a Maserati, you know, the paint got scratched, you know, then I'd be like, oh shit, the paint's scratched, you know, or some kind of bullshit like that. I'd find all the little flaws, and you know, you always end up finding fault with everything. It's the wrong color. Something will be wrong, and you'll want for something else. If you get one, you'll want two. You know, it just never ends. Not saying you have to be that bad, but it is a pattern that's easy to get caught up in. It's a little harder to tone yourself down and try to find psychological comfort in your good fortune. I mean, it does certainly work. I mean, I have to say that I've become pretty mellow in my personal ambitions by just recognizing, you know, that, you know, I'm lucky things aren't so much worse for me. Well, anyway, missing in action people here. I just still don't know why these people why aren't these icons showing? Maybe if I click on them, it will do something, you know.
Because we're scared of you.
Yeah.
I tried loading up the site with Chrome, and it was actually slower, and I saw less icons. I've gone back to the Internet Explorer, and everything's going faster, and I can see all the icons except you, Gary.
Yeah, well, there you go. I can't see. Yeah, the only ones I can see are the ones who were in the room in the beginning. So the Maury guy, Chaz, and I don't remember this other guy. I don't remember Sid. So those are the only three I see.
It's got to be a bandwidth problem on the Internet.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know why there'd be that, you know. I mean, I am on Wi-Fi, but still, shouldn't be that big a deal. I mean, they were working before. Maybe I'll close it.
Well, I'm plugged into LAN. That's probably why I'm seeing more video than you.
Yeah, maybe I'll just close the chat because I'm not chatting anyway. And maybe I'll resize the image. That didn't do anything either. Well, we'll see. Maybe it'll take a minute. Still getting old
It
feedback.
was switching before when people talked that their video would come up, but I clicked on you so I could see you. You come up now, but now it won't go back to that other thing. It's just you, which is fine with me.
No, I mean, Mr. Natural, just click on inmendham.
Just
unselect little...
If you unselect me, it'll go back to normal again.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, I tried that. It won't let go. Just like Gary couldn't stop muting me.
Well, I couldn't mute you, but yes, still can't, and you know.
Ah, there it is. I had to hit the bottom of the box. There's a little arrow that comes up at the top, and it's trying to bring up menus.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, you unselect, and once you unselect, it'll work normally. But like I said, mine's not working normally. It doesn't matter. I suppose it doesn't matter. Just be nice to know who's in the room without having to mouse over everything. We got
Well, it's kind of
Jim.
interesting when you talk. If your video doesn't come up, it brings up a little icon of you.
Yeah, that's its default cop out, I guess. Maybe if I mute my video, well, I won't bother trying that. You know, I mean, it's worked most of the night, so I won't complain too much. But still fairly low on content, I'm afraid.
Content you agree with, right?
Well, I mean, content I agree with. What does that mean? Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, what's the point of content that is stupid? Like, oh, yeah, you want to tell us about God? Well, yeah, that's stupid.
Okay. This is your room, so I'm respecting you, so I'm just going to let you be.
I'm just saying, if you have some sort of rational theory you want to propose as a theory of reality, right? You have some kind of theory about how reality works that doesn't like seem dismal and horrible. I'm all for it. Go ahead. You got a logical theory.
I don't think that we're fully. I don't. Logic and rationale are only. They're only limited in their function as a human being. I mean, there's a lot more than we could possibly understand.
Where would you find this? What evidence is there for that? Except the fact that you're saying it. What evidence is there for that?
There's not. There's not any. You'll never be able to find it.
So you're just saying it. Like I'm supposed to believe you. T-shirt guy says so.
You believe anything
Must be true.
No, no. I'm just speaking. I mean, you should never believe what somebody says to you. You have to have direct experience.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is you're saying that I'm opposed to arguments with people if they have some great thing to talk about. Well, you don't have anything to talk about. Your theory is I magically know it's magically delicious. Well, guess what? That's a stupid theory. I got no.
Okay. I mean, there's different opinions. I mean.
I'm just saying there's no point in having different opinions about whether Lucky Charms are made out of magic unicorn.
Why are you yelling at me? I'm not
they're made out of, whatever, phantasmagorical forever flakes.
Okay. Okay, I'm like you're yelling at me, and I'm just trying to figure out what I did wrong.
I'm not yelling at you. I'm just pointing out the frustration that you're making accusations that I'm somehow hostile to rational conversation, and I'm not. I'm just hostile to fucking inane, idiotic, I have a theory I just pulled out of my ass.
So you're the subjective ruler. I mean, you decide what is.
No, I decide what is logical and reasonable. Yes, I will arbitrate and point out when somebody has no evidence. When you have no evidence of something, it's not a legitimate theory.
Got it.
Peace. I mean, I should be persuaded by I say so. Yes, oh yeah, it's very persuasive. The old I say so trick.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Have you ever had a direct experience of something that you could not totally understand or put your mind around?
Coincidences, yes. I've encountered a few coincidences in my life where you just say, wow, I mean, what were the odds of that?
You've heard of synchronicity, which is a technical term. Ray Kurzweil?
Well, I'm just saying, I'm not going to play with words. I'm saying it's a coincidence. It means that yes, inevitably there's going to be bizarre things of huge improbability that will happen, and that's just a fact of life. And you can't take them as meaning something besides the fact that they're coincidences. They're inevitable phenomenon. And so, yeah, a few of those have happened where it hurts your brain to think about it because it just seems too fucking bizarre. But you think about it and you say, wait a minute, it's not bizarre because it's an inevitable probability.
It's all concludable. It's all you can. I understand where you're coming from, and that point of view. I get it. It's a perfect science, and it makes perfect sense, and it's completely logical, and it's the truth in one place. But it's a point of view that it's true. I just it's an opposite. It's a duality. It's a binary of myself. So I find it interesting to hear. So I'll just try to be.
T-shirt guy, could I ask you a question, please? May I ask a question, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. 500 years ago, T-shirt guy, if I pulled out a lighter and lit a pipe, would you think it was magic or science?
Well, I know what point that's what they do. Oh my God, it's magic. I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you on that, because magic.
Well, that's the point we're trying to make. Just because you don't know something doesn't mean that that's an argument for it.
But
what you might not know is some very highly advanced science in the future, which you see as mysticism now.
No. I hear what you're saying. You're correct. Absolutely correct. But I do, and this is where, you're absolutely correct, because this gets into things that at the time we think it's mysterious or ethereal, but we haven't gained the science to understand it yet. However, there's a place, and I'm not, just hear me out. I'm going to be gnosis, which is direct understanding of something that's ineffable, that the mind can never conceive of, that is its totality, its allness. Anything that can be identified or labeled or have a name is separate from what is whole. Period. The wholeness.
Whatever. See, that's just gobbledygook and wishy-washy bibble babble. It doesn't have anything to do with evolution, the causal relationship, the existence of our intelligence, the manufacture of our consciousness, and our existence on this planet. It just really isn't relevant to any of the facts that we know. So I'm just saying, what good is something not relevant to a single fact that I have established through evidence? So the facts that evidence points to, what you just said has nothing to do, it's not connected in any way with any of those facts. It's not coherent to them.
Okay. It's just absolute gibberish nonsense that I'm talking about.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, just humor yourself with me. I'll just try to shut up.
I don't even know what that means, but fine, great. Try to shut up sounds like a good idea.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that was fun. Not.
Yeah, exactly. Whoa, exactly.
Yeah, mumbo jumbo.
No, actually, fun.
Mumbo.
That's fun, dude. It's fun.
Mumbo jumbo.
Fun.
Anyway, where was I? Oh, yeah, I was thinking. What was I thinking? I want a bag of potato chips and a cigarette. Oh, okay, I won't bother with that. Alright, let's see if there's any other fun subjects.
Just out of curiosity, what's your favorite potato chip? Or that, maybe a Dorito or whatever.
Yeah, I don't care. Doritos are good too. I do like Doritos.
Yeah, me too.
Mm.
Oh, they're so good.
Yeah, they really are pretty good. I could eat those like forever. Just like forever. Just eat Doritos.
Doritos have milk in them.
My God, how did that happen?
Can I ask one more question? It's a short one. Really, and you can discredit it, and I'll shut up immediately.
Fine. Ask this whole. Can I ask a question?
Well, I don't want to. I'm trying to be very, very considerate of. I don't want to abrase you. I'm trying to be.
Well, I think I made it understood what abraises me is things that aren't relevant to anything real in the universe. Go ahead. Ask your
everything I say, you've immediately diminished.
Yes, because of course you've never said anything so.
Okay, well then I have a question.
You have
2 words. It's a very simple question.
Good.
If you had to choose between these 2 words, it's 2 words. If you had to choose between 2 of them and you only could have one of them, which would it be? And those 2 words are forever or timeless. Which one would you choose? You can only have one.
Timeless.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, but timeless means there ain't anything, okay? Timeless means, hey, you're done. The game stops.
Never.
Yeah, I'm just saying timeless, without time, there is nothing. So, yeah,
That's
time,
right.
time, time equals nothing. Very cool.
Right. Time is linear. You're right. That you're right on. Right on.
Yeah,
Forever is that loop of Ouroboros.
yeah, well, forever is forget about it. I don't want to mess with that
Exactly.
shit.
Hey, see, we're on the same page. Outside of time, absolutely. That's where we want. That's what it's about.
Yeah, no time, no distance, no matter, no energy. Yeah, I
Exactly.
like.
Yeah. This is exactly what I'm talking about. It's the same science of what you may think could be yet to be determined in science. Perhaps. I happen to think that there is something beyond comprehension until you unite with it totally. Which means
Yeah,
you
well, whatever. Yeah, whatever. As long as it's timeless, that means it's frozen, and that's really good.
No. That's a definition, which means it's separate. We can't understand it because we're not united with all of it. We're separate from it because we're human beings.
Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Whatever. Gobbledygook.
Being identified, right?
Yeah, whatever,
Right?
whatever. It's just mish, mush.
What? It's not. This is very logical. If you've got two things and
No,
then
it isn't. I'm sorry. No, it is not logical. It's absolute
okay.
cracker shit. It's
So if I had two pieces and I split them into three, that's not logic.
if you had two pieces
If
and
I
you
had two
split them
pieces
into
of something, if I
three,
had two
yes,
pieces of
I don't
something,
know. It's not logic to sit there and say that you can split both of them and then still have three. That wouldn't be logical. That would be stupid.
well, you play on words. If you had two, excuse me, so you had two things and you split one of them, they become three things because they become two. You had two and then you have three, right?
Yes, I understand the distinction between 2 and 3. Yes,
Okay,
I do.
separation. You split that
Exactly.
100 million times over and it's separate. It's
Right.
not. It's pieces.
Right.
Okay, that's all. I'll shut up.
Yeah, Gary, we really doing this? Really?
We don't necessarily. I don't know if necessarily. I don't know. Where's the necessarily? Maybe I want to buy some necessarily. I don't know, but it's got to
They
be
want you to get rid of me, is what they're saying.
just.
But I think that we had a moment of where we understood each other. I think that's great. You said timeless. You know how many people answer that wrong? Everybody. You said it right away.
Yeah, I think there's only wrong answers, but whatever. Fine, great, fantastic. I'm glad we agreed.
Binary shit that we get out of.
I think he likes you. That's what he's trying to say.
No, I respect. See, why?
Jeez.
Is it that people having uniting, like agreements on anything? It's always about ego. Who's smarter? I mean, why can't we all just agree and find commonality with each other instead of division and separation and who's right and who's wrong?
Just slow down.
Well, because the point is because obviously there's one reality, and when you have divergent perspectives on that one reality, then some pieces of reality are going to be underappreciated or underrespected or undertaken care of or something like that.
Yeah.
So that's where the room for conflict is that you end up with people who think Jews belong in concentration camps, or you think other people think this and other people think that.
You can't say that Palestine anything about apartheid with that because that's let's not talk the facts of that subject because
Right, Tremendum, wait a minute.
All diversity will end you up there eventually, okay? I'm just saying that
Right.
diversity is fundamentally going to be dangerous in a world where value is going to be determined by the consistency of perception.
Very good. Yes. Very. Yeah, totally.
Listen, Tremendum, this is a room about, like, we think that life is ultimately futile and it's useless, and we think people shouldn't have babies, and, like,
I agree with you on that. People shouldn't have babies.
And we should blow up the planet and all this stuff. So if you want to argue about something like that, go ahead.
So now you're subjective. Now you're secularizing and cutting me out. Why is
No,
it?
I'm not. No. I'm just telling you what the parameters of what the discussion is.
There's
I don't know if those are necessarily the parameters, so I guess
no free association.
I don't oblige anybody to talk on those parameters. I'm just saying that if you have a logical theory of reality that provides some opportunity for some kind of optimistic perception, I'm all for hearing about it, but it has to be consistent with some sort of fact.
In your opinion. In your opinion.
Well, I'm just saying some sort of fact in the sense that you have some sort of
This
evidence.
external that you
You
have
have some sort of evidence besides I
right,
know it. I
what's
know
inside
it's
of
in
you.
my penis or something. I mean, if you're
What
going
are
to
the
say you
macro and the
know it in your
micro, right?
penis, that's not going to be good evidence.
You know the micro and the macro. You are everything, and it's like everything you need is inside of you.
I don't. I'm not going to argue this kind of crap. I'm
It's
saying,
not crap.
yeah, it is. We live in a world where 10,000 years human beings have been dissecting the world, taking it apart, and so we have a ton of knowledge. And I'm saying that you have to have a theory that's consistent with that knowledge
External
gathering.
knowledge. So you have to reference it somewhere outside of yourself. Is what you've surrendered your authority to someone
No,
outside.
you have to connect somehow to the things that we know. Like Einstein figured out some stuff, and Edison figured out some stuff, and all kinds of people
Didn't
figured out
Einstein
that.
say though? What he said some pretty amazing things about like if they're not other beings, some stuff that's like not definable to this day about aliens and I forgot his famous quote, but he said Einstein was a genius, no doubt. I mean, that's
Yeah,
not.
I don't think he had anything all too good. Any glowing statements to make about aliens. So I think you're a little bit off on that one.
I forgot where I've heard. It's not necessarily the word
Yeah,
alien.
I think he thought they were all trailer trash or something.
It was a remark, and I can't remember where I heard it or what exactly it was, but it was something about if you don't think they're all for I forgot, but it is a quote of his. I just don't remember exactly what it was. So I do.
Okay. Good enough. Doesn't matter. I mean, I'm not invested entirely in Einstein saying he's brilliant. I'm saying that there's a whole bunch of work that's been done, so we know certain things that like photons move at the
They can
speed of light.
change.
We
Right.
know certain things, and certain things theories have to be consistent with the things we know.
Structure.
Yeah, human life evolved on this planet from absolute scum. The truth is that we are the descendant of scum. All right?
Yes, you're right.
So the context of some discussion about what humans are doing here has to be somehow related to evolution,
Okay.
the development of scum that sings and dances. And somehow the fact that their scum is now singing and dancing, that somehow the scum is...
Right. You hear how ridiculous that sounds? That just somehow that all happened. You can't look at genetics, and you can't look at things, and you can't think that there's something intelligent behind that. You think
Intelligent behind what? Foreskin? I mean, get real. What do you want me to find intelligence in? There are fucking hairs growing between in the crack of your ass.
I know, I love it.
Something intelligent, put them there?
I mean, that's funny. I wish I had my foreskin back on that subject. I've been mutilated, unfortunately.
Well, I'm happily mutilated, to tell you the fucking truth. But yeah, I don't need some knob of old thick rubber hanging on my dick. But whatever, fine. I'm just saying that you wanna think that there's something intelligent in our fundamental function.
I'm not saying it's some man behind a gate or something. I'm just saying I just don't see it as haphazard. I just don't.
Well, I'm just saying, how do you not see it as haphazard? How are we not making a mess out of everything we touch?
Oh, we do.
How are we not the monkeys fucking a football? I mean, exactly where do you find the graceful human?
Well, when you get above the place that you're at, you can look down and saw, oh, that's when you're immersed in something you can't see. But when you get above it, you can look down and see where you were.
Yeah, no, I think when you get above it, you're going to see even further up its silly skirt, and you're going to see that its pussy is way out of control.
Yeah, no, it is. It's demonic. It's fucking. It's the false reflection of the whole man.
Well, I'm just saying, as the repulsive reflection, I would agree with you there. The whole thing is a pretty repulsive reflection.
I mean, they're witches. They are there to, make further division. Women are, we are passion and we lust over them because they have vagina, and they are creatures to make men lustful, not based on emotion.
Well, I don't want to get into that nonsense. I'm just saying that's for a biological reason. Yeah, all the fucking males are whipped in nature. So just like all the other males, we're fucking whipped. That's right. There's fucking birds right now in a panic looking for blue shit. Right, so he can throw a bunch of blue shit in front of some dumb bitch, so he can get fucked.
So what do you think about this Ebola? That's like
I don't want to talk about Ebola. It's been around for whatever, 10 years now. Okay, it's not a huge.
I'm just trying to calm things down.
Okay, if you don't wash your hands at the crappy hospital in Scumholia, then yeah, it spreads. But otherwise, it's no real threat to a civilized nation.
Well, they're bringing they brought a patient to Atlanta just this other day. I mean, the first time live in
So
vivo.
what? So what? There's people with bubonic plague who
I
show up
know.
every
It's just
day.
a little bit freaky because
Right, the point is, it's not a threat to anybody. Okay, it's not a. It's a very unpleasant, nasty disease, but we know how it's spread, and it's not that easy to spread.
it's a bioweapon. It could be. You know. You believe that we're under assault as
Yeah,
people?
a bioweapon like what? Like lawn darts or something? What do you think they're going to shoot everybody with a dart with Ebola in it?
No, I don't think it's quite nearly that rudimentary. I think it's quite more than that. But
Well, you can't atomize it, so you're not going to be able to spread it. It's not an
How do you
air.
know?
It's not going to be spread airborne, so you're not going to have that much
How do you
launch.
know it hasn't been modified? How do you know? How do you know all this? You think that they tell
Because
you?
it's a big because there's certain stuff that you know. It's like AIDS, right? There's no
Oh, wait a minute. There's certain stuff that you know.
airborne AIDS yet, is there? So AIDS has been
How
around.
do you know that? There's certain stuff that you
Been
know.
around for 30 fucking years, okay, and it hasn't
Just
gone
said it.
airborne.
You just said it. It's awesome. You just said it. You just said there's certain things you just know. Tell me about what you mean by that. There's certain things you just
The
know.
science indicates that these
Okay,
cells,
okay.
the viruses cannot live outside the cell because
I
they're
have
killed by
something else.
ultraviolet light, okay? They're not strong, they're weak. The only thing that protects them is they have to be in a living cell. The only way you can transmit the disease is by an actual living cell infecting somebody.
You're awesome. You're awesome. You did say it. Because you do know. You do know. You do.
Well, I'm just saying, we do know what's a threat, and I'm just saying, if you want to talk about things that aren't a threat, I mean, global warming is a threat. That's a real threat. Ebola is not a threat.
Well,
And such.
are we against drug use here? Like, can people use entheogenic substances here? Is that allowed or is that forbidden?
Fine. I don't know. It's his room.
Yeah, do whatever the fuck you want. I was a drug user recreationally, but that's all there's for. They're a recreation. So it's like saying, are you against wanking in here? Well, no, I'm not against wanking if you don't jizz on anybody. Do whatever the fuck you want. But I'm just saying, none of my business. But if you want to do liquor ads, I mean, maybe you ought to go get a real job.
You know, but that's why you know shit, because you've done drugs. You've taken yourself out of the constraints of, the box that they put you in through the education system that is so revered. You've basically just been compartmentalized into specialty to go work in a system to make money so that you can be taxed. It's slavery. There's nothing redeeming about this world now, I'm sorry. It needs to just be wiped clean. And it is. It's just people don't realize it.
Okay, fine, whatever, fine.
So I'm gonna get high so that I can show my frailty.
I think what's your drug of choice,
I think
Tremenda?
you're going to get higher is the proper way to phrase that sentence. I'm going to get higher.
Yes.
Let's see,
You're
that's-
right.
What do you think? I'm asking. What is the guy's name?
Amor Fati. I think you're a meth. I think you like meth, right?
Yes, I like psychostimulants.
Yes.
I'm actually pretty decently built, and I still keep myself together and pay my bills, and I managed to be. I agree it's not good for you, and it's bad and it's terrible, but I'm human and I'm broken, and it's the one I like. People can go out and drink.
Okay, yeah. I'm just saying I don't really want to do drug commercials.
Okay. As long as you don't care.
Get as stoned as you like, as long as you can have coherent conversation.
Okay.
I don't give a rat's ass.
I get that.
Doing commercials for drugs is bad. Okay.
You're right.
Okay.
But when somebody says,
Commercials for stupid escapism is bad.
okay, I'm not giving you that. I'm asking you a
I
question.
would rather fucktarded humans find some way to do life not addicted to something. So just don't do a commercial for drugs.
You're
Okay?
You're right. It is. It's a fucking torturous shit, isn't it? You get it. You do. I didn't like you at first because you blocked me, but now I like you. So if you don't like me, that's okay. I still like you because you've said enough already.
You like everybody.
I don't really like anybody, so you're going to have a hard time getting on my like list.
Okay, well, I'm just going to smoke meth and
Okay, go ahead. Just don't burn your bed or...
Hey, I called it. It's not...
You did. I'm a complete misfit. Everything that they say that you are supposed to do, I didn't do.
Exactly. It's
And
okay.
I'm still
saying
fine.
I called it. I
Well,
called it.
you do have lovely white teeth. So
Yeah, well,
He
unfortunately,
is. He is attractive.
my ephemeral like vanity, I wish I wasn't, but that's something that's a long story, and I wish I could separate myself from it, but it's the last self, so I'm determined to hold on to the shallowness of it. I'm like my own contradiction, but that's another story.
yeah, I get that. I get that.
I mean, I hate it. I can't stand it when you're waiting for something new to come from you and it doesn't happen, and you're like, people give you all these external ideas. You're like, no, that's not right, because what you comes from you, not something outside of you. I mean, it can be a reference, but who you are is in you, not something that's told from outside
Wait a
of you.
minute. Just wait.
Yeah,
Just,
yeah, and it's a lot easier to see the escape hatch once you already fell out of it, you know, and that's the joke, right? It's always a little tougher when you're still stuck in the box.
Right.
But
Yeah. When you go down the rabbit, you can't unsee
you know, it all look really easy when you're
yeah,
out.
ignorant-
You say, oh,
ignorant-
yeah, that was easy, but yeah, it is so easy when you're stuck.
ignorance.
I have a question here. Have you ever talked with a meth addict?
I got to admit, I think this is empty. I think this is
Just-
empty. Yeah, ignorance is bliss, that's for sure. Wish I could take this
Yeah,
dumb
just-
again.
I'm warning you. It's going to go on all night long.
Well, I'm just saying, we can take care of that. There is a button that just says, you know, see you later, fella.
But
So-
I'm not saying he doesn't have anything valid to say. I'm just saying it's. I mean, if you're going to talk with a guy who's smoking meth, it's going to go on all night long.
Yeah, I know, but that's true of a lot of drugs, right? Being puro drunk is all night long.
Well, until he starts slurring his speech, yeah.
For me, it's having it a really good idea. When I'm really hot on an idea, I can't sleep for 5 or 6 days sometimes.
Yeah, well, that's for me. It's you got something you're on the edge of. Oh, I've got a unification theory. For my brain. Oops. Let's do it again.
But who knows? Maybe some profound thoughts can come by smoking meth. It's not
Well,
going to deny that.
inspiration is a tricky business, right? I
The
mean,
Oracle of Delphi would breathe fumes from the gases of underneath the sulfur, and she altered states do not mean they're wrong. Doesn't mean you can't get something of wisdom and virtue.
Right, I know, but we know the probability is, though, is all you're going to get is bibble babble and mission.
Anything that comes out of this mouth is bibble babble because it can change tomorrow.
Understood. I'm just saying that that's the likelihood, so people should be a little bit down on it, like, oh, gee, that's a bummer, because, boy, this is going to be a big waste of motherfucking time, ain't it? Yes, it is going to be a big waste of time, okay. We're not saying it's all bad, we're just saying it's not all good.
Oh, yeah, but at least you're willing to be in what you're in. There's nothing worse than people that they're not in. They're like, if they feel bad, they run away from it and tell themselves they're happy, like a lot of people, and then they delude themselves into thinking that there's something that they're not because they get uncomfortable. You have to be in what you're in. If it's shitty, it's shitty. If it's good, it's good. But don't make it something that it's not because you're uncomfortable. Because then you.
Well, I mean, all that is crap too, because if you're in prison, you might as well imagine you might as well imagine you're not, because it ain't gonna be any fun accepting reality then.
No, it's a bitch. The truth is a bitch. It sucks.
Yeah, I'm just saying, some parts of the truth I'm all for evading, if at all possible. But I'm just saying, when you're doing philosophy, that's not psychology. So yeah, philosophers have to sit there and try to have a real conversation about real shit.
Plato's allegory of the cave, wonderful. It's a great the Republic. I haven't read it all, but it's the allegory of the cave is a great little parody. Great. If anybody wants to check it out.
Yeah. Don't name drop around here.
Yeah, well, Plato is a tricky name to drop anyway, so yeah, let's not do Plato. Let's try to find something a little more current.
Current.
Yeah, I mean, somebody who knew what a microbe was. You know, maybe we should. Yeah, the conversation should be limited to people who actually knew what a microbe is or something.
You're dissing Plato. You're like that. He's just is not irrelevant. Is what you're saying. Philosophical.
No, I'm not saying it's irrelevant. I'm just saying he was so incompletely informed that he had to deal with a world where all you could do was draw stupid conclusions because there was so much wacky shit going on that you couldn't explain.
You have it all figured out, don't you?
Yes, basically.
Yeah, that's my job. I mean, I spent my
I know.
life trying to figure it out. And I actually
I'm
figured it out.
saying
That's right.
that's why
That's
the
right.
thing.
I actually successfully did what all human beings should fucking do, which is figure it out before they play the game, right? Before you play a game, you should figure out how to play it, right? Well, yeah, that's what I did. I tried to figure it out, and I have figured it out.
And you're still here, and it's crazy. You can't get out. It's like this. It's hell. It's hell.
Well, that's close enough, isn't it? Yes,
Yeah.
it's close enough.
You know, yeah. How you doing? You know, when somebody asks you how you're doing, and I'm good, I'm happy. You know, I know what I say. I say, I'm relatively content. That's about all I can say. If you're relatively content, you're doing pretty good.
Yeah, well, I say stupid things like, well, still breathing. Yeah, okay.
Generally,
So that's the answer.
you know, nobody cares if you have it. Like, how you doing? I'm having a. Oh, it's not good. But they really don't want to hear anymore. They want you to say they're having a
Yeah,
good.
they didn't want to hear about it.
Because
Well,
they
I
don't
just got
care.
diagnosed with cancer, you know. Yeah, they don't want the truth anyway, so fuck them.
They don't care. They're acting civil because that's what humans do because they're animals and you're
Right. Humans act. That's the key word right there. So stop right there. Humans act.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
They're all acting.
Yeah.
You know, and the performance sucks.
They're all playing Hamlet, and they forgot they're playing Hamlet. They think they're Hamlet in the play. They forgot they're playing that character. They actually think they're Hamlet.
I don't know. Hamlet was too interesting.
Well,
Hamlet's too interesting.
it was a random character, anyway.
Yeah, well, it's more like Barney the dinosaur or the blue Teletubby. Porridge,
Now, you know somebody, the Teletubbies, those people were high out of their mind. I mean, come on.
Well, yeah, I agree with you.
Come on.
They're fucking psychotic lunatics. That whole baby thing, I still don't know what the fuck that is, but that's spooky.
All night long. All night long. Yeah.
A little baby laughing in the corner. What the hell was that about?
I don't know. And we wonder why we're fucked up and why our kids are getting more fucked up. You know, there's girls that want at 11 years old, like these 11-year-old girls that want you to fuck them out on chat rooms. They're like talking about getting fucked in the ass, and I'm like, you're 11. What are you even doing on here? I mean, it's unbelievable.
Let's not even go there, please. Okay?
I'm sorry. I free associate, so you'll have to put me back in line because I can't help it. I don't mean to do it on purpose.
That's fine. I'm just saying I really don't want to hear about your exploits with 11-year-olds.
No, it wasn't an exploit. It was somebody that said this shit in a group room.
I understand, but you are exactly the kind of person that you're just saying, well, what kind of rooms are you going to?
No, Tremendum's not going after 11-year-old girls.
No, I'm just saying. What I'm saying is I conversate and it kind of goes all over the place, so I don't intentionally try to diverge from the thing.
We don't really need to. You're lying in bed doing video, so yeah, we know what you do, but whatever. We don't need to hear. I'm just saying, change the subject. We're not doing let's talk about the 11-year-olds we've interacted with on the internet.
All I'm trying to say is I didn't intentionally do that to be destructive. It's just that my mind, I'm free associate. I can't.
Yes, the young people of today are as more whacked than the nice, basic, level-headed coke heads of yesterday. Yes, they're totally out of control.
So yeah. I mean, if the measure of sanity is what's walking around out there, average, normal, then I'm batshit 100% insane. Because, you know, if anybody can look at this world and tell you that it's operational, there's something seriously wrong with them. Seriously wrong. If you can look at this shit and say it's going to be, first of all, it's rooted on money. And as long as there's profit, nothing will be fixed. Because if it was fixed, you couldn't make any more profit. It's not fixable. Money is the root of the problem. Until you get rid of it, it's not going to work.
Well, that's not true. There's nothing wrong with money. It's just you can't allow some people to own it.
Listen to what I just said.
No.
You can't have shit fixed if there's a profit, because if it's fixed, there's no more money to be made.
That's not true. I'm sorry. As long as you recycle the money, it's okay. It's not a big deal. They taxed the rich in the 70s, and it worked.
This is fiat we live in now. It's fiat currency now.
Oh, it's always fiat currency. That's not relevant. All fiat is you have more loans. The point is if people learn not to borrow money, then they won't be in debt.
What about cost of living? What's going on?
Yeah, well, the cost of living would be stagnant if we didn't have to pay interest. But the fact is, we have to keep paying interest, and the cost of everything has to go up because more profits
You're
have to be
actually
made to pay the
defending a
fucking interest.
You're such a smart person, and you're defending a monetary system.
No, he's not.
I'll shut up. I'm
Much
gonna strut my meth.
feedback. Too much feedback. Music by Betrayal Guy. I don't know whether it's you, but somebody's feedback.
Mr. Natural feedback.
Yeah, I really can't mute him, which is funny.
That felt fantastic.
Yeah, well, I guess everything does.
Well, yeah, right now everything feels fantastic for him.
Just say no. You end up like a crazy person like me.
No. Pound for pound, you're probably smoking the best high there is.
Good. It really is good. I mean,
I know.
I don't want to drink alcohol. I want to fucking like smoke meth and like, you know, masturbate chronically for like 48 hours when my penis is swollen. Stop myself. I can't stop myself. You're just out of control. And you're like, why am I doing this? Why am I doing it? And you can't stop.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, whatever. Different strokes, as they say.
Action. There's not much that distracts me. That does. When you can't stop yourself.
When you're on video, it's a very good idea to think that you're standing and talking to a judge. You are sitting here and you are talking to a judge. Now, will that modify what you say?
Good point.
I don't know. Is that? I mean, I don't know. Is that really what you're doing, though? I mean, you really should think that everything you're saying is being.
You should take that assumption. Ever since they started tapping telephones back in the 40s, I've always made the assumption that any electronic media whatsoever is being monitored.
Yeah, I know, but should we really be thinking about that? Because then we'll all become so dishonest.
Well, honey, all your thoughts are not your own. There's like post-hypnotic suggestion. It's way beyond what people are really willing to accept. I won't even begin to go there.
You can tell the truth to a judge. You just have to be careful how you say it. And that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't talk about 11-year-olds or certain types of drugs or talk about, you know, sex acts. Those are things you would not say to a judge. However, you can talk about vaginas and et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, this sounds like a secular. I see where he's coming from.
I don't think you have to get that. I don't think we have to be that harsh. I mean, there is this general subject about the fact of what intoxicants are and whether they enhance life or enhance your experience or whether they make it all survival. So there's some legitimacy to that discussion.
I'm not concerned about
I just spent the whole afternoon at a funeral surrounded by people like that, remember?
Yeah, so I know. So I know my point is that we know that probabilistically that most of these substances create more ruin than rhyming good word would be.
in a functional sense, you're right. It's very destructive.
I think the substance is like any other tool. I could take a screwdriver and put it in your eye and kill you. It wasn't intended for that. The problem with a lot of these drugs is once they get out of the lab, they get into the hands of ordinary people who have addictive habits. And that's what's at stake here, not the drug, the addictive habit.
Well, that's why it's done. It's
But I think some of this stuff is kind of radioactive. It's not just like a utility tool. It does have a taint to it where it does kind of, but it just wants to blow up. The thing itself is kind of dynamite.
It wants to free your mind, and you're supposed to live in.
Say there's nothing to do with freedom, so that's just a pretend word you just put in there, right? We know that drug use doesn't have anything to do with you being free.
It's an altered sense.
It has to do with you being in a cage, not you being free.
Of course, because as soon as you open your eyeballs in the morning, guess what? You're a slave again. And you go to sleep at night, then you might not realize you are.
I'm just saying that you're going to be a slave either way, so that doesn't have anything to do with it. You're not going to be freer because now you've acquired a dependency to another piece of shit.
Sure.
You're already dependent. And you're saying, okay, I'll become dependent to some more bullshit, and that somehow makes me free. Well, that's kind of...
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. But you're right. I'm just saying, well, I'm a human. I'm fucked up. I admit it. You know,
Well, I know, but you're admitting it in a stupid sense, in the sense that you're still making rationalizations for it, as if being stupid is quite acceptable as a performance level. Well, it's not
I'm not
really.
stupid at all.
It's
I am not educated, but thank God. But I am definitely not stupid.
Yeah, well, says you. But okay, fine. I'll take your word for it. But it still doesn't have anything to do with the point. And the point is that I'm just arguing that all drugs are kind of dead end. None of them are going to give you more than they take away.
Everything material is dead end. Everything that's finite ends. It goes away. So that's
well, that doesn't mean it's a dead end, though. Like I said, you can have something finite that is perfectly productive. I mean, you know, the guy who invented the polio vaccine had a finite life. It was still a productive life, so there's no point in saying it's a dead end. He obviously did better than dead end.
Right. Correct.
So I'm just saying, how much of your human potential are you throwing away?
Oh, my human potential has been... Our human potential is more massive than we can imagine, and us living in this system now, born into it, we can't imagine because we're so defective because we were made that way.
You're still changing the subject.
I'm not trying to glorify this drug. I'm not saying that, but I find myself at this point in life, I'm not really interested in pursuing anything to contribute to the way this world is now because I find it completely unredemptive in every manner. So
I understand that. So, but I'm just saying, even as a rebel or a fighter against it, you're still not too good for the cause because you're just basically finding a way to cope out. You're coping out.
Well, that's what everybody does. I mean, everybody can only...
If everybody's jumping off a cliff, are you going to do that too?
Oh, you're not listening. I'm saying everybody has a breaking point in a body where the pain is like, ouch, and you want to run away. You wouldn't tell me you put your hand on a hot...
I understand. I'm just saying that, that there's no point in encouraging or suggesting to anybody that they're going to find enlightenment this way.
I did not. If that's what you said, I suggested that. So I said that it is mind expanding. Period. It's proven. I'm not saying you're going to find enlightenment because you have no choice in that anyway.
Well, mind expanding or enlightenment are kind of interchangeable phrases, but regardless, I'm saying
enlightenment is bestowed upon you.
You're saying it has a value as something other than an escape, and I'm saying no. I think it's just a wank.
It just feels good. It feels good to chronically
just taking time off. You're taking a vacation from your obligations because it feels good.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm living in my beast, and it feels good.
Well, exactly. So let's not glorify that, okay? That's not exactly being a high performer.
You're absolutely right. You realize how much you're saying and not knowing that you're saying it? You're saying some very awesome things.
Well, whatever. Yeah, whatever. I think you're assuming something to say I don't know I'm saying it. I think I do know I'm saying it.
Unconscious. This is the part. Yeah. Well, I know. It's a mystery. And people are crazy, and we all have shadows, and I love for people to see mine. And when they do, I'm like immediately, but it's not egoic. It's that people will say something like, "What'd you say?" I don't care who it is. I could be a pauper on the street. If they somehow can perceive past and say something, even if it's about the grass or the sky, they can sometimes say shit that some reason you pick something up, and it's like they're your muse, and you get something from it. Like, oh my God, they don't know they did it, but it happened.
Changing the subject again.
I just had a free association. Forgive me for...
Yeah, it's okay. It's not an unreasonable one because at least that subject has some sort of meaning to it.
Excuse me for veering off the straight and
this whole idea of musing and the whole idea of how people could inspire each other.
This is how I feel. I'm sorry.
Change each other. That is sort of an interesting subject, and some of that comes through all this bibble babble that people do. But I'm just saying that generally speaking, I think where everything goes wrong is people never take life seriously. They're taught from the very beginning not to take it seriously.
Because they're children. They're perpetual children.
Joke. It's all some sort of God fable. It's all some sort of idiotic story that has nothing to do with maximizing your performance, maximizing your impact on the world.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, I understand maximizing the impact on the world, but my thing is, I'm more about personal growth and self.
Right. I mean, you're more about, again, your personal growth is just a euphemism for I'm more about having a good time and not being too burdened by obligation. Okay, that's
That's one way. That's one way of looking at it, but that's a very, very narrow way of looking at it. I choose to like and like. Everybody likes.
I choose to take the easy road. Okay, yeah, we got that.
I don't choose to do what I know is false. I'm sorry. I'm not going to.
You know it's false because you don't want to have to put on the janitor suit and do any work. Okay.
Why should I? I never asked to be, I never asked to be put here on this earth.
That doesn't change the fact that there's a mess and it needs to be cleaned up, and that everybody's bailing on the work, and so the mess don't get cleaned up, and they're all bitching about the mess like somebody ought to do something about that, but it ain't going to be me.
Do you ever think that could just everything happens? You know, you ever consider that everything's going to happen like it should in the same direction, but when you're immersed in all this hell, you can't see how it puts together. Like when a lion is chasing a llama, like or cheetah, to eat food because that's the natural way. The llama, I'm giving it. The llama is like getting eaten. So the llama dies. The llama thinks that's terrible, but that's the food for the cheetah. So, but what's wrong with that?
You got the wrong animals in the wrong continents, but whatever. I mean, jaguars.
Why do people refuse?
Jaguars might go after llamas, but I don't even think they're in the same territory.
You see, you're doing that to keep your audience because you like numbers, but you're smarter than what you act like sometimes. You know that. But you like to have people around you because you have to dumb yourself down so that people will listen to you.
I don't like having anybody around me. I hate every one of you motherfuckers, so let's not be fooled.
Okay.
Let's not have any false illusions that I enjoy human contact. I would like...
I know. I wish I could say I was like that too, but damn it, I'm still stuck in this fucking thing.
Yeah, well, whatever. That's your game. I'm just saying, don't make assumptions about what I want or what I need.
I'm not saying what you need. I'm just saying sometimes you say stuff that's contradictory to what you express in other ways. It's amazing. I mean,
yeah, well, you're not pointing out the contradiction in it. You're just saying words and saying, I'm say so, and well, fine.
No, it's not. I'm trying to find commonality with you because when it's egoic difference, it's always going to be a fight. When it's a unique self difference, it's uniquely each other, but it's the same all the way through. That's the difference. Ego always fights. Your unique self is just you. Mine is just me. No. And we can
only have one fucking agenda, okay? My agenda is there's all this broken and wrong and stupid in the universe, and the only thing smart enough to clean any of it up are these human shitheads.
What do you think?
And if the stupid human shitheads are too busy wanking and drinking and farting, then they're not going to fix any of it.
It's not going to be fixed this time. It's beyond reproach at this moment. You just have to kind of find your peace with what you're doing. I'm
not going to find my peace with idiocracy. So yeah.
Okay. Then you're going to die. You're going to die. You're going to not live. You're not living.
Well, that's fine. I have my janitor suit on. I'm going to do the right thing. If all the rest of you shitheads do the wrong thing, I can't do anything about that. But you can't tell me it can't be or it can't happen.
I don't mean to come across like that.
Obviously, I figured out how to put my boots on. I figured out how to put the overalls on. So if I could figure it out, you fuckers can figure it out.
You got that figured out, but you're not going to die because I already know. I mean, you're definitely not dead at all. You might identify with death really well, but you're not dead.
Well, whatever. I don't even know what that means. I'm not claiming I'm dead.
I'm being nice. That's all. I really didn't think I liked you, but now it's like, Anyway, somebody else talk. Somebody else talk something. Somebody else come up with something.
If you listen for a while, that would be very nice if you listen for a while.
I will listen, but can you let somebody else talk? It's your room, right?
I don't care. It's my room in the sense that I made the room, and I just want to have a conversation that's rational.
I'll just get high and fat then.
I like the idea of an inmendham zombie. I think that would make a nice TV show, inmendham zombie.
No, that's not what that would work. You have to look that up. That's not what that is.
Yeah, logic zombie.
No, are you talking about my name?
I'm not.
Okay, I didn't know what he was. I couldn't quite understand him.
That's okay. Just have a little resty now, a little bit of a rest.
Impossible for a meth addict. I'm just warning you.
Yeah, well, I've just been you go,
Especially now.
you know,
Especially now.
You got him going. You got him riled up. But
Well, see, now I have to defend myself because I have the wolves out to get rid of me. They can't.
No, I'm not gonna get rid of you. It's not my call. I'm just saying that
You're using passive, aggressive, manipulative, psychological tactics to influence the person who owns this room, and so are you.
yeah.
Yeah.
It is true. He is maligning the value of your content by continually referencing the fact that you're a meth head. But whatever.
Don't
Okay,
don't try to
you're
get
right.
rid of me. Talk about something besides getting rid of me, and I'll shut up. Don't play your fucking games because I'll call them
Right,
out.
okay, but I'm not too sure you will shut up.
I will
So
if they will fucking back off.
I think his theory that you're going to be incapable of shutting up may be correct.
Trust me, I will. If the wolves will calm down and let me be. If they don't shut up, I won't shut up. But if they can just
I'll let you be. I'll let you be.
If I don't win.
Yeah,
I'll
well,
let
let's
you
see
be.
how long the test lasts. It's like I said, it'll be like hours for him. Seconds will be hours. I can't talk. I can't talk.
You can talk. It's just
Quiet.
Gary,
Hey,
is there
it's
any
bathtub guy.
Gary, is there any way that the fucktards that are not talking on mic can leave the hangout, because there's people in the chat that want to come in here?
Can you talk to do the chat on the who, what, want to do what, where? I don't know.
I think he's saying that there's some people who want to chat that can't chat because the max number of people who've canned up is already reached.
Oh, I see.
The power
Okay.
of numbers. They always gather.
See,
Yeah,
you can't
so
shut up, dude.
Fail for the other people to come. Well, Jim, you're not doing anything. Why don't you take a breather?
Yeah, Jim can go. I'll go too if you want me to.
I really don't think that would be terribly useful. You're maybe can make a contribution if there's a conversation.
Well, I warned you about the guy who's smoking methamphetamine, but anyway, he does bring some interesting. I'm not being a wolf. I'm just saying you do bring some
So
interesting.
there's no point in you again bringing up his meth problem. I mean, really, you are being a little bit of a whatever you call people who nag people incessantly.
That's true. Okay, I'll lay off.
All right. Well, Jim isn't paying attention to my request,
Sorry.
so I'll help Jim out the door. All right. Now that should leave an open spot for some loser. I mean, person. Down. Down doesn't sound too good.
That's me, bathtub guy.
Oh, okay. Who's try men?
That's the guy who's been talking all night. And I'm
Oh,
sorry that I said that.
Tremendum Facinos. It has a D in it. That's me.
Who the hell is Toki?
Toki's not going to say anything, ever.
Okay, well then Toki can go.
I'll talk. I just don't have much to add.
Oh, okay. Well, Toki's in the game then.
I mean, I could try to.
Well, you were babbling incessantly on Tiny Chat a couple hours ago, so why don't you repeat what you were saying there?
I suppose if something comes up. Right now, I have a discrepancy with premise 3 and 4. I was trying to work out with Sid.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he's chatting.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what Sid is, but fine. What's Amy doing?
Amy's being pretty or something.
I can't see anything from Amy, so. I mean, I don't want to get rid of an Amy, but, we do need to.
Yeah, don't leave, Amy. Hang out.
Open opportunities for people who wish to get in the room that might add something. I guess the method could go. Right? I think we're done, right? I think we've heard it all.
Yeah, the pressure's building on you. I mean, I know it's bound to happen because you're being projected upon.
Well, no, I'm just saying you probably don't have anything else insightful to add.
I'll come back later, but I understand.
Philosophy has
I'm going to leave.
I think we've got the whole picture, so yeah, I think we'll just say goodnight.
Oh, I feel bad.
Whoa, something just happened. Something just happened. Somebody hit a button you probably shouldn't have hit or something. Oh, okay, there it is. It's working. All right. So now we have, well, so still, yeah, okay, we got 8. 2, 4, 8. Yeah, so there's 2 open. And we're still got feedback from Music Fiber Trail. Mr. Natural.
I think there's 2 Christians. 2
By
wayward.
betrayal. I don't even know why do I keep saying by betrayal anyway. My brain is so fucked.
There's 2 waywards.
There's 2 waywards. I only see one. Well, wayward could be Amy. That's really good. A little bit. Yeah. Anyway.
If I'm taking up room, I can go.
I think it's okay. My doc only shows 8 people in here, so it should be okay.
Okay.
That's my understanding, anyway. So where you been, Wayward? Anyway, doing something interesting?
No, I've actually been doing something really miserable and depressing.
Ah, yeah, writing postcards to all the women you loved before. Yeah, something, right?
Actually, I've got a friend who's suicidal.
Oh, that's always fun.
Yeah.
They just keep bitching and moaning, and you're just like, oh, gee, could you just stop all that bitching and moaning, please?
Well, it's not even that. They have all kinds of mental disorders and all kinds of problems, and they gets to a point where they can't even keep track of time. They don't remember things they were doing yesterday or the day before, and they refuse to seek help, and it's just a fucking mess.
Yeah, you gotta just. I don't know what to say on that kind of subject. It always ends badly. Yeah, win. Bitch.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
Yeah, it's like, well, whatever, yeah. Well, I mean, good luck with it, but, yeah, it's not easy.
I'll do what I can for them, but at the end, it might look like they might end up going, so if they do, then I'm just going to have to accept that.
Yeah, well, going isn't necessarily that's not necessarily the worst end. Like I said, the worst end is staying but never getting better, So when you watch people spend years, fighting and not winning, that's a lot worse, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing good about the alcoholics I've known is that at least they did finally die, because, yeah, they were just in a perpetual hellhole. And, you either get better or you die, but staying there is no good.
Alcoholics have a lot more fire under their feet, though. A lot of pot smokers just sit on a couch all day. They're not very robust.
Ah, nice rationalization by the fat drunk guy. Okay. Excellent rationalization. Very good.
Yeah, I had a cousin who recently died of cirrhosis. The doctors diagnosed her like 2 months before she died. She's like, "Whoa, shit, I'm done." So she had 2 months left to go, and then yeah, that was it. She had been drinking her whole life.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. The guys I've known, they, finally their livers left town, and they were just stuck with, yeah, well, they're probably not going to give me a new liver because I'm a drunk. Yeah, well, good. At least they're smart enough not to waste a perfectly good liver on you. But yeah, that's the point. I mean, I hate to be that cruel about it, but I mean, obviously, like I said, these people get to some point where they just, even when they dry out, they just go right back again. So there's just no point. And they're so bad. I mean, they're just so drunk that it's like, how can you live like that? How can you live that drunk all the time and not know you're in hell?
Well, it's just like the temporary feeling of being above it all when you're drunk. You just ride it. You ride that snake, so to speak.
Yeah, I never really understood it, just because I guess I wasn't a happy enough drunk. But yeah, I just don't get it. This is, like I said, the two people in particular I knew, they weren't happy drunks. They were lamenty, moaning, complaining, whining, bitching drunks.
So
You
it
know,
happens when you have to recover from the hangovers, and it's just horrible.
yeah. Well, the one guy never even had a hangover. He never. I mean, like cigarettes to me was like alcohol to him. I mean, he was just made to drink. He never got sick. Never. I mean, I couldn't believe he could live like that. But I mean,
Weren't you a bartender, Gary?
yeah, I was for a few years. I feel kind of bad about that in hindsight, but I liked bars. I mean, I really liked the atmosphere of a bar. But I mean, obviously, most of the people,
Yeah, I'm here.
they weren't chronic kind of. There was a few alcoholics that would come in every night, but you know what I'm saying. Most of the people, moderated their drinking, so it was only on the weekends and stuff. And people being a little drinking isn't so bad. It's just the people who just don't know where the button is to say that's enough.
Well, it's just that they're so. I mean, I think that their lives are. I mean, they just look forward to kind of escaping a little bit. The lives are so mundane and boring, and it's just
Yeah,
basically boredom.
that's the kind of thing. I mean, like I said, I mean, I hate to say that I enjoyed bartending and I enjoyed drinking a little while I was bartending. Um, it was kind of but it was a nice bar. You know what I'm saying? It was a nice kind of social thinking. It wasn't a crowded bar. You know what I mean? So it was a kind of a personal bar where you could just talk about shit. So it was kind of a.
I mean, think of all the conversations throughout history, throughout the centuries, that have occurred in pubs and bars and.
Exactly. I mean, it's as funny as it sounds. I mean, I think it was part of a kind of an important part of my maturation was learning to have conversations with people about what means something to them. And just I think I learned a lot of that through having that job. I learned a lot about people and how they cope.
Yeah, and I think doing any kind of drug is like I've been around a lot of meth addicts, so that's why I was kind of ragging on that guy. But yeah, it's the same thing. It's like it's just people open up, and there's no boundaries at all. To let it all flow out, and it's just kind of interesting to take that in.
Yeah, I have had no experience with meth addicts, so yeah, that's I'm completely ignorant.
I shouldn't say that guy's a meth addict. That was a little bit harsh on him, but just people who use meth. I mean, I've been around the gay community a lot, so I know that, and it's very prevalent there because they kind of know that as a gay man, they have no purpose really in terms of like being in a siring offspring or whatnot. So they kind of invent their own like individual meanings towards life, and then they're a lot more like creative and stuff like that.
I don't know. I don't know if I'd put it that way because I certainly don't see how being gay would make me feel like, oh, I'm missing out on the fun of.
Well, it just puts you in opposition to most of the.
Yeah, but you're generalizing and stereotyping an entire population. So.
Well, I don't even, like I said, I don't even know if it's a bad generalization. I just don't think it's true that any kind of gay person that's serious about being gay is going to be all that harmed by some perception that they're not typically human. Because frankly, you could be pretty proud to not be a typical human. I mean, anything that would make you something less than the completely owned, stereotypical domestic asswipe, I think, would make you kind of feel, wow, I'm sure glad I missed that train.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. It's just that they're kind of like automatically in the default position, like that's not going with the flow, so to speak. Especially in America, I mean, they get a lot of flack. They get a lot of discrimination, so it kind of focus. It kind of makes them more self-conscious.
I don't know. It's got to be worse in Asia, though, right? I mean, you see, in America, I mean, Asia to be gay is probably worse, right?
Well, I'm not gay, but yeah, of course it is. Yeah, I mean, there are people in Korea who would say that like there's no gay people in Korea. They would actually have the audacity to say something like that.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, I don't, especially in America, it's probably not an appropriate thing to say about gay because America is pretty liberal compared to most of the world.
Yeah, that's true, but a lot of places aren't.
But it shouldn't even be, even to say pretty liberal is kind of funny, just because you're saying, well, why, it's not even something to be liberal about. I mean, it's just so obviously none
Yeah,
of,
it's like,
no,
hey, I accept your lifestyle, and then it's like most people actually never even think about it.
yeah, and especially when it's not really a lifestyle anyway, right? I mean, you're right.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
One tiny piece of your life. Especially when you see so many gay people who are so desperate to somehow mimic traditional role playing. You see that in people, and you're just like, some of that's kind of funny because you're just like, wow, you know, you're the non-thing. You've accepted not being the thing, and now you're dressing up like the thing. You know what I mean? It's like you're trying to be it, even though I mean, that you have nothing to tie you to it.
Yeah, a lot of them will like adopt children, or you know, yeah, it's interesting phenomenon.
Yeah, it's culture is a very powerful. I mean, much more powerful than I realize, I guess, in terms of motivating other people. But yeah, I was sort of always a non-identifier with any of that. Like I said, I never identified with even a race or I never thought of myself as being something in particular, member of some sort of group.
Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, like whenever there's a sporting event or something like in the World Cup, like everybody identifies as American or let's go USA, blah blah blah, and I'd always root against the United States because I knew how much nationalism was just kind of a cop out or kind of like latching on to some kind of entity outside yourself. So I always kind of despised that behavior.
Yeah, I just never got the whole like wearing your Irishness on your sleeve or I just never got it. It just never occurred to me to care about any of that shit.
Yeah, in fact, for me, I abhorred it.
It's really weird that we call ourselves German or Italian and we don't even speak the fucking language, but we still call ourselves that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like I said, it is strange that people are so. I'm not saying from my perspective it's strange. Just and the weird thing is that I sort of have a kind of unique ethnic look. You know what I'm saying? Yet I'm totally disinterested in any kind of manifestation of that, associating myself with any of it, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
Gary, what is your unique ethnic look?
Well,
Aryan.
I mean, I got the blonde hair, the blue eyes, that kind of bullshit. I just mean that, I fit into this minority profile, and yet I never thought anything special of it.
I think you resemble a Viking myself.
Yeah, whatever. Same difference. But yeah, I guess the thing is too is I saw some of my ancestors. You see these old photographs, and they're just scary looking motherfuckers, and you're just like, yeah, I don't even want to know who I'm related to, because they're probably crazy fucks.
Well, that's a weird thing too. Like your grandparents are like it just diverges so quickly. I mean, your great grandparents, your great great grandparents, it just morphs into like this tree of genealogy that really becomes incomprehensible after a while. Who are your ancestors really?
Yeah, and it's kind of funny though, because when you look at them, you start to. It doesn't take long before you can't find any similarities between you and them, and you're just
Yeah.
like, holy shit! I mean, I got Italians, relatives. I got, people that are really, really ethnic in some other way, and it's just kind of funny. You're saying I can't find any of me in them.
I had an ethnic studies professor, first day of class. He told us that we should feel very happy and proud because we came from this long lineage, and we are the result of that. I never understood that concept. I still fucking don't. There's nothing special about us at all.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to interrupt here, but yeah, you're right. I mean, it's just like when you look at your mother and father, and then their mother and father, it just diverges into like a tree, and it just goes off. And like 200 years ago, you had like 36 different relatives who directly contributed to you. So it's not like a male lineage thing, which is what we always kind of focus on.
Yeah, well, even the whole fact that they cut all the females out of
Yeah, right? I mean, that's like half the lineage. I mean, Jesus Christ.
acknowledging that bloodline, and yeah, it's kind of more than half in a way, just on the female sides because they're all inheriting the same epigenetics, you know.
Yeah, nobody ever talks about that. It's like, oh, I'm Irish or I'm German or blah blah blah. It's like, no, actually, you're a lot more than that.
Yeah, it's I just don't see it as a very important. I mean, the fact that people are I just, like I said, it just never really occurred to me to give a shit. I mean, I'm just trying to do like be a human thing, and I guess appearance. You'd almost say it's almost like being attractive versus being ugly or something. It's just, yeah, you can be grateful that you're not like ugly. You know what I mean? Or you could be grateful that you weren't born with no legs or something, but you can't really say, yeah, this is just great. I'm much better than them.
Just be grateful that you're not bathtub God.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying that you can recognize advantages and disadvantages in your position, but I mean, those have nothing to do with you. It's not like I have anything to do with that, right? It's like not like I made me, so I should therefore take credit for it. But that's another one of these ironies where we're more a reflection of the world that we exist in than we are a creation. It's like I'm the fact that you are all failures and losers is more a bad reflection on me, and the fact that you've made me super and cool means that you did a really good job and I sucked.
Let me ponder that a little bit.
Well, I'm just saying that I'm a byproduct of your influences and you're a byproduct of my influences.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you're not like, I don't know. I mean, you told yourself like super cool or something, but you're the only guy who's speaking this stuff out and needs to be said.
Well, I'm just saying I was sort of making it. I was being facetious, but I'm just saying it is just kind of ironic that somehow the stupid world made me, right? I mean, the world of sheeple and the world of stupid systems are all broken, and all that, all that bad system somehow made me. Yet, the thing I'm for, the things I'm fighting for, somehow aren't making better people out of you, so to speak, as a general class, the average person.
Well, no, I think I would disagree with that because I mean, I became vegetarian because of you, and I decided not to have kids because of you. So how can you say that's a broken person?
I guess, obviously it's by weighting. Obviously the weighting of the world on me is bigger than the weighting of me on the world. So I'm setting myself up an impossible task. So it's just the way I did the comparison, where it's obviously not going to work because you can't make a comparison between your effect on 7 billion people versus 7 billion people's effect on you. In other words, never mind. It's not a really legitimate concept beyond just recognizing that we're byproduct rather than product.
You mean to tell me none of you fucks have written bad checks, though?
Well, I just mean that the fact that you write bad checks isn't your fault. That's our fault. I somehow failed you.
I mean, maybe it's too early to tell, too, you know?
I don't know if it's, well, obviously it's too early to tell. Yeah, I mean, you won't be able to write my epitaph until I'm done, and even then you might not be able to write it for a while after I'm dead, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying that to notice an immediate effect is kind of, you know, maybe wasted energy a little bit, kind of projecting into the future. And I mean, you know yourself. You've made the argument. You've had people subscribe to you. You've had people, you know, you've said yourself before that people have sent you PMs saying they're not going to have kids because of you. I mean, you've made a pretty impactful.
His epitaph would say "Don't try," just like Bukowski's.
Well, I'm just saying, instead of saying that you still want to win the war, so the game is you still have to win the war. So if you lose the war, it isn't going to matter that you fought a good fight, right? Because you lost the war. But I don't want to go that far down this line of thinking. I'm just saying that it is kind of funny that the people who criticize me, let's say, indirectly created me. So isn't that the irony, right?
Yeah, I could see
that's the sort of the argument I'm making. Somehow their world created me. So, you know, the reality they defend. And so that I'm just saying there's a certain irony with that.
You're a critical figure, though, unlike them. That's the difference, though.
I mean, it's not only you. I mean, it could have been anybody. I mean, it's just. I think you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself. That, I mean, let me think about it a little bit.
Yeah, well, again, I really didn't mind turning into some myself argument. I'm just saying that obviously your peak performance is a tricky thing to ever find, and getting the most out of yourself. But I'm just saying the irony is I wouldn't be, whatever anti I am, the anti is going to be manifested out of the very forces that are fighting it or that it's fighting against. And I'm just saying that's the funny thing is that this egg is produced, you know, by the opposite chicken.
Yeah, I see where you're going.
Somebody has a TV set on. Can you folks hear that?
Yeah, there's some feedback still too. I don't know what it all. I don't know. I don't have sufficient control mechanisms to fix all of this stuff.
Some of these people that haven't said a word are still kind of, interesting to me. They're just sitting there, just smiling.
Yeah, I'll try some muting and see if that gets me anywhere.
That one helped. I don't hear it now.
Okay, cool. Yay for my team.
Yeah, I mean, as experiencing as an individual psychology, you know, such as yourself, I mean, it must be kind of, I don't want to say overwhelming, but there must be some kind of.
He's making the point though that he's the antithesis of what his parents expected him to be for what the purpose he was supposed to serve. That's what he's trying to do.
Yeah, not only his parents, but all the people who argue against him. So it's like it's a lot to take on to your shoulders. But
yeah, well, whatever. I mean, I'm just saying that I think it's the obligation of anybody who really thinks about life is to say I got to find that peak performance and I got to achieve it. You know, just because there's value at stake. But that's just the catch of the game. But yeah, it is just this irony of this idea that this stupid system, you know, a system I criticize, did make me. You know what I'm saying? That is the irony of it, right? Is that the stupid system did make me. So, man, it's kind of hard for me to be critical of something that actually created an egg I'm saying is the right egg.
Biologically, it may do, but when it comes down to your self-actualization, you made yourself. You self-actualized
Well, I
beyond
mean,
the.
it didn't do it on purpose, obviously. I'm just saying it obviously wasn't an intent of the system, but I'm just saying that obviously it's broken in such a way as that it's going to create its own rectification. You know what I mean? Its
Yeah,
own,
yeah,
its
yeah.
own
I mean,
terminator.
it's when
It's
you're long gone. I mean, it's going to happen again.
yeah. Well, I'm just saying that it's broken in such a way as that it's going to create its own correction. It's almost like I'm the antibody to the parasite. You know,
I often think about that. Like, what if the universe is not the universe, but the biology is kind of trying to correct itself in a sense, and saying like, listen, let's implant this reason that we've done something in error, so to speak, and let's try to rectify that by blowing up the planet. You know?
yeah, it is kind of funny that we are like the correcting white blood cells that attack.
Yeah.
You know.
That's a weird headspace to travel into. Sure, surely.
Oh yeah, somebody's got like a hair dryer on or something. I don't know what that is. Kind of a funny sound. Pops in and out too, which is weird. But anyway, I have to get something to drink, I believe.
Give us a poll, and then we'll decide what you should drink. You used to do that in the MP3s anyway.
All right, the choice is vegetable juice or vegetable-like juice matter substance.
What about Pepsi? What about Pepsi as an option?
Yeah, there was also the alternative of a Coke, but I don't. Yeah.
You used to say Coke and coffee. That was it.
Yeah, well, I already did the coffee thing, so I just figured it's time to do something healthy. So
Fine, vegetable juice. That's all we have.
Okay, cool. I'm glad you all agree. Yay.
I'm going to see Coca-Cola and lime ones, but.
Some blue one?
I'll be right back.
Okay, good. Everybody will be right back. Everybody be right back. Everybody do that.
So you people that are on camera, are you ever going to speak, or do you just like to sit there and look stupid? What's your prerogative in sitting on camera? Yeah, that's what I thought. You can listen from the channel. We don't need to see you in order for you to listen. While you're here, you should interject and try to converse. Yeah, you can. You can simply go to his YouTube link to the YouTube channel, and you can type in text while you're sitting here watching. You don't need to be in the room. That's very subjective, what you consider to be rude. Please don't be rude.
So who's bathtub guy nagging now?
I was just making the point that if they're going to sit on camera, it'd be nice if they wanted to converse.
Yeah, that's probably true, but you know. Yeah, that's probably true. Probably is.
Well, I just like to kind of bring up a point that if you're going to, point out the truths of the world using a logical structure, the person or the consciousness that does that is not irrelevant, but just. I mean, it's hard to do that, to point it out and put the pieces together. And I know you were saying earlier that it's kind of a mind fuck for you, you know, to realize that you're the one who's putting all this out there, but it's out there and it has to be discovered, so to speak. You know what I mean? It has to be uncovered. So you're uncovering it, and in the process of uncovering it, it's like there's a
Yeah, well,
tremendous.
it's kind of funny just because, I only incidentally have a personality, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I've never thought of myself as being somebody who'd be a public speaker or, you know what I'm saying? I just never thought of myself as being something like that.
Yeah, we all know that because we know you have like social anxiety. We know a lot about your life and stuff, but the fact that you're propelled to put forth this medium is.
Yeah, so it's just kind of funny but I really like the theoretical parts of it. You know what I mean? It's like I like computer programming. I like things like that. I like the logical process of, forming perspectives and trying to pick holes in them and see, I mean, I just enjoy like a video game. I enjoy that, like problem solving. So it's just kind of funny that I've had this funny role where the thing I want to do you can't really do because it's too sterile. And the thing I don't want to do, which is have a personality I happen to be good at, even though I don't like doing it, which is kind of funny. So the thing I don't like doing, I'm good at. The thing I want to do, I can't seem to be able to do it in a manner that's,
Sorry to interrupt, but can you tell Bathtub Guy to mute his mic or mute him, Gary, because it's really annoying. There's sounds coming through. I will leave, by the way, because Bathtub Guy doesn't want anybody sitting around.
Well, and you don't have to leave, so I wouldn't let Bathtub Guy control you that way.
Yeah, I mean, there's still spaces open.
Is the feedback coming from him? I don't know. I mean, I haven't.
Yeah, it's his mic that's open, so it must be his.
Yeah, well, he's down, right? I think I muted him before.
Yeah, it's not working. Can you... Oh, what the hell is that beeping?
What is the what?
The beeping?
Yeah, the beeping's my microwave oven. That's my juice is ready.
Well, can you go back to what you were saying about you enjoyed doing is it the logical underpinnings, that kind of thing? But you.
Yeah, I'd like to be the number 2 man. That's all I'm trying to say, I guess, in some sort of way. I'd like to be a presidential advisor rather than a president. I mean, I'd like to be the guy in the background rather than the guy in the foreground. That's all I'm saying.
How about like hosting a seminar or something, and you'll like pick your candidates to come to Mendham and figure this shit out, and like give us some. I don't know. That was stupid.
No, well, that's actually a good idea because there's a show from PBS that sticks out in my mind when I was a kid. And it was just a philosopher roundtable kind of thing. And I really hated the philosophers. Okay, they were all a bunch of arrogant, pompous douchebags. But, I mean, just the idea, they sat at a big table and they argued, philosophical questions. And it was just a really... that simple format just seems like, why didn't that catch on? I mean, it's so obvious. Yeah, you take a bunch of really smart people, put them at a dinner table and see what they do.
Yeah, there's the unfortunate, I'm going to call it a byproduct of, the fact that you're the guy who's carrying the torch, so to speak, is that people are going to attack the messenger. And so it's really unfair, and there should be more people who are I've just jumped in, so to speak, recently, but I think that more people should be following less and contributing more.
Yeah, well, you all are. So I mean, that's sort of like what's really good, and I mean, Laura's been great. You've done good. So there's lots of voices now that are getting into the conversation, and frankly, you are better at some of this than I was. I mean, I had this bad. I mean, I had the liability of being the guy who brought it up, so to speak. You know what I mean? So, yeah. I mean, there's so much bad fruit between me and the audience that, we're never going to have a good time together. But I mean, you guys all have kind of cleaner starts, so you don't have those past reputations to get past.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like if, I always kind of think of it as if there's a cause or if there's somebody who's going to say something slanderous or completely irrational, you're always the guy who attacks first. I mean, you're always the guy who's on the front line, so to speak, and we're all kind of lagging behind watching what happens. So I always felt, before I started posting vids anyway, I always felt kind of guilty about that. But at the same time, I was
Yeah. Some of it's just kind of the way it works is going to always work out. I mean, the guy who goes first is, he's usually going to get the first bullet, and all that kind of stuff. So, some of that you have to accept as, the way the game's going to be played. But that's just sort of the thing. There's not. I mean, the biggest problem with my arguments coming now is just the legacy of my previous reputation, right?
Yeah.
So I can't get past my previous reputation, so that always taints the conversation.
I think we know that, and then we also. No, there's a lag here. Mr. Natural. And so we know. James Young Savant was talking about this the other day. It's like it doesn't matter who puts forth the arguments; just that you've uncovered it in such a way that we feel obligated to somehow contribute to it. But the fact that you do it so well, you've been doing it for so long, forces us to play catch up in a way.
Yeah, well, I just think that we're all going to find how to use this medium better, and so that's why I'm kind of optimistic about trying these different mediums. Like we tried this room and we tried different things, and I think the Vlogger Dome show has some potential, and maybe things like that. So maybe we'll get to some point where we'll have a conference, or we'll have some other substantive performance art, or whatever you want to call it, that will be compelling and durable.
Yeah, I mean, because you've more than done your part. I mean, you've more than. I mean, if you wanted to tap out or retire now, I mean, you're more than.
Well, I do feel good about that. Like I said, I could drop dead tomorrow, and I don't feel so bad about the state of things. So.
Well, I don't know. I mean, if you drop dead tomorrow, I would feel like there was a void, a tremendous void, and I think we have to catch up somehow to that. I think Flower is doing it. We're trying to catch up. It's just that the sheer amount of work that you've contributed is I mean, as a newcomer, it's really daunting.
I'm just saying that you're doing pretty good. I'm just saying that I feel pretty good about it. So I'm just saying it, and that's part of it is that it all doesn't have to be about one person. So you can all make your contributions, and it's not all on one ass's head, so to speak. I mean, for a while it was just me and Derived Energy. We were just the the only ones. So it was.
Yeah,
really,
no. Yeah, I mean, and there will be more. It's just that it takes so much effort even to overcome the fear of being attacked as an ego, that there's a lot to overcome there.
Hey, what do you guys?
Well, it's unpleasant to be the bearer of bad news, and that's part of it.
Yeah, but once you get it, I mean, like I said last weekend, you've been attacked in every week. Okay, what?
Hey, is anybody listening?
Yeah, well, not to you necessarily, but will you have some?
I understand. Earlier they were asking for people to participate, and I'd like to participate if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, well, you're just interrupting so far. So okay, you interrupted somebody in mid-sentence. I mean, maybe you don't know that, but you did. So do you have something to say?
I'm having a bit of a lag, so I didn't really notice that. Go ahead, I'll just start talking when you're done. Whenever. Sorry.
Very good.
I'm just saying, well, yeah. Well, I kind of lost my train of thought, but what I'm trying to say is that the process of getting comfortable in front of the camera, as you've been, is something that once you get over that hurdle, I think some kind of skill or some kind of comfortableness gets developed rather quickly.
Yeah, well, like I said, you can go back to some of my older videos, and I wasn't exactly I did look a little bit like a deer in the headlights sometimes. I mean, I was sometimes really quite aware of performance issues, and I've always had problems with certain phrases, in terms of my speech showing up as pauses and whatnot. And so, all those little things do bug the fuck out of you. But yeah,
and there's the unfortunate byproduct that you're like 90% of what's going on in this community, and so people will just attack that as a cult of personality or whatever. But Old Fan has, done like a lot of work to do the artistic side or corral people to come into the community, but it just we need more time.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's I'm not, like I said, it's looked a lot better than it's ever been lately. So I'm just saying it's not too bad lately. So,
but I'm sure there's been points in the past where it didn't look this good, or it did look this good as well, and then it just kind of fell apart.
Oh, I suppose it has its up and down. I mean, you get disappointed by people like my Jay Sounder thing. We had those transitions, and Wayward and different times where that was difficult to go through, where people kind of betray you a little bit, but you get used to that too. So, well, whatever.
I mean, my purpose is
saying that I'm feeling better about things than I've felt in a while, in the sense that you really feel like you're going nowhere, when it's just your voice against the mob.
Yeah. I mean, Old Fan talks about this a lot. She knows that you're tired. She knows that you want people who can step up. And like I said before, it just feels like we're trying to play catch up. And I know we can do it. Most of us are really young. Like I'm in my 30s, and like Sid and whoever else is making videos are mostly in their 20s. So that's a positive step.
Yeah, and I think you're doing really well for your age. So, what is there to say? I mean, like I said, I feel good about it.
And if there was a guy who was like in his 50s or whatever as you are, and if we could jump back in time, and like if you were in your 30s and there was a guy who was in his 50s saying the same thing, I think there would be, yeah, definitely there's a long chain of improvement to be had.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've had the not growing up with technology and all that kind of crap, so it's not quite as, I'm not a Twitter kind of person, and I'm not a lot of things kind of person. So, I mean, a lot of these things I have limitations because of my age, but I also have advantages because of my age, so I guess it works both ways.
Yeah, I mean, there is a definite advantage in that you're more comfortable speaking out your ideas, and then I think most people don't even have that chance, and I mean, in real life, to kind of start practicing, arguing, because most people don't want to argue. They want to just, like, there was this really, I don't know, this is kind of really off topic, but there was a video of you on the Bloggerdom page where you were making a music video, and you kind of like had that like a drawl or like a blanket over you, and you were making a music video, and you turned around, you let go of the blanket, and it was talking about everybody has their own opinion, right? And
that's
let go.
Joke video. Yeah, that's the joke video of the Buffalo Bill thing.
Yeah, and I can't find where that link is, but it's just that we are so conditioned by our culture to not upset the apple cart. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that was a funny time in YouTube history too, because I was getting nagged by all these people, so that was really a response to Be Serious, and this whole.
Well, I can't find that video, and I really want to see it again. I think he took it down from the main Bloggerdom page, but I get goose pimples every time I see that because it's such a powerful video.
It should still be there. Yeah, I have to find it. I mean, I must have a good copy of it somewhere. So, on one of my hard drives, I really have to find a good copy of it.
It's just that your junk is tucked between your legs, and you're just, like, everybody has an opinion. It's just really powerful. I wish I could see it again, but I don't know where it is.
Yeah, it is funny. I mean, I thought it was pretty clever. I mean, for something I threw together. But, I liked when I had more of a sense of humor back then. And
it's just that, I mean, the fact that you're the guy who's saying everything we're not supposed to do, you're doing, okay? So, like, you're the guy who's saying, fuck you, I don't respect your opinion, and this is the reason why, or you're the guy who's, basically saying everything that's anti-mainstream media. So people have to kind of slowly chip away at that edifice that's encased around them in what they see in the world. So you're doing very valuable work. It's just that we need. I'm not saying we need it, but we should be more proactive in our approach.
Yeah, I'm not. Look, the more you encourage each other, the better. I mean, the more you put pressure on each other and all that shit. But yeah, I mean, it is sort of a role I just always played. I mean, I would like to be 25 again and have this technology access and all that, because I was a pretty good arguer back then. I mean, I was a pretty dynamic person. And I do have like a fatigue now that that just weighs heavy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I really am just so tired. And
yeah, I can only imagine. I can only imagine.
I'm just so, it's like the goose being force fed or something. It's like, no, I can't eat another bite. Just leave me alone.
Yeah.
So there is a kind of where I really have to fight for it now. Where I would like to have a little bit of that energy of my youth.
But any time there's like an attack or a slight, for example, from Luddite Returns, you're always the first guy and to go on the front lines and attack that. And I think everybody who's watching this knows that, and they really respect it and admire it, and they wish they could be that person. So the more you give us encouragement, the longer you support us or like our vids or link our vids or whatever, that goes a long way. It really does.
Yeah, and well, like I said, you're all doing really well. Like I said, Flora has been rather amazing in conducting her rooms, and
even though she's not an Nephalist, but whatever.
Yeah, well, she's getting there. I think she just she doesn't like it emotionally, but I think she knows that logically it's a trap, and you really can't get out of it.
Yeah, I mean, these kids are just like 20, 22. I mean, they're like, dozen years younger than I was. So, I mean, if I was exposed to this at 21 or 22, I don't know. I mean, shit.
Yeah, so that's the funny thing is it would be so obvious to me. Like if somebody said this stuff when I was a kid, I would have been like, oh, finally somebody's telling the truth. Oh, okay, great. Because I was just so open to some other explanation than, yeah, this all makes sense somehow. Because I just knew it doesn't make sense. It's like I knew the asymmetry was there. I just didn't know how to articulate it into that form. To say that, look, the default would be don't fuck with this mess. And it's infinitely wise just to look at it that way, that this is always dangerous.
Yeah, and I think just that anytime somebody tries to speak that out in public, they're just going to be immediately shut down because they don't have the support, so to speak, of being able to.
I just know that even when I was 7 years old, if somebody would have said the words "better never to have been," I would have been like, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it just would have been an instant. Yeah, okay, this is how to say this. Well, I mean, what I'm feeling, I knew had words. I just didn't have the words yet.
What's wrong with the motto, though? Don't try. What's wrong with that?
Don't try? I don't know what that means.
The world is so fucked as it is. Why should I even bother trying?
Well, because not trying is automatic failure. So we're back to this war thing. If there's a 1 in a million chance that you can stop Adolf Hitler, why not try? I mean, what you're going to do with your life otherwise is just going to be pretty much a waste anyway. So you might as well put it to some use. I mean, you're not going to be seriously happy either way. I'm not saying you could have your legs cut off for the cause, So obviously there could be a very big difference in what you're sacrificing. So I'm not telling you to alienate yourself from your family or get yourself kicked out of your apartment or do something stupid for the cause. I'm just saying if trying just means that you have to spend a little time thinking about it and a little time working on people, Well, that's not asking too much.
Realistically, I just want to fucking die. I just don't want to fucking exist.
I
Yeah,
know.
I understand that. Realistically, I do understand that, but I'm just again, I'm saying that if that's exactly why you're here, it's because everybody who could have stopped your existence couldn't care less or couldn't get off their ass. So
Yeah,
They failed you.
we're inevitably going to be stuck recreating our victims if we don't do something to stop the creation of the victim. So you can't win by giving up. Is all I'm saying.
yeah. I mean, I gave up a long time ago on living a happy life, quote unquote. I knew that this is not going to happen. So now I'm either going to end it, jump off a bridge, or I'm going to try to turn it around and say, listen, this is not, I'm going to dedicate my life to trying to stop it, basically.
Mr. Natural, where do you weigh in on this?
Well, I started a movement back in 1966, which was zero population growth. So I haven't changed my opinion, except back then there were only 4.5 billion people, and we were warning them that when you get to 10 billion, there's not enough resources for us all. So what are we, up to 7 billion now? I guess nobody's listened to me in the last 50 years.
Yeah, well, they have listened. That's the funny thing, right? In the civilized world, they have listened. And the only place they're not listening is in the uncivilized world. So that's the joke of it, is we've won the argument. It's just the intellectuals won't get off their ass like bathtub guy. They just say, why should I try? Well, the reason why you should try is because it ain't going to get fixed if you just keep placating it. If you keep fucking whitewashing it, because you're afraid to offend somebody's ethnicity or something, well, then you're not going to get the job done. I mean, it's time to call a poor Slav a poor Slav. I mean, they're not fucking Van Gogh or something. That's some precious thing that you got to protect from the evil, nasty society passing judgment. These people need to have some judgment passed on them.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, go ahead.
Basically, I was trying to explain to everybody that if we keep doing what we're doing now, we are killing everybody and ourselves, and maybe we should do it more effectively, like right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're better off, with some sort of nuclear winter,
Right.
You are in some kind of, Soylent Green dystopia.
I used to tell my friends I imagined that the whole world had one neck and I had a guillotine.
Yeah, well, that's the guillotine thing has really become something for me lately. Just because I used to think of the guillotine as a horrible way to die, and then I realized over time that no, this is a great way to die.
It's the most humane. It honestly is the most humane.
Yeah, I agree.
You sever the brainstem to the rest of the body doesn't suffer. The brain lasts for about 4 minutes the most.
Yeah, well, it doesn't last in the sense that you kill the blood pressure, and that's the key element. So there's no more blood pressure. You sever the connection between the heart and the brain, which kills blood pressure, which is automatically you're going to lose consciousness. So you're done. I mean, as soon as that light goes through those arteries, you are done.
Yeah, most people.
The pain signals coming from the body can't get to the brain, so it doesn't register.
Well, I'm just saying, even if the pain signals could get to you, I'm just saying that without blood pressure, your brain shuts down. It does not do anything anymore.
No.
That's why most people who suffer strokes, for example, they pass out. And if you die from a stroke, your brain there's no pressure to the brain, there's no blood pressure, and you just pass out. It's like the easiest way to go. If you're playing tennis or something, your heart's beating, not enough blood gets to the brain, boom, you pass out, you're done. Good way to go.
The guillotine is the most, actually the most humane. Now, on the other hand, there are things like consumption. When people died of tuberculosis, they went to a sanitarium. They died very slowly, but consumption gives you all these wonderful, beautiful hallucinations as you go out. So you forget the past, and you just go into this lovely world, and step out of
Yeah,
yourself.
it's kind of an interesting word. I did like that consumption word, but just because it's kind of
me
a
too.
funny word for this, for what it really is, which is, we probably should be using some word that has more to do with the, if you how you're just being slowly deconstructed. Like you're not consuming. You're like the opposite of consumption. You're completely reduction. It's like you're being reduced out of your life. Um,
Well, your lungs are actually rotting like a tomato. If you've ever watched a tomato rot, so that is a deconstruction.
Yeah, well, I just mean the biggest part of the consumption is just the fact that you no longer eat, you no longer
Right.
maintain your body mass, you just basically fade away.
You just don't care.
Yeah, and I used to think that even about like this last cold I had was just such a nasty one though, because sometimes it's kind of enjoyable to be sick, just because you do have that little bit of a weird feeling, but yeah, it was just
Yeah.
it just wasn't any fun this time. It was just kind of funny. Like I was like, man, this cold isn't any fun at all. I don't even, I didn't even get any boners or anything. It was like just totally useless cold.
Yeah, in the summer of all things.
Yeah, just nasty. Just nasty.
It must have been from the kids from the pool you're working at or something.
Yeah, I know who I caught it from. I was just being pretty bold. Somebody came over and I was like, I knew they had a cold and I was just like, I don't catch colds. I'll be all right. Blah blah blah. So it was my own fault.
Yeah, like I was saying before about my dad, we don't communicate anymore, but he was a total recluse, total misanthrope, and he would never come in contact with human beings, and he never got sick. Never. And so he would always remark about that, like, I'm never sick. It must be because I never talk to people.
Well, that's exactly, it is sort of true. I have learned that in life that, you only get sick because people give it to you.
Yeah.
It's the hands. Here at my music school, I'm in contact with kids all the time, and they're like little germ factories. They walk in here and put all over my piano, all over my flute, all over my violin. It's impossible to get rid of it.
Yeah, Mr. Natural, I was an English teacher in Asia for a while, so I know exactly what you're talking about. They come into my house, and they just, like, have no awareness whatsoever, like 0% awareness.
Yeah, I consider kids a petri dish.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's why I have a spray bottle of alcohol, right? To just spray
Just a
it.
moment.
Yeah.
That's
Spray
an old.
alcohol on it. Spray alcohol on it.
Okay, mute your mic, Mr. Natural.
Oh, I think he's trying to do something like that. I think he's okay.
There
That's
you
an
go.
old
Okay.
school phone, man. I heard that thing ring. That is old school.
Yeah, it is kind of cool. It's nice to see somebody with a real phone. I actually have one of those. I haven't plugged it in yet, but I have an old AT&T phone.
Yeah, back in the days when you had to rent the phone from the phone company and you never actually owned it. I hated those fucking days.
Yeah, well, compared to now, where they just it's like they rip you off for everything. Like I gotta argue with Verizon. But they're just ripping me off on this internet.
Is their FiOS service even that fast, Gary?
Yeah, well, I have FiOS, and it works very nice. I have to admit, it's been pretty reliable. But I'm paying $50, and it's just too much. I mean, I shouldn't be paying $50 just for internet.
They should give you some kind of a lifeline discount if you call them and tell them that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to. I hate to even call Verizon because it's an hour you're going to have to throw away of your life to call them.
Yeah, well, it's called Lifeline. It's for low-income people. Lifeline, whatever. Whenever you call them, just mention that.
Yeah, I can do that, but I don't. Like I said, they'll find a catch.
Yeah, just like the fucking power company. I'm still pissed about that.
Yeah, well, I did. I did cut my use in half, which is funny. So, I'm getting them back for it. That really was such a farce, for all over a 50-cent piece of plastic. Just such a pile of crap.
When you say you cut your use in half, are you saying the new meter doesn't record as much, or that you just stopped using as much power?
Yeah, I stopped using as much. I just, I turn the computers off now. I have all my lights on, motion sensors. I even unplug the refrigerator now and then, that kind of shit.
Question is, are you still running those frame movies?
Yeah, well, they're good, though. I tested them, and it's 11 watts.
Well, that's nothing.
Isn't that amazing? 11
Yeah.
watts.
Yeah, that's very low. Like the average refrigerator is like 200 kilowatts a month.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, so the digital frames, I don't have as many going, but yeah, I still have 3 going. But I mean, it's 11 watts. Come on, there's good night lights for 11 watts. It's a win.
I have to find some of those because I know you said before it's like an inspiration for you.
Yeah, well, I'll have to send you one. So yeah, when I send you my address, okay, then you'll have to send me your address, and I might have, they're a little buggy, but it's I probably can get another one working. Send you one.
Yeah, send the address and I'll send you what you want.
They're really durable too, which I like. I mean, this one by the computer, I mean, I've knocked it on the floor at least 30 times, and it doesn't even go out. I mean, it doesn't even shut off. I mean, they're just really nice, durable. They're the thinnest ones I've ever seen. You can hang it on a wall. I mean, it's only a half-inch thick.
Yeah, I think the last time I saw your video, or one of the last ones, you were playing right next to your monitor. Actually, was
Yeah,
12
I
Angry
have it
Men.
right here, because when I lie on the couch, I can watch it. But I mean, look how thin this thing is.
Yeah, super thin.
It's completely flat, in the back, and it's
12 Angry Men, right?
yeah, 12 Angry Men.
Yeah. Is that a good motivator?
Well, I mean, I've seen it so many times, that it's sometimes you're just a little bit annoyed, like, oh, I'm sick of these guys. But I mean, they are great actors and all that kind of stuff. But the mixture on there is kind of interesting. I have a lot of movies. I have The Godfather. I have a whole, I have different SD cards I can plug in, and I've just been lazy, so I just let this one run. But it has 12 Angry Men, Stagecoach, old John Wayne movie. And then it has The Matrix, the Fifth Element, and oh yeah, that newest Aliens movie, the Paradisium or whatever the fuck it is.
Prometheus.
Yeah, Prometheus. Yeah, it's just so bad that I threw that on there just for fun. It's so bad.
I put a bunch of Marlon Brando movies on there, like Godfather or like the Young Lion or something.
Yeah, well, I have to get a good copy of that because I love that movie.
The Young Lions?
All the Young Lions. Yeah, that's a great movie.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, Dean Martin, I don't, I mean, he was a pretty good actor, but I really hated his character in that movie. But it was such a great Brando movie. I mean, Brando was really.
Did you ever see Caesar, the Brando movie, when he made that speech again, admonishing the people who cheered the death of Caesar, and he came on, and he made that like 5-minute speech about just railing into the people of Rome, how stupid they were for supporting the death of Caesar. That was the greatest cinematic moment I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, I have a vague memory of it. I'll have to look that up, though. Yeah, I mean, I think some movies sometimes are a little bit too boring in the middle, and then I don't really respect them. But I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, look up Marlon Brando and Caesar. He was I forget who he played in that movie, but I think he played Mark Anthony.
Right.
Yeah, that's it. And
isn't Kirk Douglas in that?
No, that was before him.
Spartacus. That's Spartacus or something.
Yeah, but I mean Marlon Brando. Holy crap! Jeez, unbelievable. Before he got like a food addiction, but.
Well, even after he got fat, he still was somebody who commanded attention. I mean, he wasn't interesting. I mean, I thought he was brilliant in Apocalypse Now.
Yeah.
I mean, he really saved that role or whatever. I mean, really manufactured something out of nothing.
he had to wear an earpiece in that movie. He refused to memorize his lines.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
regardless, it doesn't really matter, does it?
if you, I'm surprised you haven't seen that speech. I mean, that was like, oh, it's unbelievable. But if you see that speech by Brando as Mark Antony and Caesar from like the 50s or the 60s, let me know because I'd really like to know what you think about that.
Yeah, I'll have to look it up. It's probably on.
It's on YouTube, yeah,
It might be on,
definitely. Like,
so I should be able to find that.
make a note.
I'll write it down. Caesar Brando.
And don't forget a Morphety address. I'll send you what you want.
Yeah. We'll see if we can handle that. But
Yeah, look right now. I'm looking at
are just so interesting, and like I said, even The Young Lions is such an underrated movie. Like nobody even knows of it, and it's such a great Brando movie. It's just so funny.
I know.
A movie, that is so well done. I mean, it has such great acting in it. The French chick was really good. I mean, it was just really a good movie.
Like right in front of my face right now is after I watched A Streetcar Named Desire. You know that one by Tennessee Williams?
It's just a pile of crap by comparison, And that's
like I have that book right in front of me, the screenplay, and there's Marlon Brando just standing in the kitchen. That was just, oh God, unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't like it at all. I mean, that was just too much of a soap opera for me.
You didn't like Stanley Kowalski?
Well, I'm sorry. I just don't like A Streetcar Named Desire was a stupid movie. I just don't get it. It's not.
What about the Island of Dr. Moreau?
The one with Brando in it? I don't remember the Brando one.
Yeah, Brando did that in the mid-'90s.
Oh, it's probably horrible then. Well, that's another story I'm not too keen on, to tell you the truth. But I mean, I thought who was the other guy? Burt Lancaster did a pretty good job. But yeah, I'll have to see. I don't remember the Brando version. Funny.
I thought the guy was still talented though, even when he was fat though. So I'm, kind of in disagreement there with your friend.
Yeah, well, he was fat even when he wasn't fat. You know what I'm saying? He was always a little bit stocky. So, let's get real.
I remember, like, there were stories in Hollywood where he would try to be on a diet, and friends would lob tubs of peppermint mint ice cream over his fence in the evening to try to get him his food fix as he was trying to diet.
Yeah. Well, there's lots of weird Brando stories. I remember he put a bunch of electric eels. I remember there's some story where he put a bunch of electric eels in a bathtub. I mean, a swimming pool, because he thought he could raise them, and they'd be an energy source. And he had a whole plan, that we're going to solve the world's problems with electric eels.
Yeah, the problem with actors, right?
I'm glad that I never took a bath at Marlon Brando's house.
Yeah, well, I'm glad they had an imagination, that he cared enough to think about it and to actually do something, so that was good of him to have something.
Well, yeah, that's cool too. Like he never accepted the speech for the Oscar. I can't remember what it was. Maybe it was for Godfather, but he protested in favor of highlighting the discrimination against the Native Americans. You remember that one?
It was during the Wounded Knee uprising. That's back in the 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying he wasn't an uninteresting character. So but he's one of those people. They just have charisma. There's nothing you can, it's like.
Yes, exactly.
I was like that with Richard Burton. I mean, Richard Burton could, tell me to do anything and I'd do it because Richard Burton said so.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You just love to have dinner with like Richard Burton, Marlon Brando. You make this little list of these great actors. Peter O'Toole. It'd be really neat.
Just to interject here, what do y'all think of David Lynch, the director?
And I'm not a big fan of directors, to tell you the truth. I don't, anybody can be a director. What the
Pretty
fuck?
much, right?
Turn the camera on. Yeah, point it at that guy. Okay. Yeah, now let's go do the other scene. Okay. Point the camera at that guy. Okay, do that scene now. Yeah.
Yeah, but just a funny anecdote. My mom got to see the movie Eraserhead when she was pregnant with me, so I think it kind of fucked her up a bit. It's just like the story of this mutated baby being born, and it's supposed to be David Lynch's worst nightmares all compiled into this film.
Did David Lynch do Naked Lunch?
I think so. I forget.
That was based on Burroughs' work, right?
So,
Yeah, Burroughs is the one who wrote it, but I thought David Lynch directed it.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, in the film version.
Yeah. Yeah, well, like I said, I'm not too impressed. I mean, Francis Ford Coppola, right? He's directed some of the greatest movies, but they were great movies. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if his direction was all that necessary, but they were great written movies,
Well, I mean, do you think Steven Spielberg's overrated? Because I do. I think Spielberg is definitely.
Well, obviously it's all this special effects crap, and it's not even that good, right? Remember all the hype for Titanic about how these are the greatest Forever Wolf Films has added Hangout Toolbox. I don't know what that means, but okay, thank you.
Yeah, old fan. Good to see you.
She's just adding a bunch of shit. She's added YouTube. I don't know if I want that. Stop using apps.
Yes, we've been doing fine without apps the whole night long.
Let's see. YouTube needs your permission in order to start. Well, I don't care, but I don't like it.
Yeah.
It's fucking everything up. It's doing stuff. I don't want to do stuff.
Hello?
It's good to see you. Are you feeling okay?
I can't do shit.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know if you guys can. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
You're trying to do shit, and it's fucking doing. Well, whatever. I'm just saying.
I don't know what's happening because all I did was just sign on. I didn't select any apps or anything.
Okay. Well, I was getting a bunch of requests that you were trying to control the universe.
No, you know what it is? It's probably because I have the apps installed anyway and you don't, so it's asking like you for allowance to use them or something like that. I don't know.
I don't know either. I had them all installed.
That's my guess.
They all went away, and it's okay with me, but I just don't know why they all were there, and they're gone now. But whatever, it doesn't matter. Anyway, whatever the problem was, it went away, which is good. Yeah. So that's true. But it's funny how inconsistent these people can be, right? Because you look at the Godfather saga, and by Godfather 3, I mean, there wasn't much of a movie there. And you're just saying, how the fuck you can make that clunker after making the first two?
Well, it's all about the franchise. They thought that the franchise would draw them in, even though it was a shit movie.
Well, I just mean that if you have some integrity as a director, you still think you would be able to pull it off, even if you don't have a great anything. Your job as director is to make something. He didn't seem to even try to make something.
Part 3 was pretty shitty.
Well, I mean, it was kind of lame, too, that, okay, yeah, I got a shitty script, I got kind of a wacky story, and, well, I'll throw my daughter in it to boot, just for the fun of it. That's pretty lame.
pretty much the same thing with Star Wars, The Hobbit, just milking it for all it's worth.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, that Star Wars is a really good example, because you're almost like, well, obviously the guy got damn lucky with the first 3 Star Wars, because, man, the second 3 were insane. I mean, what the fuck? That stuff was such crap. You're just saying, how could that guy make the same? How could it be the same guy making these two groups of movies?
He's been consumed by greed.
Yeah, I mean, this second group was a comic strip. It wasn't even close to being a movie.
J.J. Abrams is doing the next one. I'm not looking forward to that. He really fucked up Star Trek.
Yeah, well, Star Trek you expect to get fucked up. I was talking about Star Wars, but Star Trek is kind of funny just because those movies have been all kinds of inconsistent. And Leonard Nimoy, I guess, directed 4 of them or whatever. But their stories have they just haven't had the good script, right? I mean, lately these stories are just all this fucking time travel crap, and you're like, fuck this shit already.
Yeah, the guy who did the new Star Trek ones though is making the new Star Wars movie.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, Star Wars is already. We know we're done, right? It's fucking dead. I don't know how they can reclimate it.
No, I agree. They fucked it up.
I mean, they turned Darth Vader's character into a fucking wimpy idiot who, what? Oh, I gotta blow up the universe because my mommy died. I mean, he's just an emo fucktard. I mean, it's just like, what are you gonna do with that character? I mean, he's fucked. I mean, you just can't take Darth Vader seriously anymore, right?
Well, I wish the prequels or whatever were never made.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't do the story any good at all. They were just horrible.
But I mean, the old actors will be in the new one, like Harrison Ford, fat Princess Leia, and Luke Skywalker. So that might be good.
I thought he was dead. Didn't Luke die or something? He's still alive.
Mark Hamill? No, he's around.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember him like Corvette Summer. He made some really stupid movies, but they weren't watchable. But man, bad movies.
He's actually a very successful voice actor now. He played the voice of the Joker in the old Batman animated series. He's done really quite well for himself doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I just mean that his career obviously didn't go anywhere, which is kind of funny. I mean, you would have thought he could have done something,
Yeah, especially being launched from like the greatest film series ever.
Yeah, it just does seem like he should have gone somewhere besides nowhere. But yeah, I just don't know. Like I said, you're reclamating. It's like a 90-year-old Terminator reclamation. I don't know if that's going to work, right? They're bringing back Schwarzenegger or something. I'm the old model. Okay, the wrinkled up 10,000. We're supposed to look old, so we fool people like we're weak, but we're really strong, even though we're all wrinkly.
That's another franchise they fucked up royally, though, was the Terminator franchise.
Yeah, I mean, look how badly that went. I mean, they just turned that into another one of these emo movies or something. I mean, just stupid bullshit.
It was good up until T3. After T3, it went downhill.
Well, they all go so bad. Look at what they did in the end of The Matrix. I mean, jeez. Let's shoot a zillion Squidwards.
Does anybody think the original Predator movie was awesome?
It was.
Yeah, I don't know about awesome. I mean, it was, it was a little bit boring in the middle for me. I don't know, I don't know if it was like that for you, but it just sort of dragged a little, in the middle. But the ending was great. I mean, the ending was great, where he's just one-on-one, mano-a-mano, and that was good.
Yeah, I really like that movie.
That part where they ask each other what the hell the other one is, I love that part of that Terminator.
Oh, yeah, dude.
I always love the fact that so much of it was sort of, it had explosions and all kinds of Foley and sound in it, but there was so little dialogue. It was very, I don't know, almost a kind of a more Asian kind of storytelling.
Finger filth. Right?
I don't know what that means. So anyway, how you doing, old fan? Is your health any better, or?
Wow, sorry, the lag is so bad. Yeah, I'm much, much better. Yeah, I'm sorry for the delay in the show and everything, but we're doing good. It's like I got a little bit left to do. And I was wondering your opinion. Do you want me to, like, I can do two things. I can hand it in tomorrow, but then, like, you won't really get to see the whole thing, probably because of the way time is going to work out. And that's, like, kind of unfair. So do you want me to just, like, I can upload sort of a shitty copy tomorrow privately for you to see, and then we can make changes, and then I can hand it on Monday?
Yeah, well, I'm not picky. I don't know why that. I mean, what's the deadline we're at on? I mean, what's the implications of submitting it a couple of days too late?
There really isn't. I mean, I talked to the Cablecast guy, and I mean, it doesn't really have anything. I mean, it doesn't really have much bearing.
Yeah, so
I
I
mean,
don't
we'll
see
play
any
sometime
problem.
next month anyway.
Yeah, so I would just go ahead and not worry about it. So let's just play it by do your best, and then we'll submit it Wednesday or Friday or whatever. Who cares?
Okay. All right. That sounds fine to me.
Yeah, I don't see any point in putting any pressure on yourself. I mean, they're just going to pick an arbitrary day to broadcast anyway, and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
I don't know how many times they broadcast. I don't know what their rules are. So, and I just figured after we make a couple of shows, then I'll submit the show here. So I just figure I'll have a couple in the can, so to speak, and it'll be a little easier.
Did you
But
guys
yeah,
make enough?
I don't see
enough
any real pressure here, except we want to just make. You know what I'm saying? We might as well make it right rather than making it wrong. So we might as well do it right. Righter, let's just say.
Yeah, and I really there's chunks of it that I really think came together nicely, but yeah, it definitely ain't right yet. But yeah, I mean and I think it ended up like so much more antinatally than I had intended. Like I know that's not supposed to be the breadth and width of the episode, but my mind is so attached to that topic that ended up being what I made the most of, certainly. So yeah, I mean it's got to find a better balance, but it's pretty funny. So yeah, I'll parts of it are still rendering. It's going to take a shit ton of time to render the whole thing, but I promise I'll have it up
what kind
as
of
soon as
content?
possible.
What kind of content is there?
Well, there's me.
Uh-huh.
Then there's old fan saying something silly, and then there's me doing serious.
Did you use any of anybody's contributions?
Yeah, I used first episode of Adventures of an Antinatalist by Glenn Oss, and then a poem by Too Many Minds, and then something by Gray, and I haven't edited in one of Fly's videos yet, but I have that. And I mean, it's totally fine, but Mike never sent me the thing he wanted to be in there, so I couldn't use that. But yeah, I mean, we didn't get a ton of submissions this time around, so I did a whole bunch of stuff. I did a whole bunch of skit-type things and stuff with words and graphics. I did like some of the worst animation ever, which I hope will be funny enough at least. But it'll get better as time goes on.
So yeah, I guess
It's
you
really
couldn't
raw.
use my. I guess you couldn't.
This time though.
I guess you couldn't use
Sorry?
my historical antinatalism thing.
Oh, I didn't know I could. I mean, I could if you want me to. I don't know if it's got copywritten music on it. Is the thing.
Yeah, it's just concert music kind of thing. But anyway, it sounds like you've got things handled pretty well.
Well, maybe we could use it for the antinatalist episode.
This first episode is kind of a tricky kind of mix of stuff anyway. I think you don't want it to be too preachy on one subject. You just want to get the idea this is what it's going to be. But I like the idea of we'll have something antinatalist in every one of the other subjects. We'll just sneak it in as part of the humor bits. That's how I'm looking at it.
And that's very much how it is now, but there is a little too much of it. I mean, that was my fault. That's just sort of where I've been. But I did use, I did use 2 chunks of the interview, which I think was appropriate enough, like in 2 separate places. And what else was I going to say? There was one piece so far of the other stuff that you did where, God, I can't remember the topic right now, but you have your shirt. I haven't figured out where to put that yet. So, but I pretty much figured out, where to put everything, and it's a little janky, but it'll benefit well from some critique, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, do you have the? Well, anyway, do you have the? Well, I mean, I sent you the one part that's the 6 minutes, whatever, the introduction part, right? So you left that alone, except putting the intro in it.
I put the intro in it. I kept that little graphic you had in there for a couple seconds, just because I thought it was funny. But if you don't want me to have that in, I can take it out.
That's fine. No, that's fine. And then, and then the rest of them are just the 2 minutes on each subject. Well, 2, 3 minutes, whatever it is. So you use those then, right?
I used all those. I put them at different points in the show though. I didn't have them all in one clump. I can do that too if you want.
No, that's fine. I wanted it broken out, so that's
Yeah.
fine.
So it's like that's sort of the whole. I mean, that sort of frames the entire show is that it goes into these sections.
Yeah, but I was going to edit those, and I just haven't. I couldn't get my computer was being a pain in the ass, and so I wanted to do the whole because they're kind of crude. I have to admit, I didn't do them very well.
They're nice and fast though, so.
Yeah, I said this stuff pretty well, but I mean, I'm just saying the video quality wasn't very good, which was kind of annoying.
I mean, I was thinking, actually I haven't done this yet, but I was thinking of just putting like a little graphic of the word, the topic on top of them.
Yeah,
maybe.
that's what I was basically heading for, was just getting some kind of basic keywords for the subject, and I just throw them on those videos. But yeah, it's time consuming and all that shit, and I don't know if those videos are of good enough quality to worry too much about it. But yeah, I mean, just the topic word probably couldn't hurt.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I think, I mean, it's easy enough. I can do that super fast. So, but yeah, it was more I meant to. I just can't quite think of particulars right yet. But yeah. Oh man, some of my animation is so. But it was like, especially for the intro. I mean, I had a much bigger thing planned, and it just sort of the way it came together this time. But yeah, I haven't animated in 6 years, so it's an experience.
Yeah, no, I have to do some more stuff like that too. Like I said, I'll get more creative. I mean, I'm sort of motivated to start doing something more creative, so I just have to get, used to doing that instead of making response videos and wasting time doing shit. So, but yeah, we should be able to do better with each episode.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm happy to say I mean, at least, ending working on this one with more ideas and not a feeling like, fuck, what am I gonna do? So that's good. I mean, there's certain topics that we're gonna hit where, I mean, I'm a little bit like, wow, what the how the hell do I make a show out of that? But we'll breach that.
It sounds like just like two people are making the show, basically. Like two people. It's like unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't think it's unbelievable. I think one person can make the show, so. But whatever.
I mean, I think
it just means that like
it's hard to get used to like working it into your life kind of thing. I think production, but I mean.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be interesting. The play between me and Amanda is very, we're very different kind of people in a lot of ways. So it is just kind of funny that we're kind of doing this without interacting directly or even doing anything together yet, which is kind of funny. So I mean, it is going to be interesting to see the two sides of that, interacting. I mean, it's a kind of odd couple of sorts, I guess is what I'm saying. It's kind of a funny mixture.
Yeah, I do think that comes through a little too, because it's just, because your stuff is like, I mean, there's some, it's much more on the serious side, of course, and yeah, I think my stuff, especially in this episode, just comes across like, what the fuck is going on? So, but yeah, so it's a very weird mix of two different flavors, but yeah, I don't know. I mean,
yeah, well, I think it'll be interesting. It'll just be interesting to see how we over time, how we conform to each other.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
So who is George Burns and who is Gracie?
Yeah, well, I still have the penis, right? So until that changes, I win.
I think I'm definitely Costello. That's all I know.
It was kind of my misery. Me left a comment on one of my videos, Jay. Well, whatever his name is now, Yvonne. He was like talking about his shitty penis and how he's so glad it doesn't work anymore and he can't wait to cut it off and all this shit. And I was just like, yeah, maybe we can get it cut off and you can send it to Amanda, But it is kind of funny. Here he has something that he has no use for, and you'd take it if you get it. Just the way life works out.
Yeah,
I'm pretty scared when I look at Jay's videos. He doesn't look well. He does not look well, or she does not look well at all in those videos.
I thought he looked pretty good. No, I haven't seen a recent video where he's in the video, so I don't know how he looks now. But I thought he looked all right a month ago or so.
I think she looks better than she. I mean, I don't want to get into the whole thing, but I mean, my misery means being able to go out for the first time in a long time and do things and taking care of herself, and so yeah, I
I
think
think
it's
for a guy who's trying to be a woman, he's doing a pretty good job just, figuring out the makeup thing and stuff, and he was kind of
yeah,
honest about
you
all
do a
that.
good job
I
now.
thought he did a good job. I mean, I thought he did okay, so. But yeah, I don't know health-wise. I mean, it's probably a little bit rough on your body doing this hormone stuff. So I don't know if you have information I don't have. I can't make a judgment about that. But he sounds more, he sounds whatever, more comfortable, and that seems kind of important psychologically.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I hope
Well,
that's true, sir.
Well, it's a difficult thing. I mean, there's no way to minimize it. It's really a difficult, life-changing, fundamental, trying to find your way in the world kind of thing when you have to do it in somebody else's body. I mean, that's really tricky.
the hormones of going from female to male is different than from male to female. Changing to a male, the chemistry is a lot easier. Going to a female, it's much more problematic.
Well, I mean, you can't get rid of the testosterone. You can't get rid of it unless you cut your nuts off. So yeah, you're stuck with that hormone getting in your way. So you're going to end up, you have this positive hormone, then you have the passive hormone, and those two aren't going to blend too well. I mean, it's like women who have to take, male hormones sometimes, and it can fuck them up.
Yeah, but it's interesting here in San Francisco to see how quickly women can turn into men and how much more difficult and more time it takes to go the other way around. It takes time for the estrogen to really kick in, for the breasts to come out, for the hips to get wider. All of that stuff changes. The voice has to go up.
Yeah, puberty really fucks people up.
Well, I'm just saying I wouldn't want to, like I said, it's a challenging experiment to conduct, and so I can just say good luck with it. I mean, I don't, I don't envy being in that position. I'm glad I don't have to do that. It sounds like a bitch.
Yeah, and females taking testosterone, they just get more muscle mass, and if they work out, they get bigger. But a man, once he gets rid of his penis, he actually starts having cramps.
Well, that's a little weird, because I don't know what's cramping is non-uterus. I mean, I don't know how you cramp your
Ask any woman what cramps are.
All right. Well, I thought cramps were kind of related to usually, some sort of this, it's usually something to do with your ovaries, and they can get little infections and different things, and that's cramping is caused by. But I don't know. I don't know everything about the female anatomy, I will concede. But I did think it was something to do with the outside of the uterus.
Actually surprised that the trans community hasn't advocated or sort of fought for their right to euthanasia, because I don't think that the transition works for everyone, and I don't think it's for everyone.
Well, I know, but these are people sometimes that are fighting for their life, obviously quite desperately. So they're just as addicted as the regular people. So I don't know if there would be any more incentive for them to be pro-suicide just because they are disabled, so to speak. Because they have an infirmity.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would wish that people who were disabled would be big advocates for the right to die, but they generally speaking aren't.
I did meet one tranny who transitioned from male to female, and then later on in his life did go back.
Yeah, sometimes
Just one.
It all goes kind of tragically wrong. They don't quite get what they're looking for, and then they're just satisfied with a bigger mess to clean up. I mean, it's all life is, whatever. Life sucks.
I don't know. I just always felt like I wouldn't. I mean, the whole transition thing was way, way, way too much for me to take on personally. I mean, and just there's so much pressure to do. I don't know. I mean, this whole idea of like stealth, where you've got to pass all the time, and I just think it's bad for some people. I know it's really great for other people. For,
Yeah, I agree with you.
wanting to do that, but I think it's really dangerous for some psychologies. I mean, they just become. There's nothing that they hang on to about who they are.
Well, I mean, the physical reality of your sexuality is so much a small part of it. It's a sight game, you know what I mean? Most of your sexuality is a head game, so you would think that through fantasy and role-playing, you know, that you could achieve most of what you need to achieve.
Here in San Francisco, there's an entire tranny community that has not transitioned all the way. They believe in only a half transition. They get as much as they need and feel comfortable with themselves. There's a lot of people in San Francisco that accept that idea.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of what I'm saying. I guess is all you really need is enough of the cosmetics or enough of it to create an illusion that's good enough. You know, I'm just saying that, you know, life is kind of a, you know, you can have sex with somebody who might not be physically perfect, and you can close your eyes, and you know, you can make it a little better sometimes. But you know, there's lots of cheats. So I'm just saying that I don't know if it's that difficult to, especially if you have a partner who won't understand your problem, that maybe they'll be willing to do this role-playing thing that might make it easier for you to enjoy your sexuality as it is. But that's always complicated, right? If you have the right person you're with, then everything's a lot easier. So I mean, it's finding that right person thing is really, really tough.
I actually wrote a very interesting story. I'll have to send it to you sometime. I call it The Other Sisters. Back in 1970, I met a gay man who was posing as a woman, and he fell in love with a black gay woman who was posing as a man. And they went to bed one day, and they reversed roles. So they got to do exactly what they wanted to do to each other, but they were doing it heterosexually. They were completely perverse, but having heterosexual sex.
Yeah, that's exactly how I'm kind of looking at it. Like, I want to be a good lesbian.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why I started calling myself a male lesbian. I got that from them. And it was interesting. They actually got married. The husband had a baby and had to go away for a while, so the people at work wouldn't know that. And then he came back, and now he's coaching the football. Frank is coaching the football team. His wife, Bobby, who is the male, had to also go out of town for a while and come back to have a procedure done. And where they live, people think of them as a normal heterosexual couple without realizing that they're both exactly the opposite.
Yeah. But that's the thing, right? You know, you can really, you know, it can all be much better if you can find the right person to do it with.
I want to say I'm going to decam and go to bed, so thanks for everything.
Yeah, well, thank you. You know, I couldn't have been quite as colossal a failure as I was without you. And yeah,
just,
look, the room would have been that much. It would have been that much worse without you, right? I don't know about what that much is, but it would have been that much worse.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt. You guys are having a good conversation, and I'm gonna go watch Mark Anthony, Marlon Brando's speech, and then pass out.
Yeah.
But
have a good night, Mark.
Yeah, please try to watch that inmendham if you can, and then.
Yeah, I like Brando clips, so yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, thanks for everything you've done, and I hope you got something from the conversation we had tonight. And yeah, so thanks, Mr. Natural, and everybody else.
Yeah, I don't want to encourage you to be happy or anything, but my youngest daughter, is 31 years old, and I'm surprised at how many people your age are starting to get it.
Oh yes, there's hordes of us.
You're not alone. You're not alone. You're not alone.
No, and yeah, it's interesting to hear you speak as well.
Yes, reckless failed experience.
Yeah.
the voice of many failures.
Okay, take it easy, guys.
Night, Amor. Have a good night.
Yep, thank you, inmendham. Thank you, old fan, and everybody else.
Oakley doke and such. I'm iconing. Yay. And now there's just one visible icon. It's just Chaz is the only guy left. Everybody else is invisible. Just funny.
So Ludite's starting to bully you again.
Yeah, well, whatever. The Ludite's, whatever. He's psychotic. He's I guess that's Mr. Natural again, right? Yeah, he's going with the real phone. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, you can't mute him. Yeah, it's some weird icon. Somebody who's on the phone, mute your mic or something. But anyway, yeah, Ludite's just he's insane. He's got things to take care of, and I mean, isn't that sort of a statement? He's basically saying to his kids, I don't find interacting with you nearly as important to me as making, slander trash videos on YouTube.
Did you see that his blog got taken down? I mean, I don't know anything about why, but I did look at the terms of service, and it probably was a terms of service violation because it's essentially a hate page.
That's funny. Yeah, I'm surprised by that. So that is kind of funny.
Yeah, it was. I don't know exactly when he uploaded that video, but it was gone fairly soon after it was uploaded. So I don't know what the fuck was on there, but it must have been.
I didn't read it, but who cares?
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
I mean, the arguments are just so stupid. Like, I should go out and... I love the argument where they make that I should go out and, fix everything that's wrong in the world. Help all the victims. And it's just logically, they can't understand how that doesn't cure anything. They can't understand the difference between a cure and Band-Aids. And I gotta figure out who's making all this noise. Lots of feedback kind of noises and such. Yeah. It's fucked up. I wonder why all my icons don't work.
I think it's brazen.
Okay, well, I'll try muting brazen and see if that works. Did it. Apparently not. Yeah, I can't mute anybody. It's totally fucked up. I have no power. Let's see, what can we do? Come up with a strategy, Gary. Why are the videos all non-visible? Block the brazen turtle. Do you want to block brazen turtle as well? Well, what the hell? Why not? Alright. There. That did solve the problem. So anyway, very good. I didn't know they had a turtle in their name, though. I like turtles.
Gary, I just noticed that when you're hitting mute on your side to mute my thing, a requester comes up on my side that says that you are muted, and then it automatically turns it back on. And then when I go to try, to do it, you hit the button again and then turn it back on. So it's just a comedy of errors. We just have to slow down.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it is funny that, maybe that's it. It takes a while for it to be acknowledged or something. Yeah, so I'll have to try that.
It's a stupid sign. It says you are unmuted. I am going to unmute you. You are muted. You cannot talk. I'm going to mute. So their default is to keep all of the mics on all the time.
Yeah, it's not a very good system. That's true. I mean, it did work the whole night, so I guess I shouldn't complain too much. And I have gone past 5 hours, so... Well, 4 hours. Yeah, 4 hours. So I'm past the limit. I'm supposed to probably save this file. But I'm not going to bother. I'll hang out until 5 o'clock and give up then, I think.
I do like how many cool little options and shit this thing has. I mean, if I really would kind of like to learn how to drive this car.
Yeah, I'm just kind of figuring this is something I got to do on the other computer or something, because it's obviously having some sort of issues. Because like I said, I can't see anybody's icons, which, you know, is a little bit annoying. I can't even tell who's in the room without mousing over.
Yeah, that's no good. I don't know how to fix that, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a big deal. I'm just saying that it's kind of a big deal if you want to show. It's just kind of a, you know, well, whatever. I mean, being able to draw and stuff it's probably be good if things worked before you give me all these options. But I like the fact that you know, you can do that page in a page thing and all that other kind of crap, which is nice. You know, to be able to load other videos or pages. But yeah, it's not
Yeah.
my camera's not even working now, right?
No, your camera's on.
Yeah, it's funny, I don't see it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, mostly. You're that stupid Australian guy, though, aren't you?
Yeah, it's my first time in Google Plus, and I don't know if I have to push something to talk or not.
Well, I don't know if you do. I guess you don't. Because you're talking. Hey, I can actually see your icon thing. Huh. But I can't see it when I mouse over it. What are you, Larry? Is that who he is, Larry?
He's Boro.
Oh, Boro. Okay, just so I know if I have to get rid of him.
Yeah, Boro.
You can get rid of Rolanda because she's just showing the screen the whole time, showing you and everybody who's on the screen. So you can get rid of her.
Okay, I will eject her. There we go.
There you are.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just, like I said, I can't tell what's in the room. I can't see anything. I'm flying blind, as they say. Ooh, I can see my image for a minute there.
The last time I had a look on the my subscription feed, it said there was about 65 people watching, but I don't know how accurate that is, of course.
Yeah, it says 50 here, so I don't know what that means, but I don't know if that's good or bad, but, you know. Well, whatever, we did it, and it worked mostly, so it wasn't terrible, but, you know. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know if it's better or worse, but, you know, it's okay-ish, I guess. The chat was pathetically lame, so I didn't pay any attention to that, because that was just useless. Maybe I'll turn it back on now. Nothing else is working anyway.
Yeah, I don't really understand this chat because it seems to be, it's like only chat for people cammed up, right? But it's kind of weird that you can't see the comments that people are leaving on the actual video that we're making.
Yeah, though it is. I don't. Yeah, it doesn't make much sense.
You have a ton of comments on the YouTube broadcast stream page.
Oh,
Yeah.
great, fantastic! I'm sure they're all very flattering and wonderful. But anyway, it'll be interesting, I guess. Comments are always just so hard lately.
Did you just close your camera or what?
Did I just who?
Turn your camera off.
No, I haven't touched it.
All right. Because I'm just seeing your icon profile pic.
That's all I've been getting is my icon. So yeah, join the club.
Oh, okay.
There, I'm back. Oh, I'm gone. Okay, I was back for a second. Anyway, it is just strange. Well, whatever. I mean, it's probably got. There's probably a way to fix this, but I just have to figure out what it is.
Yeah, you are back now. I can see you again. Your camera's on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like it doesn't give you a reload button or anything, so you really don't want to fuck with it, but it'd be nice to be able to reload. But then I guess you have to start a broadcast and end it. I mean, end it and then restart it or something.
You can leave the broadcast but not end it. And then come back again, I think.
Yeah, so when I'm done, I just hit the stop broadcast and it automatically saves.
Yeah, but don't do it now, cause yeah, I don't think you can save 2 videos in one broadcast.
That's it.
The leave call is at the top there. You can leave the call and this thing still goes on, I think. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead and leave.
But yesterday I ended the broadcast and people stayed in even after I left. And it didn't get recorded what they were saying though.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, leave call. They don't tell you what that means, but yeah, leave call. Okay. That's funny. So anyway, what else is news?
Is Old Fan still here?
I think so.
Maybe she had a connection problem because of her computer again.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, she was. Yeah, I guess she's not now. I mean, she's not under her name anyway. Well, I'll have to figure out how to get that hazy guy to come in here. Seems pretty good.
I've been telling him to join, but you've got a full room at the moment. So, yeah, I told him that you might want to talk to him in the room today, now, whatever.
Yeah, I'd like to get his backstory anyway. I mean, he seems pretty fluent on the subject. And, you know, like I said, he's well-spoken. Very patient.
I don't know his backstory. All I know is that he does IT work. Yeah.
Oh, good. I like programmers. Oops. Except for Piro. I don't like him. Let's see. There's other news. Oh, there she is. Amanda's back.
Yeah, the whole thing just totally died for a second there.
Yeah, we still use those Macs, right?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Yeah, like probably protesting, using evil alternative technology. They probably have some Apple applet you can buy to do all this stuff with. So.
You mean like a
Sounds
tablet?
a nice alternative to Mac.
Well, I just mean that you would think Apple would have some sort of version of this, you know, conference calling thing, you know.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't. I mean, they really ought to get in on some of this, well, what I perceive to be the good stuff anyway. But yeah, no, I know. I really wish I could get away from the Mac stuff, honestly. It's like, it's impossible to do modern art school without it, which really sucks. But it's like, I mean, I don't know. Every school I've been to for fuck knows how long, I mean, you don't do the Mac stuff. Like, you can't, they won't let you take classes. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I suppose it makes some sense because they do have some good graphics software. But I mean, like you know, Photoshop runs on Windows, and you know, there's some good programs. But yeah, I guess it's just that they all learn how to do it this way, and that's the only way they can teach is what they know. So.
Yeah, I think that has the most to do with it. The first computer I ever had was a Mac too, but yeah, I like PCs. I haven't had one in years. I should probably do both, or at least stay connected to the other one a little bit more.
Yeah, I never learned much about Macs just because I learned right from the beginning that, I don't want to work on these things because, yeah, they were going to charge you $200 for an extra frickin' disk drive, and it was like, what? And the cable, you have to pay $40 for a cable, and you're like, what? $40 for a cable? You people crazy? So I
Oh,
just,
it's disgusting.
it was just that it was like apples were so expensive to maintain. It was like I don't even want to work on them, So I just never did. I mean, I never owned one that worked, so I didn't have any. I just didn't play with them at all.
No, yeah, I hear you. No, oh my God, the fucking power cable. This thing, I mean, if I buy it new, it's $80. I mean, I haven't had to do that in a million years, and I get them used. But yeah, like if I go to the Apple store right now, the fucking power cord that goes to the computer is $80.
Yeah, I just, it's so insulting when a company treats you like that. It's just like, well, what if you're going to treat me like that. So I'm just saying, in their whole way of doing everything, this whole, dime you to pieces, pay $1 for this and $2 for that, and and then to make that nice little iPad thing and not put an SD card on it. I mean, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, that is retarded, isn't it? I think do some of the older ones have one? I don't know. I could be wrong about that, but it's true. It's totally ridiculous, and I mean I love that thing, but yeah, I mean it's the fact that you can't. I mean they're just used.
Yeah, I mean it just doesn't make any sense not to be able to USB or SD or
Right.
just like fuck you. That's just crap. That's bullshit.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable money pit. I don't deny that at all. Yeah, I mean, once I get out of school, I would like to move to PCs, but I'm a little stuck with these for now. I really do need to get a new computer, though. I mean, that's got to happen pretty soon.
Yeah, well, apparently some of these people can do an awful lot with their computers. I mean, I have a couple of pretty good computers, but I wouldn't want to run Tiny Chat and this at the same time. Seems to be asking a lot, and then recording it too, but whatever,
Yeah, I do put this thing through hell. I mean, I'm running this and I'm rendering on Final Cut, and yeah, I mean, so I do kind of kick all my computer's asses a little bit.
Yeah, I've sort of gotten used to doing the minimal thing on this laptop. It's just sort of convenient to run low maintenance or whatever, low electricity, low everything. But yeah, I do miss, having the resources to do more than one thing at a time. Like on the regular standard PC, I could probably have 20 Firefox windows open, no problem. And on this laptop, if I go over like 6 or 7, yeah, things are going to start fucking up.
Yeah, that's frustrating not to be able to do once you get used to it. I mean, I really miss my old my Mac G5 when that thing was running. Man, that thing was such a workhorse. But that died a horrible death, and I lost so much shit. But that was my fault.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's your fault, but yes. Yeah, I just have to start going through all my hard drives and stuff. Just gotta get so much stuff to do, so little time to do it.
Oh, I know. I mean, I can't even believe the summer is almost over. I thought I was gonna have so much more shit done. But I mean, it hasn't been a complete loss. Don't get me wrong, but it's just it's crazy.
Yeah, well, I can't consider it almost over because I have way too much to get done before winter, so I got a lot of shit I gotta get done here.
Oh yeah, I know. For me, I start school again on the 26th, so I just feel like it's coming to a close pretty fast.
Yeah.
Did anyone catch my debate with Eric Orwell?
Yeah, I don't recall that. Is it recent?
It's somewhat recent. It was just after he sort of saw you in Tiny Chat, I think about a couple weeks ago or a week ago.
Yeah, I just found your channel again, so I didn't realize, that you were making videos. So I just got to catch up. I watched part of your response video to some guy that whatever guy. But, yeah, I'll look for the Orwell one. Some of these characters are weird because they seem fixated on trying to convince me of their fantasies. It's just like, I mean, how could you think you have any chance of convincing me there's a God or any of that kind of crap? It's just so kind of crazy.
There's a moment in our debate when he was talking about how, because he's sort of a spiritual guy, and he's like, yeah, well, you know, you can just, if you don't want to be in pain, you just choose not to. And I'm like, well, why did they invent morphine then? Why would they do that if you could just like make it stop?
Yeah, and you know, so much of our sensibilities are, you know, it's so hard to control those. I mean, you know, those conditioned responses are pretty hard to just say, like, why would a person have a problem with being a homosexual? Why couldn't they just change their preference, or why couldn't they just change what they like?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can't just make that shit up. I mean, you know, your conditioning has you vulnerable to certain sights and sounds that are repugnant or repulsive, and you're not going to be able to fix that easily. Yeah, I hate people that kind of like we make our own reality or something. It's just such bold talk, you know. I mean, you almost want to bash them with a sledgehammer in the foot or something and say, well, go ahead, make up another story, pretend pretend that didn't just happen. You know, let's see you do it.
Yeah, it's very insulting, actually. It's very insulting and disrespectful.
Yeah, and it discounts even the part where, you know, there's part of you want. I mean, it's always hard to say this the right way, but there's a part of you that doesn't want to let go of the pain because it's kind of evidence of the problem. You know what I mean? There's no, you know, even if you could get yourself to be more comfortable, there's part of you that knows your discomfort is the only thing that keeps you in the game, that keeps you caring. You know, and if you make yourself comfortable, you just fall into the same trap. You'll just say, I'll just eat some happy potato chips and I won't do any work.
Absolutely.
You know, in a way, you have to be irritable and you have to be uncomfortable or you're not going to fix anything. That's sort of the truth of it. I mean, if you don't let yourself be harmed, you're not going to stop the harm.
Yeah, pain is definitely a good hammer to sort of crack that ego, because you can't focus on petty desires when you're in pain.
It's a nice wake-up call, too. Not that like I said, I don't ever think you should have to need that kind of stuff, but, you know, when things go wrong or you're in a bad way, it gives you that moment of reflection where you're just so like, oh, I get it. You know, this is why this can't keep happening, you know. And so you have to kind of know that experience to know this is why it needs to get done, because you keep getting seduced by the woman's charms. You got to have that, you know, vagina bite your face off now and then, you know, to know that it's evil. It's evil.
Yeah, and it's so easy to fall into this backup plan of money. Like, a lot of people do come to this conclusion that life is full of bullshit and people are just sucky, and then they think, oh, you know, money's the answer because it's powerful. I can just sort of like muscle my way through with money, and that backfires just as much.
Yeah, well, that just gets you in another trap where, you know, once you start becoming attached to having things, you just end up needing more things and more things and more things. So, I mean, you can never have enough underwear, right? You know, I just mean that, you know, it's like the Imelda Marcos syndrome or something, you know what I'm saying? You start buying shoes and it just never stops.
I remember you made a comment in one video a long time ago, and you said you were lamenting on the fact that it's a shame that we can't love based upon virtues or like good qualities in the person's personality, that we rely on these cutenesses and these bigotries, and that alone is sort of like the end of, then we shouldn't be called humans. We should just be called robot drones or something.
Yeah, well, and the fact that that we're so bigoted, there's so little integrity. There's so of the things we call the most precious things on earth, our artistic taste and all these different things of our sensibilities. These are kind of like the most important things, and they're all just forms of bigotry. And you're just like, man, that just sucks. I can't express this in a rational way. I have to express it through this irrational bigotry. Oh, fuck. I mean, that's probably one of the most irritating things I find in the whole thing is that idea that aesthetics is, such a fucking pointless bigotry.
Our affections are very in line with capitalism, in a sense. Like, the beauty is the currency. It's just...
Yeah, I don't even know if that's, I mean, that's not how I'd metaphor capitalism. Capitalism is just so much about this selfish thing, like somehow you win by stealing other people's, welfare money. It's the lottery scenario, this whole idea that, you're going to be the big winner. Well, how did you get your winnings? Oh, well, I stole a little bit of money from all the poor people.
Mm.
Yeah, who wants, these people think they won, and you won by creating 6 million losers. Wow, how cool of you. I mean, I guess everything's made out of that, and I guess that's that's to me the capitalism of this idea of winning, and winning without paying any attention to the fact that it wasn't free. That there's your victory is going to be somebody else's defeat. Pretty hard to feel good about that, I guess. Like everything good that can happen to you, you can always have that problem where you say, well, look, the guy who came in second, what kind of person was he? Would he done better with it? Would he have appreciated it more? It's just kind of funny that any prize you could win, you could always say, is there somebody else on the, on the list of the top 5 that would have been a better candidate than me?
That's right, yeah. I can think of like a lot of people that I respect that I would rather, benefit from some of the things that I benefited from. I think that they deserve it more. So I can definitely appreciate that sentiment.
Yeah, it's just always kind of a problem because there is no free, like I said, you can't even earn it in a way. There's no earning it even in a way, it all comes at some price. You have and they don't have, and that's just the way it is. I mean, if I have the bag of potato chips, it means somebody else isn't eating them. I am. There's just no way around that. That what if thing, what if I didn't do? What if I didn't take? What if I didn't consume? Just makes it so obvious how futile the game is. We really are just exchanging pieces, kind of weird sounds in the background there. I don't know who's creating the extra feedback. But kind of interesting. A lot of mouse clicking. That sounds like the sink.
That's
Somebody's near a sink. What?
It sounded like a toilet.
Oh, okay. Well, my toilet doesn't sound like that. Modern toilets do, maybe.
Two new people entered the room, and both of them have their mics on.
Oh, good for them. Yay. Yeah, I wish I could see. I can't see anything. I really, sorry, I'm just so blind here. So Larry is new, I guess. Yeah, Larry. I don't know who Larry is. But I'll try muting Larry, see if that helps. Doesn't really matter.
Larry's icon is Google with a red cross through it. Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't see anybody's icon. It's just kind of weird. All I get is, I get no icons. I just got a gray strip, and if I mouse over it, I can see a name, but I can't see any icons or anything.
He's been in here the whole time. You can boot him because he hasn't said anything.
Yeah, well, it's okay. I'm leaving soon. So. I don't think there's a need to boot.
Boro and Ron, ROHBOCO, turn your mic off.
Yeah, I
What do
never.
you want from me? I didn't say anything.
Well, it doesn't matter. You still might be making noises and such. Hey, I actually was able to mute him, which is I haven't been able to mute anybody. Look at that, it worked again. Wow, I have power again. Yeah, it is quieter.
That's weird. Yeah, it sent me a notice that you muted them. That's weird.
Yeah, well, somehow you have been allowed to invade my computer. I love that they had a notice, actually, where somebody was actually could take control of your computer. I just found that so funny.
Yeah, that happened with me and I think Fly too and Amorpha T. Like, I don't really know what I pressed. I don't remember seeing that notice, but I don't know, something like that must have happened, and all of a sudden I could see his desktop. But it only flashed for 2 or 3 seconds. I didn't even know what I was looking at first. But yeah, that's not cool. I don't really want that.
Yeah, it's just kind of funny that at least it asked me, so at least that was good. But it was kind of a funny message, like, yeah, well, they're going to take control of your computer to help you. Oh, okay. They're going to help me? Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I don't think so.
Yeah, that's not a good thing for them to allow to even remotely accidentally happen to somebody. Not good, Google.
Yeah, it does seem
Very
like
Google-like.
Yeah.
Not surprised.
Will you cut cut it out?
You have to turn your mic off when you're not speaking, Boro. And unmute inmendham, please.
I didn't mute him.
Yes, you did. I got a notice that said you did.
Yeah, so now he's lying too. Okay, well, we'll just kick him out if he's going to just lie. On top.
Wait. I was just playing. I was just saying if it would work.
Yeah, I was just saying if it would work. You just lied, you stupid cunt. Oh, fuck you. Whoa! Now something happened here again. Hello, am I still in the room? Hello? Yeah, I still am. Okay.
Yeah, you're here.
Oh, anyway.
This is a new Modern Mystic video.
Oh, great. I wonder who this one's to. It won't be to me, of course.
I don't know. It's called I'm Not Scientific. But scientific is spelled very funny.
Yeah, well, that ought to be interesting, maybe, possibly. I don't know. Probably a waste of time. Even his explanation of why the rich are too rich was stupid. So it's just getting so obtuse. It just disappoints me because, the modern mystic, I have such respect for his knowledge base, and he's just getting so, he's just not making very good points in argument. It's irritating.
You won't like this one at all. He starts out by telling the audience that he feels very superior and better than everybody and that his ego is really high today. And then the entire video is about how nobody should have an ego, that old trip, down to dogs don't have one, but we think we have one, etc., etc. And then he ends it with, excusing us from his video.
I guess you can only take that so seriously. But yeah, he is something. He is a trip.
It's obvious to me in this particular video that what he's really doing is he's trying to explain to us how he has to suppress his egoism in order to deal with all of us.
I suppose, but it just seems like he should it should be an obvious conclusion of the more intelligent that they should be able to explain it to the less intelligent. You know what I mean? It's like he should be able to fix his words. We shouldn't have to fix our ears. So the fact that he can't even come close to getting anybody to understand what he's talking about, should be a sign to him that he's failing, not that we're failing.
Well, we're all not supposed to use the word I while he's sitting on his throne.
Yeah, well, that's another one of his, hang-ups, where he can say I, but he can't. Well, just that whole, so that sort of annoys me too, is that he keeps like pretending we haven't discussed this and already kind of agreed that the formation of our brain is a bunch of themes, that these programs are regular running programs that become our identity. And, they're not a fake thing. They're a real thing. These programs exist. How they fight with each other and who wins, that might be an interesting question that we haven't resolved yet. But clearly we have an identity made out of these collected over time themes. And he talks now like it's all helter-skelter, like somehow we don't even know how we become us.
Well, it's obvious to me in this video that what he's projecting emotionally is not that he has to keep bringing up the issue, but that we haven't accepted it yet. So he's doomed to having to repeat this very simple concept until we all not only get it, but we kowtow to it, we accept it. And if we don't absolutely accept it, he's doomed to continue to explain this to us forever. Now, if he wasn't doing it in a narcissistic or self-centered way, I'd get it. But it's all coming from his ego.
Yeah, well, like I said, he's just falling short of what I would expect from him. Like I said, these videos don't seem to have much rational continuity, logical, basis, and I just don't understand why he's doing that. But it's his, he's found his own coping mechanism, I guess. But yeah, I just can't relate to it. It's annoying.
What I find fascinating about ego is people don't look at it this way, okay? Each and every one of us has a different ego, and each and every one of us produce different art. The word art comes from the word artificial, and the only thing that we do as creatures on this planet that's different than every other creature is the ability to make up artificial shit. And that artificial stuff that we make up is a product of our ego. That's what's creating it, is the ego's creating it. And it is unique to all of us. And so if we don't want those virtues you were talking about, art, wisdom, humanity, etc., all of which are a part of art, then I agree with him, we should all have no ego. But that would mean the destruction of art and everything human and everything that we consider valuable in life.
Well, yeah, I guess I would make it more visceral in the sense that obviously part of the ego is part of the motivating mechanism, and thinking machines won't do anything if they don't have a motivator. You have to have a prime directive of some kind, and so you have to have a motivator. So the only way you can do that is to have a self-interest, to have a ego of some kind. So, it's impossible to actually have any ambition without having a kind of ego. It's like you wouldn't feel right about yourself if you failed, kind of thing. It's like the altruism argument. It's a vicious. There is no true altruism because there's always going to be the motivation of your own sense of right and wrong, or your own sense of being a good person. that's really motivating you.
Well, I don't think people understand that we have two brains and we have two egos, and they act differently. The one ego is from the right brain, and it is self-attached. It's immortal. It's right about everything. It lives in the land of wishy-washy. That ego is a narcissistically attached ego, and it is dangerous both to the person who has it and everyone around them. The other ego is the one that weighs, measures, evaluates, thinks, logics, and figures out things. That's a tool, and that's a good ego. That's the kind of ego everyone should have, and that's the ego that art is supposed to be supporting.
Yeah, I guess I just wouldn't word it that way, I suppose. I mean, I'm very big on this two-brain thing, but it's one brain that's slow and careful and thoughtful, and one brain that's reactive, emotional, visceral, feeling its way through life, and another one's thinking its way through life. And the thinking one can be applied as a tool, but it has to be in the right position to be a tool. You can't use a crowbar as a hammer. You can't use a hammer as a screwdriver. It has to be in the right formation to be a useful tool. And it's like, somehow between the interaction of these two things, the motivating mechanism has to motivate you to fix your thinking machine when it's too much, when it's the wrong tool,
Exactly. If the left brain ego, which is logic, gets attached to the right brain ego, and the right brain ego, which is the vain one, thinks that it's in charge of everything, then you get a nuclear mess, actually, a meltdown. And that's what you're seeing in these videos of his. The people who are the meanest and the most selfish and the most narcissistic and the most centered, like people who smoke a hell of a lot and then give it up, feel they must destroy the ego entirely. There can't be one at all. I agree with them. Their narcissistic, vain ego should be fucking killed. But that doesn't mean that you give up the good part, which is the logic machine. And you have to have faith in that logic machine, and you have to have dedication in that logic machine, and you have to believe what you think. You have to put your ass on the line for it. Then it's a good thing.
It's obviously the better part of us is the part that has thought about our bigotry or thought about our self-interest or contextualized our activities, and so it can understand so much deeper than your personal "I want" phrase that the other brain produced. I mean, half of your brain isn't saying anything very complicated. It's just saying things like "I want" or "I need" or "I expect" or "I feel entitled." And, the smart part of your brain has to say, wait a minute, that word doesn't mean that, and it doesn't mean you can have everything, and you can have this bit, and you're entitled to that, but you're not entitled to this. And, nobody's doing that. They're just using their brain as a subservient to that ego. It's just owned by it.
Exactly. And what it is they're using the ego backwards. They're using the logical ego of the left brain to be subordinate to and dominant to the wish fulfillments and fantasies of the right brain, when it should be the other way around. The left brain's job is to understand the right brain and incorporate it normally into the mind.
Yeah, I think it's a natural organism. I think the natural order is that it's supposed to be that way, that the stupid, crude desires are supposed to use the intelligence to scheme solutions to the desires. But obviously we're smartness allows you the capacity to change those roles and to let the smart part of you run the show rather than the dumb part.
Yeah, and sometimes the smart part is too foxy for itself, you know what I mean? It actually thinks it's in charge when it's really their baser desires, these narcissistic desires, that are actually dominating everything that they're doing. It isn't until people can separate, that the bigger or higher ego can separate itself from that other thing, or what I call depersonalize the narcissistic ego. Just say, okay, yeah, you like a child in the room going, give me your attention, give me your attention. There's a part of you just taps it on the head and says, go back to the kids' table now. And when the ego can do that, suddenly it can heal itself, it can think, it can do things, it can create art, it can change the world.
Yeah, I don't know if it makes it that much. I mean, it's obviously a power shift, but I mean, I still Yeah, I'm sort of seeing that as just the brain still being subservient in the sense that once you start rationalizing, that's just evidence of your ownership. You know, that just means your brain is being a scheming tool now. You're just rationalizing, so you're coming up with lies to defend, um, ambitions and desires that you don't want to justify.
Exactly. That's what most people do. Those I call those people couch potato psychiatrists. You see, they watch TV and they try to guess the plots, and they guess the plots based on all the personalities they see. Until after a while, they think they understand all this stuff about psychology. And what it's really doing is the media is catering to their narcissism. And it's just reinforcing the I, me, my, me, or what I call the me pad, the me phone.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could almost argue that it's like a double soap opera. I mean, they're getting off on the soap opera of analysis and doing analysis on the soap opera. You know, I mean, you know, it's like a psychiatrist being a voyeur or something. You know what I'm saying? There's such a self-interest rolled
You
up in
lost connection.
their activity.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, anyway, it is after 5, and I am tired, and I still have a cold, and so that'll be an excuse too. So anyway, it was charming, people, and we'll do it again, but we'll go back to Tiny Chat probably next week, and such, and we can look forward to Fly Aura all week long, I imagine. Every spare moment she has, she'll be rooming, I imagine, and so we should I'll try to join in when possible and participate and whatnot.
Okay, cool. Yeah, as long as I'm not working, I'll do a hangout or something when I'm
Yeah,
home.
I'm not obligating you. I'm just saying it is kind of funny that you seem like you're on 24 hours a day almost this week. You really were like live, always and forever. Flora! Yeah.
I'm not in front of the screen 24 hours. I do get interrupted, and I leave the computer.
Well, I'm just saying it was kind of fun to watch. So very good. And you did very well. You really did very well. Very proud of you and such. I'm not going to use the digital frame again just for fun, just to prove my argument that it's durable as fuck. Knocked over for the 58th time. All right, anyway, so thank you. I will stop a broadcast, and hopefully this will be saved as some sort of piece of shit for which no one should watch, because it really was just a big piece of crap. But anyway.
Have a good night, Gary.
Thank you all for helping me make such a wonderful piece of crap. And, yeah. So, till next time.
Good night.
And so forth and whatnot. And so I can't see anybody, so, blah, 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 blah. But
Night.
I'm going to hit the button now. We'll see what happens. Hitting the button.